it comes to coming from Mumbai to here. And I think this is the best excuse that I can get. Kudos for all the spirit of Gujarat. Everybody, come on, Haat Tali, everybody. Yes, that is what it is. Thank you. Like I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, the 18th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave 2026 Gujarat. This is not just an event, it's a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and leadership in the real estate sector of Gujarat. Before I move forward, मैं आप सबको request करूंगा to please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode so that we do not end up distracting any of our speakers. Request everybody to keep their mobile phones in silent mode. Thank you. Everybody done with that? Maybe a thumbs up. Silent mode done? Kya baat hai? Thank you. Amazing. You know, today we are absolutely privileged to be joined by some of the most distinguished leaders, visionaries, and experts from Gujarat, as well as all over the country. This gathering is an exclusive opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions, exchange insights, and most importantly, pave the way for a future-ready real estate sector. As we dive into this exciting event, we have an incredible lineup of speakers who will be addressing some of the most pressing, thought-provoking, and transformative topics shaping the industry today. Let me tell you all quickly that this is the world of technology and internet and social media. So, of course, we're doing a live streaming of this event. Let me share all the live streaming details for all of you. You can watch the live streaming on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, as well as on the social media handles as well. On LinkedIn, it's Realty Plus. On Facebook is @RP Realty Plus. On X, you can find us as RP Realty Plus. And on Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. So please, keep posting, keep sharing interesting stories and engagement posts. We would love to create an online community. Aap sabke saath wahan pe. So everybody knows the kind of good work that Realty Plus has been doing consistently for a very long period of time. But I think more than me speaking, if you watch a special AV and a promo of Realty Plus, which celebrates all their milestones in all these years, you'll get a better understanding of what a force to reckon with Realty Plus has been. Can we please have the special promo of Realty Plus for all of us?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
यार एक मस्त पंच लाइन देने का सोचा था, मूड ही खराब कर दिया. Anyway, jokes apart, if you all have seen the promo, ladies and gentlemen, you all have seen this turning obstacles into opportunities. This is why Realty Plus, ladies and gentlemen, for the longest period of time has been an absolute front runner and a leader. Nobody close to them, which is why they are an absolute pioneer in the space. A huge round of applause for Realty Plus, please, everybody. We have Tripti, we have Sapna, the entire team of Realty Plus. Every year they keep doing this and ensure that जो experience होता है all the real estate experts का वो 2x 3x करके double up होता रहे. It only gets bigger and better. So thank you so much. Kudos to once again to the entire team of Realty Plus for doing this so wonderfully. No event is genuinely successful or possible without blessings of the Almighty, right? We are a land of culture. We have our own belief systems, right? Which is why we are proud Indians and we celebrate that fact. So this event as well, we are going to be doing exactly that. We are going to be taking the blessings of the Almighty. Ganpati Bappa ka Ashirwad leke hum aage badhenge. So we are going to be doing the Ganesh mantra right now and the lamp lighting. And for that, I'm going to be calling some really, really special names on stage. May I please have the esteemed presence of Neerav Kothari, Director, Godwick Construction Private Limited, Dr. Abhishek Sharma, Executive Director and Head of Operations, Commercial Leasing and Advisory, Anurag, Chirag Doshi, Chairperson, IIIT Ahmedabad, Narendra K. Patel, Chairman, Sun Builders Group, Suresh Patel, Chairman, Naritco Gujarat, Mr. Manan Mehta, Co-founder and CMO, House Activity, Chintan Vasani from Wisebiz, if you're around as well, Chintan Bhai. And of course, the fantastic Dr. Shailesh Goyal, who's the Director of Simulations, Public Affairs. And of course, Tripti and Sapna, goes without saying, the two goddesses of Realty Plus, if we can call it that way. Come on, make some noise for all the goddesses and all the wonderful people who are a part of this very, very important lamp lighting. Thank you so much. Bahut bahut shukriya. Please, if you can remove your shoes and then do this. Very kind of all of you.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु
आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to give them a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for helping us start the event on a very prosperous and auspicious note. I hope we have got a really, really nice group photograph as well. And thank you so much to all these team dignitaries for joining us over here for this. You know, मैं genuinely एक चीज यकीन करता हूँ, and I think आप सब मानोगे, all the real estate experts over here, any event, any initiative, एक चीज होता है ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद, दूसरा होता है पार्टनर का भरोसा. So without the bharosa of the partners, without the good faith and trust of all the partners and sponsors, no event is genuinely possible. So I want to take out a special moment to acknowledge them for all the good work that they have done to put this event together. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all our partners. This is powered by Godwick Construction Private Limited, knowledge partner Anurag, supporting partner Indian Green Building Council, Industry partner Gujarat, Real Estate Agent Confederation and Credai, Ahmedabad Guy Head. Digital partner Housivity. Creative partner ABC Brand Advisory. Business media partner BW Business World Media Group. Online media partner exchangeformedia.com. And of course, organized by the brilliant team of Realty Plus. I feel that certain representatives of certain organizations अपने organization के लिए ताली बजा रहे थे. एक consolidated ताली हो जाए for all the partners, please, everyone. Thank you. This is what we understand by spirit. I want to request the console to please play a special promo AV of Godwit Construction for all of us. Can we have the AV of Godwit Construction, please? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows the incredible work that Godwit has been doing for the longest period of time. They truly need no introduction. Unka khud ka mehnat plus God's blessings, I think together, their wit and God's blessings, Godwit, that's what it is. But can you all give Godwit Constructions a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. And on that note, we will now be beginning with the first session, which is a special Realty Plus Real Talk. You know, normally we do this at the end, but then we wanted to do this in the beginning. There's a special purpose which Sapna will only explain to all of us. Can we have the chairs on stage, please, for the session? Let me quickly introduce to you our eminent speaker who will be taking forward the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, she is an architect by qualification, and after an active architectural practice of more than a decade, she forayed in the field of journalism in the year 2006. Her work has been published in some of the most incredible national newspapers, and she has also been a regular guest expert for real estate shows. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about this lady who's an absolute force to reckon with when it comes to Realty Plus. And एक चीज मैं उनके बारे में कह सकता हूँ, given the kind of equation that I have, is that anybody in this room who wants to master the art of aging backwards, maybe she's the person to go to. Ladies and gentlemen, Sapna Srivastav ke liye zor se bajaiye tali, please, as she makes her way to the stage to conduct this conversation. Thank you so much, Sapna. And joining Sapna on stage is somebody who looks after the execution of projects and has been there since Godwit's inception. He's developed more than 3 million square feet of industrial space. He has previously worked with JLL in strategic consulting department and went on to head the industrial warehousing department, later heading the Ahmedabad offices and taking it to new levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed director of Godwit Constructions Private Limited, the man who needs no introduction, Mr. Nirav Kothari. Please, everyone, zor se bajaiye tali for Mr. Kothari as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure it is to have you. Swagat hai aapka. And can we have the mics quickly, please? You know, I know their work talks loudly, but to be audible, they need mics. So, you know, can we have the mics quickly, please? Thoda sa fast. Huh? Yes. Thank you. Yes, you go, sir. Thank you. Here you go. Can I have a big round of applause for them before they begin? Thank you. Yes. Over to you, Sapna.
Thanks, Shubhajit, for those nice introductions, and I really loved the part where you said aging backwards. So, so thank you, Neera, for joining us. And this is the first session of the day. So context setting for the entire conclave, उसकी जिम्मेदारी हमारे ऊपर आ गई है. So let me start with you, with my observation of the city. Uh, Infrastructure is considered the backbone for Gujarat, and especially now that it is gearing up to host two major sports events. It is, preparing its infrastructure for that. But we have also seen at the city level, abhi jaise recent barish hui, the drainage problems. So we have seen both the sides. Your unfiltered view of what more can be done, for not only the physical, but also the utility level, the social level for the state.
So first of all, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here to share my views and thoughts on real estate in Gujarat in general and infrastructure in particular. So first of all, like you mentioned, we had a huge round of rains over the last couple of weeks. And talking about drainage infrastructure, one of the basic things in the city. What is surprising is the area which was within the city, the municipal corporation limits. I don't think so. We did see a lot of flooding. It is the areas which are outside the city, the newer areas which were being developed. That is where the real challenge was, where development preceded infrastructure development. So only the roads were done, but the drains, the power lines, etc., are still work in progress. That is where we saw a lot of challenges. But the core of the city, the heart of the city, I don't think so. We faced a lot of challenges. What we need to do is like Gujarat has been doing over the past few years is that infrastructure development should precede the real estate development, where we not only just do the roads, but you do the electrical infra, you do the stormwater drains. Going forward, we need to do the digital infra as well. We need to do the green infra, the charging stations, etc. All that also needs to be done up and then succeeded by real estate development. I think that's the way forward. And then we can call ourselves the model development city in the country.
I think that's right. I think, and that is the pain point for almost all cities in India, putting cart before the horse. First real estate development comes, then the infrastructure comes there. So that's, I think, what Neerav is saying, that in Gujarat, if we can do that, and city centers, you said, was doing pretty okay. It is the new developments that saw the effect. Now, also,
Small correction here. We would not like to compare ourselves with all the rest of the cities in the country. We are way better off than the rest of the cities.
I agree. I agree
The
to that.
Bombays and Delhis and Bangalore's of the world, we are way better than that. Our quality of life is very, very different as compared to those cities.
Yes,
So I do not compare my city with the cities, the big cities of the country.
I agree to that. We have seen Bangalore and Mumbai also, how, it kind of gets flooded, but this was much, much better than other cities. Also, apart from, becoming very infra ready, Gujarat is also emerging as the industrial hub for the country. And you are the industrial real estate veteran. So I have to ask you, what is it that is making Gujarat attractive for foreign and even domestic capital coming in here?
That's my sweet spot. I can speak for the entire day on that. A few things. It's not that Gujarat has been attracting investments, domestic and foreign, recently. It's a process which has been going on for last 30 years. It's just that now the country has started talking about it, and that is why this starts getting noticed. Few things. One is we have the longest coastline. As a result, we have excellent port infrastructure. And why this is key is we are the closest to the northern hinterland and the central part of the country. So all the logistics movement to these parts of the country happen from this place. That is one. Secondly, we've built decent infrastructure, even though if you ask me, I'm still not happy. We've built decent expressways, highways to connect the state itself and the rest of the country, which enables a lot of movement of freight, development of industrial parks, etc. Third is political stability. We've been having a government from the same political party for the last 30 years, which ensures there is continuity of policies. People don't go back and forth. So there is only movement in one direction and not the other direction. That's the third part. Over the years, what has happened is there has been a lot of industrial infrastructure which has been developed. Things like GIDCs. If you for example, drive from Ahmedabad to Vapi, all along you will find a GIDC every 50 kilometers. Now that is something which is an enabler for development of factories, industrial units, etc. And that's where the investments come in from. Another point is plug and play infrastructure. People like us who develop ready-built factory buildings where people just come in, lease, and you can start operations in 3 months. Vis-a-vis if you were buying a piece of land, you would need to get a whole bunch of approvals, do the construction, do your machine installations, and start commercial production, which would take 2.5, 3 years. Today, people like us ensure that you can start production in 3 months. Over the years, if you look at Gujarat versus other states, if Gujarat did not focus on one city as the economic hub or the industrial hub. If you look at it, there are Ahmedabad, Baroda, Ankleshwar, Bharuch, Dahej, Surat. All of them have their own economic activity. Whereas if you look at Mumbai, Maharashtra is the industrial investment destination, and then there is nothing else. Now they're trying to push Aurangabad, Nagpur, etc. If you look at Karnataka, there's only Bangalore, nothing else. If you look at Tamil Nadu, there's only Chennai, and there's nothing else. Coimbatore is still rising, maybe just waking up. So as compared to these states, which are our competitors when we talk of industrial investments, we are much more spread out. And last but not the least, we did not focus on only one sector. We focused on a whole bunch of sectors, from automobiles to gems and jewelry to engineering, pharmaceuticals, bulk drugs, chemicals, petrochemicals. So all of that gives a very broad base in terms of economic growth. And then that keeps on churning and bringing in more and more investments. Over the years, this has become an ecosystem. You get talent pool available here. So people would want to come, start easily because talent is available very easily. So all these factors over the years put together has made Gujarat a very attractive destination for investments, be it domestic or foreign.
Right. No, very good points. I think you covered all aspects from, multi-focus, not only on the segments, the sectors, but also cities. So Gujarat as a whole, they are developing it and focusing it, and also in terms of not only infra, but also the policies. Like you said, the continuity of policies is something all businesses want, so that's fantastic. So I think we have covered all bases in terms of setting the context of the conclave. So let me, you spoke about God with giving plug and play kind of infrastructure. You're also into speculative development, which means you already foresee the demand and then create the infrastructure, the spaces. How has that because it's quite a risky strategy as well, capital intensive as well. How has this strategy worked for Godwit and most importantly for the clients?
So since our inception 10 years ago, we were very, very clear that we wanted to do speculative development based on a couple of things. our experience working as the head of industrial real estate at JLL, that gave us a lot of insight into where, what are the locations, what kind of an industrial building would work, and then let's go ahead and build it ahead of time. What it essentially does is, when a customer or a client comes to visit and he sees that the building is ready or nearing completion, that gives them a lot of confidence on the delivery date. Anybody going to the site would go and see that, okay, it's only 2 months away, or maybe a month away, or maybe it's ready. And that kind of gives them a lot of confidence. I remember in the good old days, 15, 20 years ago, there were, companies who used to come, give out LOIs. The developers would go and then buy land, get it converted, get approvals, then build it and hand it over. It was a 15, 18-month time cycle. Companies today don't have that time. Very, very clearly, the pace at which the country is growing, the pace at which the companies are growing, their line of sight, unfortunately, is only 3 to 6 months. And they would come and tell us that we want a building in next 3 months, or we want a building in next max to max 6 months. What is it that you can offer us? And that is where our strategy of doing speculative development works very well, because then we have the negotiating power, that there is a ready building, and in terms of rentals, we would fetch a better rental as compared to a build to suit or maybe an LOI and go buy land and things like that. So that negotiating power then rests with us, and which kind of ensures that the customer gets what he wants at our prices. So that's the strategy that we've followed. So far, it's worked well for us, touch wood. And it's all about getting the pulse of the industry, where they want to go, where they want to expand, what sort of buildings that the customers would want, and building it ahead of time.
No, I think that's right. It's a win-win situation for both the client and yourself. You have the negotiating power, they have the infra ready so that they can start immediately. And also, I think it is your experience, like you said, the experience that you already had, about the industry, and then the pulse, as you said, that getting the pulse of the industry, what they actually want. Fantastic. Now, talking about how you are creating a differentiation, that is one differentiation, that you are giving a ready building. Other differentiations in terms of execution, technology, and value creation for the client. Like we were discussing, that while some parts were submerged underwater because of rains, your industrial parks were completely unaffected. So in terms of technology, value creation, and execution, what are your differentiators?
So as far as technology is concerned, I can give you two examples. During the COVID days, we were all kind of homebound, thinking what to do. We had just delivered a project in Becharaji, a 5 lakh square feet building for Honda. And I remember it was 2019, and the building handover was in June. And we struggled because the construction labor went home during Holi, followed by the general election, followed by the sowing season. So whatever labor went in February didn't show up till July. And it was a painful time for us to deliver that 5 lakh square feet development. And that is when we realized that this is not how I want to do development. Let us look at alternatives. And we did a pilot project in Changodar using precast construction technique. And then we saw value in it. Even though we faced the second round of COVID during our construction cycle. And then PSP had just come up with a precast facility, and we contracted them to build about 1 million square feet using precast. We've completed now, I think, 3 parks using precast construction, and then we've now kind of industrialized it. So this gives us an edge that, we have our own facility. We have partners like PSP. And then today I can very well go to a customer and say, because of my investments in technology, I can deliver buildings in 4 months from now or 5 months from now, even if it is grounds up. Because the rains are on, production is going on at my facility. As soon as I get dry access, I only need 3 months to finish the erection. So that was one exciting change that we did. Second was we were doing a cold store for McCain in Mehsana. I think we visited there. So there we instead of doing a regular industrial building, we changed the entire technology, and we went for a what is called as a rack clad structure, where the racking itself is the main load bearing structure in the facility, and you just cover up with a puff panel. That's it. And which enabled us to go very high. So we did a 33-meter tall racking, which is one of the highest in the country. And we fully automated it because nobody can, do G+10, G+11 racking and go and retrieve pallets from it. So we automated it. And it's a completely automated facility. Only 6 people operate in 2 shifts. Which reduces obviously a lot of your operational costs and dependency on skilled labor. So technology is something that is, I would say it's easily available. We need to embrace it. We need to now, get away from that whole idea of being a very, very cost conscious development community and move towards A, quality, which you can get if you're producing in a factory, and B, time to completion. Gone are those days when you would do a residential project for 3 years and 4 years. Today, you can do it in 12 months. Why not? It's as simple as that. Why would somebody sit on that piece of land, do that project for 3 years, when you can easily complete it in 12 months? So it's as simple as that.
No, I think very good points, Nirav raised, that if you are adding technology and the examples that he has given, if you adopt technology, like you made the highest, the tallest cold storage facility in India, you build precast, and it reduces cost for you and as well as for the client, because they can immediately start work. So it's a win-win, again, a win-win situation, not only for the client and for you, but as a sector as well. So that's the value creation that you have given. Now let me ask you, give some quick takes from you. So it's a rapid fire. People generally are afraid of rapid fire, so I hope you are ready for that.
I hope it is not controversial. Till such time, I'm okay with it.
So okay, not so controversial. What is that one policy that you would like to change in real estate?
If one single policy change is required today, I would say, and again, it is controversial, I am skirting the line on controversy, is unavailability of labor. The way the government policies are shaping up, things like Manrega or its repackaged versions, where people are not migrating from the villages to work in the urban areas. Today, there is an acute shortage of construction labor. And that is why people like us had to move to precast. So I would say one policy that we would like to change is pretty soon. If the way things are, we would have to import labor from, let's say, Philippines or some other African country. The situation is that serious, and nobody's talking about it.
We are 1.4 billion now, and
yet we have labor shortage. The irony of the situation.
okay, it's not so controversial. What is the technology that you are betting on?
Precast, all the way. We have embraced it, and I would urge all my fellow developers to kind of wholeheartedly embrace it. That is how, the future is, not just for us. The world is building it in precast. It's just that we have started talking about it today. And the other is steel buildings. So that can give you a lot of speed to construction. And there is very good capacity available to do buildings in steel. So one can begin with steel buildings and then gradually in 5 years' time move to precast construction.
Okay, fantastic. Steel and precast building is what Nirav is saying. What project you are really proud of? Any one project?
The one that I mentioned, the cold store that we did, -3 to +30, 33-meter tall structure, rack clad, -25 degrees, frozen store for McCain that we did. Really, really challenging structure. It was, and when we finished it, it was the world's fastest build for a rack clad structure done in India. When I tell this to people across the world, they're really amazed that whatever it takes, usually takes about 2 years time to finish, we finished in 9 months. So that is something that we are really proud of.
Yeah, and I have been to that site, and it's an amazing facility. I think you should also should visit that. It's a
Absolutely.
facility where you see technology, where you see operational excellence. As I said, there are hardly any people. You don't see people there, So we actually say, where are the people operating this facility? And the kind of storage, the racks,
Yes.
it's a huge, magnificent to see. Go inside and see how the entire automated plant, it's working. So fantastic. Now, one word for Godwit. What would you say?
That's a tough one. I would say we are somebody who believes in continuously innovating. Why just accept whatever is the norm? Let's innovate. So if I were to describe ourselves in one word, it's innovation.
Innovation. So you're a little hatke from others. Okay.
I would like to think so.
Okay, great. One word for Gujarat growth story.
Oh, there can't be one word. I mean, I spoke about 5 minutes for the Gujarat growth story. So we are firm believers of the Gujarat growth story. A lot of people keep saying that you've done some fantastic work in Gujarat. Why don't you come to Pune? Why don't you come to Chennai and do projects there? However, the ease of doing business here, I don't think so it exists anywhere else in the country. You right from buying land to converting it to getting approvals, everything is so smooth. We went to Bangalore to do a project. It took me just 1 year to get approvals. It's that difficult. We bought some land in Pune. We bought some land in Aurangabad. I'm struggling with approvals. Whereas in Gujarat, I would right from the process of starting to buy land, getting it converted, getting all the approvals, and finishing construction, my time cycle is 12 to 15 months. So if I have to really say what is the one word that attracts or is the USP of Gujarat, I would say it's the ease of doing business in Gujarat.
It's a business-friendly state. Okay, fantastic. I think Mr. N.K. Patel is there, Mr. Suresh Patel is there, Naredco President. I think they all are for the next session, and they will agree what you said. The ease of doing business. We have also heard from many people. So I think that was a fantastic one word to end this conversation on a very positive note, that Gujarat growth story is business-friendly, and Godwit is innovation, bringing in innovation. So thank you so much, Nirav, for giving us those, from the heart views, unfiltered, as I mentioned in the beginning, giving those unfiltered views about the real estate, what's happening in Gujarat. So thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Sapna, if you may allow, sir, if you may allow, it's a great opportunity to have Mr. Kothari over here. I'm sure audience will have their set of questions. So if we have 2 minutes, if you don't mind, sir.
Sure.
Anybody from the audience willing to ask a question? Yes, Chintan, my brother. Can you pass the mic to him, please?
Hi, Chintan. Good to see you.
वेरी वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग हेलो सपना जी नीरव भाई प्लेजर टू हियर यू क्योंकि जितने रियल एस्टेट कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में जाते हैं सब लोग खाली डेटा सेंटर की बात करते हैं एआई की बात करते हैं बट यू स्पोक अबाउट वन इंडस्ट्री विच इज एक्चुअली बूमिंग एंड वेरी फ्यू पीपल आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इट you mentioned a lot about the features about Godwit, what you were talking about, but I love market research. Want to understand अगर अहमदाबाद में Godwit को next एक साल में एक अमेजिंग वेयरहाउसिंग का फैसिलिटी बनाना हो तो कौन सा वो लोकेशन होगा विच यू वुड सिलेक्ट इन एंड अराउंड अहमदाबाद एंड व्हाट वुड बी द फीचर दैट वुड 100% हैव
So one thing is today, if anybody asks me which is the next big location today, I would say it's Sanand. Um, the Sanand story began a long time ago. It took a lot of time to pick up. Auto industry was the biggest driver there. But the day we flipped over from auto to semiconductors, which is high-tech manufacturing, uh, we kind of rewrote the way we are going to do business in the future. So Sanand, I would say, is the destination going forward, and I'm sure that if you ask me, is there land available in Sanand for somebody to invest or do a project? It is difficult. I think whatever was tradable has been traded upon. But there is no harm in going a few kilometers down the highway or a few kilometers inside. But Sanand is the destination to kind of invest in. People come and challenge us that why not Dholera? It is on a growth trajectory, but Sanand is much more evolved. It has its own USPs of being closer to Ahmedabad city, having an operational airport which connects practically to the rest of the world, and availability of labor, which all three of them are lacking in Dholera today. But maybe in a decade from now, Dholera would be that destination. But like you mentioned, 1 year from now, Sanand it is.
and feature
So feature, we would say that one feature that we would want to add in all our buildings is making our buildings much more ESG compliant, not just for the namesake, but much more stringent in terms of ESG compliances, right from recycling our water to solar panels, to reducing our heat load by not just using a steel sheet. I would rather go and use a puff panel. So which brings down the temperature and the heat load in the building. So ESG, I would say much more stringent ESG compliance at global levels. Our ESG compliances are very low. But ESG compliances at a global level is what feature we would want to bring into all our buildings going forward.
सुपर मैं और एक क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा प्लीज क्योंकि आपने अप्रूवल्स की बात बोली आई कम फ्रॉम मुंबई एंड आई नो द पेन ऑफ वेटिंग यू सेड यू हैव मल्टीपल स्टेट्स में यू हैव वर्कड इफ यू कंपेयर गुजरात विद एनी अदर स्टेट कितने मंथ्स में अप्रूवल कैन गेट फॉर वेयरहाउसिंग इन दिस स्टेट compared to any other? You spoke about Karnataka and Maharashtra while you were spoke.
So I'll give you the bad ones first. The bad one is Maharashtra, and no doubt about it. It takes anywhere between 12 to 24 months. And I'm talking about my sector, which is industrial. Other real estate projects inside the city. The residential, the commercial, the approval timeline is way higher. The cost of land practically doubles by the time you get your approval. So, but Maharashtra is, I would say, ballpark in the range of 18 to 24 months. Karnataka is about 12 months to 15 months. Chennai is about 6 months. And here, typical timeline is 45 to 60 days. Worst case, 90 days.
Thank you. Super.
Thank you so much for the question, sir. Thank you so much for the detailed answer. Maybe we can take one last question. Yeah, sir.
So I'm Pang.
Mr. Thakur, hi.
So Nirav, I'm director on ASHRAE board, and I've been in the
Sir,
field
you
of-
don't need any introduction.
So for last 47 years, cold room had been my passion, and fortunately did the largest warehouse of the nation for Flipkart with in Manesar. You know about that project. My question to you, because I took 3 years to get fire permission in Gurgaon for that project, and Flipkart being a multinational client never wanted to get into the corruption, and it really took 3 years. What was your experience here in Gujarat, specifically when you said 32-meter storage cold rooms you did? So how fast was the permissions which you came? What were the challenges? Because current NBC was not till the last 2 months back did not permit us to store anything about that height, right? And so what were the challenges? Because in the world we have storages, very large height storages. So what were your experience with the fire department, and what is your experience with the green part of it? Means how good, how fast you got those approvals and certifications?
So I would say two challenges were the biggest two challenges. One is fire that you mentioned. In a frozen building, minus 25 degrees, you can't have sprinklers. It's as simple as that. By the time the water falls, is released from the sprinkle, it will become ice by the time it gets to somewhere where it needs to fight fire. So the world does what is called as oxygen reduction. So you bring down oxygen to less than 16 degrees, and which ensures that there is no spark that happens inside the building, because you need oxygen for the spark to become a fire. The fire department did not understand this technology.
Really? Because I thought that is the best way of...
That's the best way. That's the technology by which you can control fire in a frozen building. The fire department did not understand that technology. We had to really sit down with them and convince them this is what it is, and give a lot of undertakings before they said, okay, go ahead and we will issue a fire NOC for that. The second and the funny thing...
Did you implement this here?
Sorry?
Did you implement the oxygen reduction process?
Yes.
We saw that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Fantastic. I think this will be one of the first of that size then.
Yes.
Yes.
And the second challenge, and which is a funny one, is outside the urban areas, which is the town planning areas, the maximum building height is 16 meters from finished road level. I think 15 meters from finished road level. And we were doing a 30-meter tall building from finished road level. The -3 was a saving grace, but a 30-meter tall building, they said we can only give you approval up to 15 meters. So the way around it is that you take an approval for 15 meters, then you go to the factory inspector saying that why you need a 33-meter building. You run that logic through them. They will give you a sanction of doing a 30-meter building. And then you go back to the town planning saying they have approved it. You need to approve it as well. So it's really funny. But in urban areas, it is much better. 40 meters is the ceiling. So it kind of saves us a little bit of trouble.
And I think that's why you went down to
Yes.
get that kind of a height.
We had to go -3 just to save that extra approval for a 3-meter tall building.
Yeah, that's why I said, and he also mentioned that is a project he's really proud of. So that's a project it's worth visiting, definitely. But thank you so much, Neerav, for giving us so many other explanations as well. I think everyone was very inquisitive about what you've been doing. So
Thank you.
thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause. I'll request both of you, please remain on stage. Can we have the token of appreciation, please? Sapna, I'll request you to please give to Mr. Kothari. And ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. Kothari certainly deserves a bigger round of applause if you all can acknowledge with your appreciation that has helped. Thank you. And I'm sure there were individuals who had many more questions. Mic के मैं बोल लूंगा, लेकिन if you have more questions, you can take it offline as well, sir. He's down. But in the interest of time, we couldn't have more questions. We're going to be gearing up for the next session. This is going to be an exclusive conversation. Thank you so much. 5 chairs on stage. One more, yes. So maybe beach wale ko aap seedha rakho. It's like this. And then curve it a little bit. We take approval of the videographer. Sir, framing mein sab aa rahe? All the chairs are visible? And leave a bit of space in between the chairs, please. भाई लोग, थोड़ा चेयर के बीच में थोड़ा सा space. You know, space is important everywhere in life. You're a young guy, you'll understand. Huh? Relationship ho, business ho, jahan pe ho, relationship, har jagah space important hai. So that is, thank you. Good enough. Please keep the water bottles. So this is going to be an exclusive conversation on the Gujarat advantage. What makes Gujarat India's most investor-friendly real estate destination? The topic in itself is very exciting because it oozes truth in the true sense of the term. This is the Gujarat advantage. What makes Gujarat India's most investor-friendly real estate destination? This session is going to be chaired on stage by someone who has 2 decades of experience across real estate consulting, occupier portfolio management, developer platforms, and institutional real estate ownership. He has held leadership roles with organizations including Brookfield Properties, CBRE, and of course, Cushman & Wakefield. And his experience includes managing complex corporate real estate portfolios, advising leading occupiers, and contributing to institutional real estate and related initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed Executive Director and Head of Operations, Commercial Leasing and Advisory, Anurag, Dr. Abhishek Sharma. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Sharma, please? Sir, swagat hai aapka. Thank you so much for being with us over here. Welcome. I'll request you to take the seat over here at the corner. And I'll request all my speakers to please kindly take the seats as per the photo arrangement that you see on the slide. Aesthetics are important. So I'll request all of you to take your seats accordingly. Sir, you may take your seat. Thank you. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, is a qualified urban planner from CEPT University and has worked as a town planner at Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority for nearly 17 years. He was also the national president for Institute of Town Planners India and is currently the Director Governing Council, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. With over 4 decades of experience, he leads the Sun Builders Group, which is Gujarat's premier real estate company. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap it up and appreciate the esteemed presence of N.K. Patel ji over here. Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. What a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much. Truly value your time over here. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, provides innovative and sustainable solutions in the field of building engineering services. During his rich experience of 45 years, he has successfully designed and completed more than 5,000 projects of various applications. He is the National Chair for ASHRAE Director and Regional Chair, Region 15, July 25th से लेके June 2028 तक, fellow member of IGBC ASHRAE and member of several other technical societies like FSAI, USGBC, GSES, IPA, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder president of PDA, ASHRAE, IGBC, and ASHRAE fellow, Mr. Pankaj Dharkar. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Dharkar as he makes his way to the stage? Like I mentioned, I have the introductions to kind of justify what they have done, although they don't really need any introduction. Their work only does the talking. Thank you so much, Mr. Dharkar, for joining us, and also for the wonderful question that you asked earlier in the previous session. My next speaker over here is a prominent Indian real estate industrialist and leads Surya Group that develops premium residential and commercial spaces. He was a director on the board of the Gujarat State Road Development Corporation Limited and is former president, Guy Head Credai Ahmedabad, and former chairman Credai Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman, managing director, Surya Group, and chairman, Naradko Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, Suresh Patel ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Mr. Patel, thank you so much for joining us over here. Truly, truly glad to have your presence. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, an interior design studio that's named Chirag, co-founded by him, Ego Designs, in the year 2006. It has since then completed more than 450 projects across the country of varied scales and segments. Over the years, he has been associated with academics with various universities as a visiting faculty like the CEPT University, Anand University, LG University, and many others. Since the year 2019, he has been a regular visiting faculty at the Faculty of Design, CEPT. Please make some noise for Mr. Chirag Doshi, Principal Designer, Partner, Ego Designs, and Chairperson, IIID, Ahmedabad. Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure it is to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please? It's not every day that we get all these stalwarts all under one roof. So we need to truly acknowledge and appreciate their presence. So we have the timer for you, and we look forward to hearing all of you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Honestly, looking at this panel, I'm a bit nervous. Please excuse me. Okay, thank you, Neera, for setting up the tone. In fact, what we are going to discuss right now on this session, I think the tone has been set by you. That's the Gujarat advantage, what we want to discuss about. Honestly, looking at this panel, I would look at them and say that, these are the gurus of real estate in Gujarat. That's what we have, and I feel truly privileged that I'm sharing this dice with them and going to hear and learn from their experience. That's the privilege what we have today. Yeah. When we talk about Gujarat, I would say this is the focal point of development when it comes to development in the country for us. Ahmedabad, no doubt, being leading the charge, but yes, there are other cities also who are not far behind within the Gujarat community. What Neeraj talked about, that Gujarat is not focused upon just one city. There are other cities also which are catching up, whether it is Dhulera or other investment cities. Gujarat has been now in front runner for the Olympics as well as Commonwealth. A lot going on in terms of investments or in manufacturing. So yes, there is a lot of action in this state. And the agenda for us is to decode and try to figure it out that, that what's the reason for that investment, what's happening in this state, and what's the future ahead for us. Just to start off the discussion, and we are going to probably pick it up in phases. And the first section, what we can talk about, which is very, very obvious, that is, what is the Gujarat advantage what we have? Probably we can have it, that's a kind of segment which probably I think every one of you can contribute to it. To start off with you, sir, the senior most, probably if you can just throw your views on it, that when it comes to Gujarat, what is the unique advantage Gujarat has, what other states doesn't have?
Thank you. Hello. Yes. Basically, when we talk about Gujarat, the Gujarati community and the business, Akuma, that is the very important things. So here, a smaller or larger businessman will try to do the business. And second thing, our business, particularly when we talk about a Gujarat business environment, we do with a little profit also, but we stick to our goals. That is second thing. Third, as rightly Nirav has said, in last 30 years, the continuity in political environment, continuity in policy. If we talk about the fourth thing, the geographical location. We are nearer to northern India. We are having an excellent coastline, and there is a golden corridor between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. The fifth thing is, you are safe and secure. If you buy a land here, forget about it, there will not be any encroachment. Or if you put a investment or a start a factory, your labor forces or other things will be more safe. And I think that's why the Maruti has done the job. Instead of Gurugram, why they opt for the Vaishraj. So this is another reason. And finally, we are getting some few added stars in Gujarat advantage economy. One is a bullet train, the high-speed rail corridor. We can think about a guy who can start a business in Bilimora, F&B business, very cheap labor force, very cheap land cost, and he can supply less than 45 minutes to Bandra Kulla complex via that perishable goods can be supplied to Mumbai hotels, Mumbai star hotels, and which will be very costly, particularly if you do the same thing in a healthy environment, in a healthy area in Mumbai, you can't do. So there are a number of the advantages due to high-speed rail corridor. GIFT City, the second one is a great. Third is a microchip, which has been in Sanand and Dholera. Similarly, if you talk about a local urban planning, compared to all 7 cities, we are coming, I think, 8th, but you compare your peri-urban area with Bangalore, Hyderabad, our urban planning system works well. So that's all.
So can I say it's the business mindset?
I told you, first thing, the business mindset to do the business with a minimum profit. So the Gujarat growth story never ends.
Got it. Got it. Suresh, sir, your views?
रियल्टी प्लस के इस कॉन्क्लेव में सभी देखने वाले और बाकी श्रोतागण को बहुत बहुत बधाई हो, क्योंकि इतना अच्छा रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर का और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का हम ये कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं। अभिषेक भाई, गुजरात में जो सबसे बेहतर पॉइंट है वो ये है कि इतना एप्रिसिएशन होने के बावजूद भी आज का रियल एस्टेट मार्केट ऑफ गुजरात, स्पेशली अहमदाबाद, इट इज द चीपेस्ट एंड मोस्ट अफोर्डेबल रियल एस्टेट प्रॉपर्टी मार्केट। अगर जिस तरह इनके पटेल सर ने बोला कि यहाँ पे बुलेट ट्रेन आ रहा है तो हम बॉम्बे से 3 घंटे में यहाँ आ जाएंगे, देश का सबसे बेहतरीन रिवर फ्रंट हो रहा है, तो हम कुछ ही सालों में एलिस ब्रिज से बोट में बैठेंगे और गांधीनगर सरिता उद्यान उतरेंगे। ये कुछ ड्रीमिंग बात नहीं, एक्चुअल होने जा रहा है। हमारा जो पोर्ट है, नंबर ऑफ पोर्ट्स है, वो देश का सबसे लंबा 2300 किलोमीटर का मरीन कोस्ट है। यहाँ पे दिल्ली मुंबई का जो फ्रेट कॉरिडोर है उसका 37% लेंथ गुजरात में आ रहा है। तो इतने सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होने के बावजूद हम अगर एंटरटेनमेंट के एंगल से देखें, स्पोर्ट्स के एंगल से देखें, तो गोल्फ का हम कैपिटल है। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम 2030 का भी आ रहा है। इट इज पॉसिबल दैट कि 2036 का ओलंपिक भी गुजरात और इंडिया होस्ट करें। तो ये सारी चीजें होने के बावजूद और गुजरात को सबसे बेहतर रियल एस्टेट डेस्टिनेशन होने के बावजूद वी आर मोस्ट अफोर्डेबल। दैट इज द बिगेस्ट प्लस पॉइंट।
So it's the sustainable infrastructure.
यस। और जैसे इनके पटेल सर ने बताया कि टीपी स्कीम का बेस्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन गुजरात में हुआ है। देयर इज प्रोस एंड कॉन्स, मगर उसको मैं अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्रेंडली एंगल से देखूं या तो मैं उसको एंड यूजर के एंगल से देखूं, तो मेरे हिसाब से इन लास्ट 20 इयर्स रियल एस्टेट मार्केट का जो क्वालिटी कंस्ट्रक्शन है और जिस तरह के नए नए इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी का गुजरात में उपयोग किया जा रहा है, मेरे हिसाब से किसी भी इन्वेस्टमेंट के एंगल से, चाहे वो बड़ी कंपनी हो, चाहे प्राइवेट इक्विटी सेक्टर हो या तो छोटे एंड यूजर हो, सभी के लिए रियल एस्टेट मार्केट अहमदाबाद का बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी लेके आ रहा है।
Interesting thoughts. So, पंकज सर।
सर, मैं सोचता हूँ कि सबसे जो खूबसूरत बात गुजरात की है कि यहाँ की जो लोग हैं वो किसी भी आउटसाइडर को जिस तरह से अडॉप्ट करती है और यहाँ पे किसी भी तरह का डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं है। जैसे कि मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं, मैं खुद इंदौर का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं नॉन गुजराती हूँ, पर मुझे मैं 1984 से यहाँ पे हूँ. ऑफ कोर्स लेटर मेरी डॉटर की शादी भी एक पटेल से हुई है. तो बट द वे यू वर्क, यू गो आउटसाइड, यू विल नेवर एवर गेट ए फीलिंग कि आप बाहर के हो. तो शायद उसी वजह से जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, ये उसी के वजह से हुआ है क्योंकि लोगों में उन्होंने कहीं ये ना देखा कि ये केरला का रहने वाला है, ये आंध्रा का रहने वाला है, और इसने जो भी आया यहाँ पे अडॉप्ट, जो भी आया इस स्टेट के लिए कुछ काम कर रहा है, उसने उसको अडॉप्ट किया. तो सबसे बेहतरीन बात यह है. एंड द काइंड ऑफ वर्क विच इज हैपनिंग टुडे इन गुजरात, यदि मैं एक MEP फील्ड से आता हूँ, मेरा काम इंजीनियरिंग का है, तो शायद ये जो 5 साल आ रहे हैं और जो 5 साल गए हैं, इस डिकेड में जितना काम गुजरात में हो रहा है वो कभी हुआ ही नहीं है सर. मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं कि आज से यदि हम एयर कंडीशनिंग की बात करें, तो मैं शायद 20 साल पहले एक आध हजार टन का कोई जॉब आता था तो पूरे सिटी में माहौल हो जाता था कि पंकज भाई ये 1000 टन का जॉब कर रहे हैं. यू मस्ट नो टुडे माय इन ग्लोब आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट इंडिया, जिस तरह के मेरे यहाँ माइक्रो चिप्स बन रही हैं, जिस तरह से रिलायंस और कडानी का सोलर आ रहा है, ईच project cost, each project tonnage is 250,000 tons, 3 lakh tons of air conditioning. You have to then connect it to various other areas. जो हमारे चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो क्लीन रूम्स लगते हैं, उसमें जो जिस तरह का क्वालिटी का काम हो रहा है, ये कभी हुआ ही नहीं सर, इंडिया में कभी नहीं हुआ. तो मेरे यहाँ पे जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमारे प्रोफेशनल्स को है इज अनपैरेलल्ड. जैसे सर ने बताया, और आई एम फॉर्चुनेटली इन्वॉल्व विद द Commonwealth development which is happening for the infrastructure of stadiums. अभी उसमें जिस तरह का गवर्नमेंट का इंटरेक्शन हो रहा है, जिस स्पीड से वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो यूनिक. यानी कि आप समझे कि 30,000 करोड़ का डेवलपमेंट इसी रिवर फ्रंट पे आगे जाके होने वाला है. अब उसके साथ में कई चीजें होगी, उसके साथ टाउनशिप बनेगी, एंड दे आर ऑल्सो थिंकिंग हाउ डूज दैट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गेट्स यूज्ड लेटर ऑन. और आज की नए जनरेशन में मुझे पता है कि चिराग भाई के बच्चों को वो चाहेंगे कि स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी में डाले. हमारे समय तो कुछ पोटेंशियल ही नहीं था, पर आज जो हो रहा है उससे आने वाले समय में यहाँ पे रहने का जो कंफर्ट लेवल होने वाला है, और जो आज हम अपने बच्चों को देना चाहते हैं, आज केवल क्रिकेट की बात नहीं हो रही. जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे, जो स्विमिंग पूल आप जाके देखिए जो अभी बना है, वी हैव स्टेनलेस स्टील बॉटम्स देयर. वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग देम फॉर ओलंपिक्स, नॉट फॉर कॉमनवेल्थ. ये कॉमनवेल्थ स्टैंडर्ड से नहीं बन रहा है. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट डिस्ट्रिक्ट कूलिंग हैपनिंग. फॉर मी इट इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट प्राउड, बिकॉज हमने गिफ्ट सिटी के पहले बनाई जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कूलिंग था. सेकंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट कूलिंग हमने अडानी शांति ग्राम में बनाया, और ये शायद तीसरा होगा अडानी के एयरपोर्ट पे, वहां भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कूलिंग हो रहा है. ये एक ही सिटी है सर, एक ही स्टेट है, बाकी सब जगह बातें हो रही बड़ी बड़ी, पर कहीं इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ. इट इज ओनली गुजरात विच हैज first district cooling, second getting commission any time on next month. There are 3 more in planning. And so एक इंजीनियरिंग फ्रैटर्निटी में जो एक प्राइड मिल रहा है, ये कभी नहीं हुआ. और ये जो पोटेंशियल है ये अनपैरेलल्ड है. और कल ही सर मैं जयपुर में था, तो एक डेवलपर ने मुझे ये पूछा कि धारकर साहब ये बताइए कि आपके यहाँ के डेवलपर इतने कम कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट में कैसी बिल्डिंगें बना लेते हैं और कैसे इसको मार्केट कर रहे हैं इस प्राइस में. हमको तो जयपुर में होते हुए समझ में नहीं आता है. मेरे यहाँ पे कई आर्किटेक्ट्स और डेवलपर्स, क्योंकि मेरा 90% काम बंबई में होता है सर, तो बंबई के कई लोग आके ये देखना चाहते हैं कि ये मैनेज कैसे होता है. आई थिंक ऑल क्रेडिट टू ऑल दिस गाइज, बिकॉज दिस इज फेनोमिनल विच इज ए की, बिकॉज जिस बिजनेस एक्यूमेन से ये सब होता है यहाँ पे, ये सीखने जैसा है सर.
So that means the acceptance of progressive ideas, वो बहुत open है.
Absolutely.
Got it. Chirag, your views?
Yeah, I think all the points have been already discussed, whether it's a stable government or whether it's a connectivity factor. I think the primary, if you go back to the basic thing, it is about the mindset of the people here. People don't like to be stagnant over here. They're not happy with being at the same place. And there's a constant need for development, that each Gujarati, and by Gujarati, I mean everyone living in Gujarat, they need that kind of a progress continually in their life, with a good lifestyle, whether it's work or the private life. I think that is the driving factor, which makes, the entire Gujarat story the way it is. And so that makes it more sustainable. That's the most sustainable factor,
Got
is this mindset.
Hmm.
You know, other factors may be sustainable or not, but if you have this kind of a mindset, we are always going to grow. Uh, the icing on this cake would be is that the same people would probably get a more better civic sense than all the infrastructure that we are building would be able to sustain more, would be able to be more presentable in the future. So I hope that little part gets a bit of a course correction.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's a good point to have. You know, Suresh, sir, you talked about the infrastructure in the city or the state. Yeah. So that is something we have seen throughout the country, that infrastructure projects would be announced. Some will start, some will not start, some will fail. So in terms of success rate, that's low, especially from the government side, right? So what makes Gujarat as an exception where the infra projects are largely successful?
मेन रीजन जो हम बताते हैं 30 ईयर से एक ही गवर्नमेंट और पंचायत से पार्लियामेंट तक एक ही थॉट प्रोसेस से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का थॉट प्रोसेस आता है और उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता है. दैट इज द बिगेस्ट एडवांटेज. और उसके साथ मैं आपको बताऊं कि सबसे पहला रिवर फ्रंट अहमदाबाद में, सबसे पहला बुलेट ट्रेन का प्रोजेक्ट अहमदाबाद में, सबसे ज्यादा अभी पर स्क्वायर फीट देखा जाए तो क्रेन्स भी यहाँ पे लग रहे हैं. सेमीकंडक्टर का सबसे बड़ा यूनिट यहाँ पे लगने जा रहा है. गिफ्ट सिटी का फाइनेंस का जो कुछ सेंटर है वो है. यानी सभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रियल एस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट और अलग अलग जो दूसरे कंट्री में सक्सेस हो चुके हैं ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, सोच भी जल्दी आती है और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी फास्ट होता है. बुलेट ट्रेन होगा तो क्या होगा, 3 घंटे में बॉम्बे का आदमी अहमदाबाद से टच करेगा. तो दिस विल बिकम अ बॉम्बे का बैक ऑफिस बनने वाला है फाइनेंस का. सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट जिस तरह से गुजरात में चाहे धोलेरा या सानंद में स्पेशली मिस्टर कोठारी ने बोला, आप सोच नहीं सकते कि किस तरह से लोगों की जरूरत पड़ेगी. और दूसरा जो है, चिराग भाई ने बताया कि नई चीजें एक्सेप्ट करना. एक ही वर्ल्ड में ऐसा सिटी है जिसमें सीबीडी चेंज होता है. आज मुंबई में नरीमान पॉइंट, मेकर्स चैम्बर आज भी वही है. हमारे वहां मानेक चौक में था सीबीडी, चेंज होके आश्रम रोड आ गया, आश्रम रोड से सीजी रोड आ गया, सीजी रोड से एसजी रोड आ गया, एसजी रोड से सिंधु भवन रोड, सिंधु भवन से अभी जाएगा सानंद. कहाँ जाएगा? यानी सीबीडी चेंज. यानी गुजरात में अगर बोले गुजराती भाषा में तो પોળનું હૃદય એટલું જ સરસ રીતે ધબકતું રહે છે અને એટલો જ ડ્રમનો અવાજ સિંધુ ભવન રોડ ઉપર પોળ સુધી સંભળાય છે. दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ द सिटी. यानी आप कहीं पे जाओ बिजनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट चेंज होता जाएगा क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो रोड है, ड्रेनेज लाइन है, सभी चीजें यहाँ होती है क्योंकि 40% डिडक्शन होता है. आप बेंगलोर में अच्छी से अच्छी टाउनशिप में जाए, हैदराबाद में, पूना में अच्छी से अच्छी टाउनशिप जाए, मगर टाउनशिप पहुंचते ने का जो बीच वाला रोड है वो किसी भी वर्ल्ड में अच्छा रोड नहीं मिलेगा जितना आपको अहमदाबाद में मिलेगा. एयरपोर्ट भी इतने ही आ रहे हैं. यानी सभी चीजें, एयरपोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी, कार्गो एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट की कनेक्टिविटी, मेडिकल. 1995 में हम आईटी की ट्रेन चुक गए. तब लगता था कि अब क्या होगा. एक ट्रेन चुके तो हम फार्मास्यूटिकल का हब बन गए, हम मेडिकल टूरिज्म का हम हब बन गए, अभी हम सेमीकंडक्टर हब बन रहे हैं, पोर्ट का हब बन रहे हैं. यानी बहुत सारी चीजों का कॉमन है. अभी पता नहीं चल रहा है, आने वाले 5 साल के बाद इतना बड़ा धमाका होगा कि अफोर्डेबिलिटी भी साइड में चली जाएगी. सभी लोग चाहेंगे, छोटे से छोटा बच्चा, कि पढ़ना अहमदाबाद में है और आईएएस आईपीएस ऑफिसर चाहेंगे रिटायर होने के बाद रहना अहमदाबाद है. अहमदाबाद विल बी द सेंटर. आज हम अंदर है, हम गांव में है, उसी गांव में है, तो हमको पता नहीं. अपने बच्चे की वैल्यू किसी को पता नहीं होती है. जब बच्चा बाप से आगे जाता है तब पता चलता है. यानी आजादी के 100 साल पूरे करेंगे जब 1947, तब हमें पक्का याद रहेगा कि गांधी और सरदार का जो गुजरात उन्होंने सोचा था उससे कई गुना ज्यादा और बेहतर गुजरात 2047 में.
Very, very interesting thoughts. That's why I said that, we are here to learn. This is a master class going on. So it's the policy which is driving, correct? It's the 30 years of legacy, the government. So you want to contribute something?
No, thank you, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so when we talk about policy, but Chirag, the end user always look forward for the end product actually, yeah, or the investor is looking for their own return. And from the design perspective, design and the planning perspective, do you see the Gujarat built environment? When I say built environment, that could be walkability, it could be the social infrastructure. We talked about the overall infrastructure, that is good, but when it comes to the social infrastructure, that has the ability to fulfill the dreams of the Gujarat government, or the dream what we have.
Yeah. So when you mention design as a driving force, one of the primary things that I would hope that the entire real estate industry and the infrastructure as well understands that design is not a cost, it's an investment. That little tweak in understanding about design could go a long way in the way we think, because things will automatically become more sustainable. Buildings will last more longer, infrastructure will be more utility based, where the issues that we see, whether it's through seasons or other things, would be much dealt with better off. So I think that little tweak in the way design is looked at as an investment, as a long-term investment rather than a cost, go a long way. As far as the continuity and the social infrastructure is concerned, I think there is some kind of a missing link between, and I think it was in the previous session by Mr. Kothari, it was um, exampled very well, is that the real estate development is happening before and the infrastructuring is following later on. And that I think is something that we need to look at, that kind of a scenario does not happen with some of the localities that we see in our city. Because imagine I have a 5 crore house, right? And I have a 3 crore office. But if my streets are waterlogged, what is my user experience? So that more closer connectivity between infrastructure and real estate needs to be established, because our vision for the state is so high, and the projects that are being envisioned and are going on right now are of such scale. All these minor design aspects are going to become very important. So you must have heard the Spider-Man line, with great power comes great responsibility. I think that holds true for vision also. With great vision comes more responsibility.
Let's write it down.
Yeah, so that's a punchline. Yeah. So I think that's the way to look at design as a driving force, and I hope that is done more and more.
Interesting. Yeah. Let's move on and talk about some growth corridors of Gujarat. And I think the best person, sir, to talk about this would be you over here, because you've been spent 45 years in the industry. You have seen so many growth corridors coming in. So for someone new coming in and start making investments, for them, what kind of indicators what you should suggest, which they should look before making any investments, especially considering that Gujarat has so many avenues to invest, right? So what kind of, those particular indicators which you will pick it and say that, this is something important which you should consider before investing in Gujarat?
Yes, if we are going to talk about a growth area for coming next 20, 30 years, first, you should think about a transit line, a commuting line. Is it on DMIC corridor? Is it on Ahmedabad-Mumbai Golden Corridor? Is it on expressway? So location is one of the important criteria. And second thing, particularly, what are the avenues? If we talk about Sanand, Nirav has told lots more about the Sanand. So Sanand and Dholera, that West Ahmedabad region, which is nearer to Rajkot also, which is nearer to airport to Rajkot, New Dholera Airport, DMIC corridor. So that is the area where the activity are going. So it is a very active region. So one has to invest in that. Similarly, if we talk about other things, which are low investment and other things. So I just say, choose some small location which can cater to Surat or Mumbai. And that location may be Valsad, Vapi or Bilimora kind of stuff or Bharuch. So these are the location. And right now, educational hub, the Ahmedabad is day by day becoming an educational hub. We are having a skill university, forensic university, law university. So number of the university, and we had a very prime institute like Mudra, SAFT, NID, ISRO. So in that case, there is a still huge scope to invest in an educational facility particularly. The education is going to be a day by day and particularly a specific educational facility. Gujarat has a long and big opportunity it is waiting. And finally, if we talk about a booming economy, good industry growth, good GDP, then the warehousing is the area. At present, if you see the IRR, the warehousing is the area. So I can conclude like that, the location, which are the future industries are coming, distance from a commute line, and the futuristic product, like precast, particularly when we are in a real estate, we are dealing with built environment. So precast is our new world. After 10 years, it will be transit and there will be at least more than 50% houses, commercial center, factories will be on precast base. So invest in those stuff which are next generation stuff.
Nice, nice, sir. So please make a note. This is the cheat code what we have. Okay. Suresh sir, look, Gujarat has been traditionally built on local capital. The people over here who has pumped in money and built up the state over here, right? So, but yes, in last decade or so, overall in India, we have seen a lot of institutional capital coming in from, or the foreign capital coming in and investing in India. Most of that money is going towards either in Mumbai or Bangalore or Hyderabad, those kind of cities, whether the likes of Brookfield, Blackstone, GIC, all of them are investing over there. We have quality projects here in Gujarat also. So what's lacking over here that, how we can attract that foreign investment here in Gujarat?
सही पकड़ा आपने। गुजरात के लोग फैमिली बिजनेस सेटअप से आते हैं, तो वो जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल प्रोफेशनलिज्म, पब्लिक लिमिटेड, शेयर होल्डिंग, वो सब चीज का स्ट्रक्चर अभी रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर गुजरात ने इतना नहीं किया है। आने वाला समय क्या दिखा रहा है? अभी अराउंड 6 करोड़ पीपल आर स्टेइंग इन गुजरात। आने वाले 10 साल में 9 करोड़ लोग होने वाले हैं, यानी 1.5 टाइम्स। अभी 6 करोड़ लोगों में से 40% यानी 2.5 करोड़ लोग अर्बन रहते हैं, और 9 करोड़ में से 50% लोग, यानी आप देखेंगे तो 9 करोड़ का 4.5 करोड़ लोग रहने वाले हैं। तो 2.5 करोड़ से 4.5 करोड़ नए जो 2 करोड़ लोग आएंगे, उसमें हम ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम से का मकान बहुत बनाने हैं। हमको 1 करोड़ 1.5 करोड़ मकान बनाने पड़ेंगे आने वाले 10 साल में। हमारा जो ट्रेडिशनल पार्टनरशिप फर्म, प्रोप्राइटरशिप फर्म, वो चीज में से हमको रीट्स की और पब्लिक लिमिटेड सेक्टर की और प्राइवेट लिमिटेड यानी प्रॉपर जाएंगे, तभी वी कैन गेट दी लोन ऑन द लोअर रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट। जो सिंगापुर से फंड आएगा, इंटरनेशनली फंड आएगा, प्राइवेट इक्विटी का फंड आएगा, वो जो कम रेट में लेना चाहिए वो नहीं ले रहे हैं। दैट इज द बिगेस्ट माइनस पॉइंट। बिजनेस को अगर एक्सपांड करना है तो मेरे हिसाब से वो सेक्टर में ज्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है, एक चीज। दूसरी चीज, अफोर्डेबल मकान जो बन रहे हैं टोटल, वो रेशियो पहले 16 से 18% बनते थे, वो रेशियो कम होके 8 to 9% आ गया है गुजरात वाइज। यानी अफोर्डेबल मकान की कम मकान बन रहे हैं, उसकी जगह पे 3 BHK 4 BHK 5 BHK और विलास ज्यादा बन रहे हैं। वो चीज की वजह ये है कि ओवरऑल जितना भी रियल्टी सेक्टर है, इधर कमर्शियल और रेसिडेंशियल, उसमें से फॉर अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग 45 to 47% गवर्नमेंट के टैक्सेस जा रहे हैं, and for the luxurious segment 54%, यानी गवर्नमेंट इधर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट टैक्सेस, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टैक्सेस या तो फिर अथॉरिटी 50% टैक्सेस गवर्नमेंट में जा रहे हैं। मेरे हिसाब से पहले गुजरात हाउसिंग बोर्ड या मारडा, वो सब लोग मकान बनाते थे, उन्होंने भी मकान बनाना बंद कर दिया, यानी 97-98% मकान प्राइवेट सेक्टर बनाते हैं। तो गवर्नमेंट को सीरियसली देखना पड़ेगा दो चीज के लिए कि मकान की अफोर्डेबिलिटी जो टैक्स की वजह से जा रही है, 5 साल बाद गवर्नमेंट बोलेगे कि आपने क्यों अफोर्डेबल नहीं बनाया, तो पूरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी प्राइवेट सेक्टर के ऊपर थोपने के बजाय टैक्स का जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो गवर्नमेंट को रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, और डेवलपर को अपना स्ट्रक्चर है वो फैमिली बिजनेस या प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, वो स्ट्रक्चर से उनको पब्लिक लिमिटेड या प्राइवेट लिमिटेड करना पड़ेगा। दोनों को स्ट्रक्चर चेंज करना पड़ेगा, तो ही जो इंटरनेशनल फंड्स है वो बहुत सारे गुजरात में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे। वो सेक्टर की चेंज की आवश्यकता।
We are in a good position right now, but
ओनली वन लास्ट थिंग आई वांटेड, रेरा आने के बाद रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर इतना ट्रांसपेरेंट हो गया है, कोई भी आदमी मेरा प्रोजेक्ट भी देख सकता है, कितनी भी डेवलपर की फाइनेंशियल कैपेबिलिटी देख सकता है, तो इतनी ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ गई है। तो गुजरात डेवलपर को थोड़ा सा मूव ऑन करके उनको प्रोफेशनल सेटअप में जाने की आवश्यकता है।
so we are doing good, but yes, from good to better to best, that's where a lot of reforms are still needed in this segment over here, right? Correct? Yeah. So just to divert over here, sir, Pankaj sir, when it comes to you have worked pan India over there, you have seen बहुत आपने अलग-अलग projects देखे हैं. When it comes to the sustainability aspects, do you see that Gujarat developers see sustainability different from other developers in the country, or it is pretty much the same lens?
So, सबसे पहले अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये एक ऐसा स्टेट है जहाँ पे जो इंसेंटिव्स हैं, दो क्रेडाई से नरेटको से सबने बहुत कोशिश की, मगर आज भी जो इंसेंटिव्स राजस्थान में मिल रहे हैं, इवन वेस्ट बंगाल में मिल रहे हैं, महाराष्ट्र में मिल रहे हैं, हम उसके नज़दीक नहीं है। बट उसके बावजूद भी जो ग्रीन सर्टिफाइड प्रोजेक्ट्स है उसके नंबर में कोई कमी नहीं है, अच्छे खासे बढ़ रहे हैं। आई थिंक देयर इज ए इंक्रीज डिमांड, और जो आज का बायर है वो भी चाहता है कि हमें ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में ही मकान खरीदना चाहिए। एक अच्छा चेंज आ रहा है, जो अवेयरनेस हुई है उससे ये फर्क तो पड़ रहा है। पर आप मेरे ख्याल से गवर्नमेंट को और भी इंसेंटिव्स देने की जरूरत है टू इंस्पायर, बिकॉज यदि हमारे मोदी जी का ड्रीम पूरा करना है, हमें नेट जीरो की तरफ बढ़ना है, तो मेरा
Is it specific to Gujarat or pan India?
Pardon?
Is it specific to Gujarat or pan India?
गुजरात में इंसेंटिव नहीं है। जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं, राजस्थान में आज यदि मेरा एक सिल्वर सर्टिफाइड प्रोजेक्ट है तो 3% का FSI में इंसेंटिव है, 5% का गोल्ड सर्टिफाइड पे और 7% का प्लैटिनम सर्टिफाइड बिल्डिंग्स पे है। ये परसेंटाइल 5, 10 और 15 है वेस्ट बंगाल में। महाराष्ट्र भी 3, 5, 7 पे, पर हमारे तो कुछ है ही नहीं। आपको शायद कुछ बहुत नॉमिनल कुछ उसके फीस के ऊपर 1% पे मिल रहा है। सो देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नो benefit to developer, but developer are doing it because they feel that this is a way forward for creating sustainable buildings, which is going to be beneficial to the end user ultimately.
So this is another opportunity for reforms.
Absolutely, sir. मुझे लगता है, और शायद सभी क्रेडाइल के लोग, हमारी डिफरेंट सोसाइटीज, IGBC मैं एसोचैम जेम का भी चेयर रह चुका हूँ, तो सबने कोशिश की है, कोशिश जारी है। आई एम श्योर विद देयर इन्फ्लुएंस थिंग्स विल स्टार्ट हैपनिंग।
धारकर सर की बात मैं बताऊं, गुजरात की नदियों में, साबरमती में पानी ऐसा है कि सब लोग व्यापार का सोचते हैं। व्यापार किसको सोचना चाहिए? जो व्यापार करते हैं उनको। यहाँ तो अथॉरिटी सोचेगी हवा का, FSI का क्या दोगे, टैक्स का क्या दोगे। हर लोग, अथॉरिटी भी व्यापार करने लगेगी, आने वाला आदमी भी व्यापार करने लगेगा, तो इंसेंटिव देंगे कैसे? व्यापार का प्रोसेस जो सर्विस देते हैं उनको दिमाग से निकालना चाहिए। गवर्नमेंट सोचेगी 30% डिडक्शन होता था, हम 40% करेंगे, 10% सेल के लिए रखेंगे। व्यापार इंसेंटिव देना चाहिए कि जो लोग अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग बनाते हैं उसका डिडक्शन हम 20% ही करेंगे, तभी अफोर्डेबल हो पाएगा। जो अफोर्डेबल बनाते हैं उसका एफएसआई का चार्ज नहीं लेंगे, तब बनेगा। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम आ रहा है तो होटल बनाएगा, उसको उस राजस्थान सरकार की तरह 30% सब्सिडी देंगे, तब होटल बनेगा। एशियाड आया था तो उस वक्त गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया था, ये चाहे लीला हो, मैरियट हो, सबको लीज पे प्लॉट दिए थे। तो लीज पे प्लॉट दिए तब बड़े होटल बने हैं। अगर किसी भी टाइम में आंध्र में, हैदराबाद में 1 रुपया प्रति स्क्वायर मीटर आईटी पार्क को 95 में दिया, तब आईटी बिजनेस वहां पे है। इंसेंटिव देना पड़ेगा, इंसेंटिव नहीं देंगे और अथॉरिटी भी व्यापार करेगी तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई इतना एडवांटेज नहीं मिलेगा।
वेरी गुड थॉट, वेरी गुड थॉट।
तो ने आपके आंसर, मेरे को क्वेश्चन पूछा था सर ने, बहुत अच्छे से उसका
नहीं, sir,
जवाब दिया।
most
मगर
welcome.
आई थिंक इट्स ए हाई टाइम दैट गुजरात गवर्नमेंट शुड start giving incentives for the green certified projects and they can link it कि इसका परफॉर्मेंस कैसा। आई थिंक देर इज अ डिस्कनेक्ट ऑल्सो कि कई बार सर्टिफिकेशन ले लिया मगर उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं हुआ और बाद में वो बिल्डिंग उस तरह से परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही। आई थिंक ये एक स्टेट है जो इतना प्रोग्रेसिव है कि इसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए कि आप यदि उसको वो बिल्डिंग आपकी उस तरह से परफॉर्म करे तो आप इंसेंटिव दीजिए। कई तरह से इंसेंटिव हो सकते हैं।
But if I talk, sustainability is directly related with a green and built environment. In Ahmedabad, on Western Ahmedabad, there are more than 40,000 apartments which are aging more than 25 years. These all apartments are constructed before earthquake. Now it needs redevelopment. And otherwise we can see in Mumbai, in each monsoon, some building in Kala Ghoda or Bindi Bazaar has collapsed and it was a fatal of 5, 10, 15 people. So, but this time, if you go after 1 year to Mumbai, you will see the different skyline. So redevelopment is a buzz for a real estate industry, particularly in Mumbai. Right now, the supply of residential housing is through redevelopment is more than 50% or 60%.
So do you see a scope for redevelopment in Gujarat or specifically in
Yes,
Ahmedabad?
but particularly in Ahmedabad, after 50 or 60, particularly in Paladi, Navarangpura, few micro markets, the building has been constructed, which are ground plus 2 construction. At that time, the lifestyle also does not permit the attached toilet and other things. There were no lifts or such facility. Parking was not there. And it was constructed before the IS code, the earthquake resistance code. So it is socially required in such a devastating earthquake, we have to save the life. So there should be a redevelopment policy, but in that policy, the FSI is saying, while you go to Mumbai, so 1, 2, 3, as per the area, Mumbai FSI is there, but when you do redevelopment, it is doubled. So it is not like that. So here you can see there are few redevelopment projects are going, but the big company, the branded company does not go. So it is very tedious and you have to compare yourself with a smaller developer. So redevelopment is going to be a buzz after 2035. And for that, we should be ready and there should be some amendment for redevelopment. How to initiative for the redevelopment.
Wow, we have one more opportunity for a reform.
शेख जी मैं टाइम खा रहा हूँ।
नहीं, please, please, sir.
रीडेवलपमेंट की पॉलिसी 2016 में आई, 10 साल हो गए, 10 years। 10 years में 1000 से ज्यादा सोसाइटी ने ऑलरेडी रिजोल्यूशन पास कर दिया कि उनको रीडेवलपमेंट करना है। बने कितने बिल्डिंग? 47 लोग का ही रीडेवलपमेंट का, 47 सोसाइटी का ही रीडेवलपमेंट का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो पाया है और आउट ऑफ देम 27 या 26 सोसाइटी अभी रीडेवलप हो रही। क्यों? वी शुड थिंक, क्योंकि जो मेंबर रीडेवलपमेंट में जाता है उसका दोबारा स्टैम्प ड्यूटी लेने का, उसमें जो जीएसटी आता है वो जीएसटी माफ नहीं करना, नया मकान बनता है उसके ऊपर दोबारा स्टैम्प ड्यूटी की डिमांड करना, एफएसआई जो मिलता है उसमें भी चार्जेबल एफएसआई लेना, रीडेवलपमेंट भी चार्जेबल एफएसआई को 18% जीएसटी दोबारा लेना। तो 1000 सोसाइटी बनाना चाहती हैं, नए मकान बना पा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो पाया है 47 का, 10 साल गुजर गए सर। तो 10 रीथिंक करना पड़ेगा कि क्यों नहीं हुआ, पॉलिसी लाने से नहीं, पॉलिसी क्यों सक्सेस नहीं हो रही है वो सोचने से बेहतर होगा। मगर बावजूद ये सब होने के बावजूद गुजरात आज भी रॉकिंग है सर।
Moving ahead. Good.
सर
Good thought.
Just wanted to add.
चीफ मिनिस्टर तो आपके ही कम्युनिटी से आते हैं, थोड़ा
Jashira,
I just wanted to add a point about the sustainability factor. Um, for the previous generation like ours, and the millennials, sustainability, probably the whole aspect was a bit of a luxury to think about. But let me tell you, for the next generation of users, the Gen Zs and more, it's not going to be an option. They are a much more conscious generation. Those are the next set of users, so the entire real estate industry and the infrastructure has to have the aspect of sustainability for the future. It's not going to be an option. It's going to be a demand. So we might as well, start transitioning into getting more and more sustainable projects.
So can we say that the sustainability has the opportunity to give better yields and capital appreciation? I'm pretty much sure your answer would be yes to that. But if you just peel it out, give more reals to peel out more into it and give more context to it, that would be helpful.
Yeah. So what does a new set of user want? Does not want very well-made buildings. They need an entire ecosystem. With growth, there are going to be challenges about traffic, about services and everything. And that is where a good ecosystem build around, whether it's their leisure, whether it's a work environment, or whether it's a residential, it has to go hand in hand, right? And that is why that entire ecosystem has to be very, very well developed and sustainable, not something which is kind of based on trends, where for the first 5 years we see a lot of incentive for going into that thing, but a more sustainable environment to be built, where connectivity and the basic services are very well made. So that's the basic context, and that is going to be the demand of later on, and not a very a divergent 15-kilometer travel to work is not going to be appreciated at all. A much more closer, tighter way of development is the future.
And I think what both of them said, the redevelopment is a need of our for not only Ahmedabad, but most of the cities in Gujarat and globe. Even not only country, if you see my Ashray's vision of this year is also talking about retrofitting, even in the developed country, developed world, because the resiliency and the indoor health of the building has become very important post specifically COVID. The buildings which were earlier constructed, probably they were not that healthier, which today the architects or designers can build upon. And therefore, it is also connecting to Sir said, they were not resilient with the earthquake. It is question of how do we give them better life, quality of air, quality of sustainability. I think it is very important that a new policy, as Sir said, has to come up, which also addresses the resiliency and healthier buildings of future.
Got it. Got it. Talking about some long-term value, probably Suresh sir, Narendra sir, both of you can jump up on it. Last session we talked about ease of doing business, right? Now, when we say ease of doing business, is it more focused upon that how easy it is for the developer to do more development, do more construction, or what about the ease of transparency for the investor or for the end user? What reforms or what improvements we can do to make this ease of business better even for the end user also? Any thoughts?
basically when we talk about ease of doing business, compared to other states, the mentality of Gujarati people, Gujarati officers are comparatively good. So it will give you some ease. But actually, the non-agriculture permission, it is not there. I will tell you one story that Gujarat and Maharashtra is a part of a Mumbai state. And after the division in 1961, the Maharashtra has done lots of reforms in land, in revenue system. There is no new tenure, no prasapa, no restricted tenure. So all land are the old tenure there. While in Gujarat after 61 to 91, during the earlier regime, it has been very complex. Still, either KDI or any other as a Naredco, we are since 30 years representing that if one land is in a TP scheme area, it is urban land. You just collect the NA conversion charges and give us the permission. But it is not so. So there are the need. Okay, as Suresh said, TP scheme is a very success story. I agree. But day by day, you have to make more resilient TP scheme. Now you have to put the stormwater drainage, solid waste development, other things. You are getting a 40% land. You are auctioning the plot in 100, 200, 300 crores of rupees. But that money you are not investing either in first creating the basic civic amenity and secondly about the social amenity. So there is a need to reform our urban land management system. There is a need in revenue system. And third thing, sometimes we need, particularly when we talk about Advantage Ahmedabad, talk about number of the bullet train and DMIC and Gift City and Dholera and Sabarmati riverfront. So in that case, why don't you create one single window? By putting that single window, you can get within a 3 weeks time all type of such permission. Why don't you depute your collector at AMC or AUDA office to get the NA clearance? Why you are asking the people to go to collector office? And it is still depending upon the whims of a collector. Collector will come for 2-3 weeks. He will not touch any NA permission file. And then there will be election, he will be busy, then there will be another thing. So NA is a very big hurdle.
Got it. Suresh sir, your thoughts?
गुजरात में रेवेन्यू सेक्टर में बहुत सारे चेंजेस आए हैं. आई वुड डेफिनेटली लाइक टू कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट द गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हैं, स्पेशली गवर्नमेंट की रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट में उन्होंने काफ़ी चेंजेस किए. मगर जो NA परमिशन है, जहाँ पे टाउन प्लानिंग स्कीम घोषित की जाती है, वहाँ पे नॉन एग्रीकल्चर परमिशन लेने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. उल्टा एग्रीकल्चर करना है तो परमिशन लेनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इट इज फॉर गवर्नमेंट ने जब नोटिफाई कर दिया कि इट इज फॉर द टाउन प्लानिंग पर्पस, देन वो नहीं होनी चाहिए. पहले ऐसा रूल था, मगर वो क्लॉज चेंज किया था. वी आर वेरी मच पॉजिटिव कि आने वाले 6 महीने में गुजरात में ये लॉ आ जाएगा कि जहाँ पे टीपी स्कीम है वहाँ NA परमिशन लेने की आवश्यकता नहीं रहेगी. दूसरी बात, गुजरात में मैं एक बात बहुत ठोक के कह सकता हूँ कि जितने भी डेवलपर हैं, चाहे उनको अर्बन की परमिशन पंचायत से मिलती हो, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी से मिलती हो या कॉरपोरेशन से, लीगल परमिशन ही मिलती है. गुजरात में सभी लोगों को एक डेवलपर के लिए अलग परमिशन, दूसरे डेवलपर के लिए अलग परमिशन, वो दूसरे स्टेट में होता है, गुजरात में नहीं होता है. दैट इज द बिगेस्ट प्लस पॉइंट. यानी सभी को एक ही लेवल पे दिया जाता है. दैट इज द, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे अच्छी बात है. और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, सब लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर है, ईजी है, सभी चीज में ईज है. सही परमिशन देने के लिए भी वक्त लगता है और इसको ईज किया जा सकता है, बहुत आसान है. तो गुजरात में जो ये ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का कल्चर मेरे हिसाब से अदर एंगल से बढ़ गया है, वो हम सबको, हमें इनिशियल लेके उसको सुधारने की आवश्यकता है. अगर देने वाला लीगल परमिशन देता है, लेने वाला लीगल परमिशन देता है, तो चीज क्या है, मैं सोचूंगा NK पटेल से मेरा प्लान जल्दी पास कैसे हो. ये जो जल्दी की बात है, हम सबको मिलके 6 महीना ज्यादा ही इसको निकाल देने की आवश्यकता है। लीगल परमिशन दे रहे हैं, वो हम लीगल ले रहे हैं, तो उसको जल्दी से जल्दी देना चाहिए और सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम से देना चाहिए, चाहे एनए परमिशन हो और सब। अगर इंडस्ट्री में सिंगल विंडो परमिशन है तो व्हाई नॉट इन रियल एस्टेट? मेरे हिसाब से ये करने की आवश्यकता है और हो जाएगा। हम बिल्कुल डटे हुए हैं। नेशनल रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल, जिसकी स्थापना गवर्नमेंट नहीं अर्बन डिपार्टमेंट ने की है, और ऑनरेबल मनोहर लाल जी खट्टर जो हमारे अर्बन मिनिस्टर हैं, वो हमारे चीफ पैटर्न है, और गुजरात स्टेट में ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर भूपेंद्र भाई हमारे चीफ पैटर्न है। तो नरेटको के एंगल से अभी हमने 6 महीने से यही पोजीशन किया है कि कैसे रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर को और रिस्पेक्टेबल किया जाए और कैसे सारी परमिशन को जैसे भी स्ट्रीमलाइन किया जाए। रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर के अलावा आर्किटेक्ट, इंजीनियर, सप्लायर, सभी लोग नरेटको में जुड़ सकते हैं। हम सब एक साथ मिलकर गुजरात को प्राउड बनाना चाहते हैं कि हम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में देश के रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर में सबसे बेस्ट है।
Good thought, sir. Sir, I'm just being cautious of the time. So one last question to all four of you, probably. Please complete this statement when we say that, Gujarat real estate will continue to keep on growing only if. Please complete this.
Well, that's a rapid fire type thing. Only if our mindset is one and not too competitive against each other. If we think of growing together, there is absolutely no limit to where we can go.
Good thought, sir.
Definitely the Gujarat real estate will grow due to the ease of business only. And if the degree of ease of doing business requires to be enhanced, and if it is, then Gujarat has a unlimited sky to climb.
Interesting. Pankaj ji?
They start producing more resilient and healthier buildings as we move. गुजरात विल डेफिनेटली ग्रो, एंड यूजर से लेके गवर्नमेंट तक, और बीच में डेवलपर ब्रिज बनते हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल बनते हैं, सभी लोग एक साथ। गुजरात में जो आने वाला 10 साल है, सभी सेक्टर से, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से लेके सेमीकंडक्टर से लेके बुलेट ट्रेन, सभी चीजों में हम सोचे कि गुजरात को देश का सबसे नंबर 1 स्टेट बनाना है, और उसमें मैं क्या दे सकता हूं, व्हाट आई कैन गिव, वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल से लेके इंडिविजुअल और डेवलपर सभी लोग सोचेंगे तो गुजरात को नंबर 1 स्टेट बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
Very, very, very interesting conversation. I think we hit the nail. No doubt, we acknowledge the fact that yes, Gujarat is rising, Gujarat is shining, but yes, to keep on continuing this growth, I think a lot of important points came into the discussion that, we need to keep on innovating ourselves. We need reforms. Let's not be stagnant about the fact, and let's not be complacent about the fact that yes, Gujarat is doing very well. If still we have to keep on competing at the global scale, then yes, reforms are required. And we have to keep on working towards that, right? Good, very interesting discussion. Thank you everyone, and we are dot on time. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to request all of you to please remain on stage, and I'm going to be calling up on stage right now somebody. I believe you all can hear me already, but still, let me use the mic. I'm going to be requesting the presence of Dr. Shailesh Goel, the Director of Simulations Public Affairs, to please kindly come up on stage and give all of them the token of appreciation. A big round of applause for Dr. Goel as well, please. So you can come over here first, and you can give all of them over here from the left. Yes, one by one you can do it. And we'll take a group photo. After all of them are done, we'll take a group photo together. Take candid from now. Yeah. Nani, that is individual photo. Of course, the social media ka zamana hai. We don't want any photo bombing. Everybody agrees to that. So once all the giveaways are done, we'll do a group photo over here in front of the tables. एक पिक्चर का डायलॉग याद आ रहा है, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है, from शोले. Can we avoid all that, please? Yes, this is how we do it. I'll request all of you to please come forward over here ahead of the tables so that we can do a nice group photograph with all of you over here. And एक और चीज which I always say in every event when a group photo is being taken, if you clap and appreciate, you see the smiles magically widen and become better, more photogenic. That's exactly what we want. Thank you, sir. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you so much to all 6 of you, all of you. I'll request all of you to take your seats. Thank you so much. And of course, in the interest of time, we couldn't accommodate questions. आप लोगों के पास सवाल है, please feel free to connect with them offline. They're all legends in their space, and I'm sure they're more than happy to connect with all of you regarding questions and queries. तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you so much. And on that note, we will be now going ahead with the next one. So this is going to be a panel discussion, which is the first panel discussion of the day before we head for lunch after that. This is going to be a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on the topic, Beyond the Skyline, Can Gift City Become India's Singapore? I'll repeat the topic for all of you. This is Beyond the Skyline, Can Gift City Become India's Singapore? My moderator for the session is a distinguished leader in the Indian real estate sector, dedicated to elevating the standards of real estate through innovative practices. He was also recently appointed to the National Steering Board Committee of the Indian Green Building Council, where he collaborates closely with the Government of India to promote green construction practices. Ladies and gentlemen, the partner at WiseBiz Developers, Joint Treasurer, Naredco NextGen National, Mr. Chintan Vasani, a very dear friend of mine as well. Thank you so much. Always good to see you, Chintan bhai. How are you? Rocking questions, rocking sessions. Please take your seat. Thank you. Give him a bigger round of applause, please. Everybody deserves it. My first speaker for the session, ladies and gentlemen, has over 25 years of professional experience in international business, project development, corporate affairs, corporate law, and policy matters. He heads the development and international relations at IFSCA and is responsible for the overall development of IFSC in India. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director, International Financial Services Centers Authority. Please welcome Dr. Dipesh Shah. Dr. Shah, thank you so much. What a pleasure it is to have you. I'll request you to take the seat beside Mr. Vasani. Bahut bahut shukriya. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, having more than 20 years of experience, he is recognized as a leading real estate professional in the Gujarat region. He has been involved in delivery of various service offerings, tenant representation, investment sales, disposition strategies, and lease and sale of office spaces, along with the sale come lease back for clients. Ladies and gentlemen, his experience in transactions ranges from office and retail space, projects to warehousing, to land and capital markets as well. The Senior Director and Head of Transaction, Gujarat, Cushman and Wakefield, India Private Limited, Mr. Jigar Mota. Can we please have Mr. Jigar over here on stage? Thank you so much. Good to see you again. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, with over 25 years of experience, he has been contributing to the development of India's first operational smart city and international financial services center and the gift city for more than a decade. He heads planning, architecture, landscape and environment department and is closely involved in advancing urban planning, development control regulations, sustainable infrastructure, fast-track construction approvals, multi-stakeholder coordination, and project management. Basically, you say it all, you name it all, he's doing it all. the Chief Planner and Senior Vice President, Gift City, Loveleen Garg. Can we please have Mr. Garg over here? Bahut bahut shukriya, Mr. Garg. Thank you. Good to see you again. Always a pleasure to have you. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, has nearly 3 decades of experience in construction and real estate development, and he's also a serial entrepreneur, having started an alternative energy firm and a software firm which developed solutions. He's the co-founder of Ideal Choice Homes, a company engaged in design and development of precast concrete solutions. Tech venture Z-Ax is the unmanned machines engaged in the manufacture of drones, cloud computing, and AI ML startup. Ladies and gentlemen, the managing director, Bakeri Group, Pawan Bakeri ji. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakeri, for joining us. What a pleasure to have you as well. And my next speaker over here, with more than 23 years of experience in finance, accounting, fundraising, and general management, he has absolute in-depth knowledge when it comes to diverse subject matters and possesses excellent organizational as well as motivational skills. He led the strategic demerger of Neela Spaces from its parent company, Neela Infrastructures Limited, allowing it to focus extensively on real estate growth and propelled its success. Please make some noise for the Director of Finance and CFO Neela Spaces, Prashant Sharkheri ji. Thank you so much, sir. So much. Come on, Ahmedabad, show us what you got. All of you clapping and praising for all these stalwarts over here. Chintan Bhai, over to you.
हेलो, थैंक यू सो मच. इसके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां. द वे ही ये जो माहौल क्रिएट कर देता है ना, ही इज जस्ट नेक्स्ट लेवल. और जो भी इसको फॉलो नहीं करता, यू जस्ट हैव टू गो ऑन इंस्टाग्राम एंड चेक हिज अकाउंट. बॉलीवुड का ऐसा कोई सेलिब्रिटी बाकी नहीं है जिसके साथ उसने पॉडकास्ट नहीं किया हो. लेट्स गिव हिम अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एंड थैंक यू रियल्टी प्लस फॉर ऑलवेज हैविंग हिम. आई वाज कमिंग बिफोर पैनल डिस्कशन, तृप्ति जी बोल रही है, अरे मतलब मॉडरेटर के लिए तो बहुत इजी होता है, खाली क्वेश्चंस पूछने होते हैं. हाँ, बहुत इजी होता है, पर जब ऐसा पैनल हो इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग, तो यार थोड़ा और डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है, क्योंकि मेहनत ज्यादा करना पड़ता है. बट आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टुडे. आई हैव बीन गिवन दिस टॉपिक which is an interesting fact again. The third most trending thing in India in real estate. Number 1 is Delhi NCR. सब लोग ऑनलाइन जाके क्या सर्च कर रहे हैं इंडिया में, दिल्ली एनसीआर के बारे में सर्च कर रहे हैं. सेकंड, विच इज द कॉस्टलीस्ट होम इन इंडिया, उसके बारे में सर्च होता है. और थर्ड, सबसे ज्यादा सर्च आज इंडिया में अगर कुछ होता है तो गिफ्ट के बारे में होता है. बट इसका एक बुरी भी चीज है, गिफ्ट के बारे में आज भी बहुत कम मटेरियल है देखने के लिए. तो मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूं. थैंक यू रियल्टी प्लस. देयर इज अ चांस फॉर अ 1 मिलियन यूट्यूब coming out from this. So I'm very happy to be part of that. Again, a strong panel. Let's give a round of applause to each one of them. Over the next 45 minutes, we'll try to understand what the tenants and investors want, to what developers need to deliver, and to how regulators are enabling cross-border business. That is the target out of this panel discussion. I've got a 15-minute call yesterday from a very dear friend whom I call my mentor also, Jakshay Shah, and he has told me, make sure gift के ऊपर तो जो भी content बना रहा है वो बहुत तगड़ा होना चाहिए. मैंने बोला मेरे को इतना बड़ा तगड़ा पैनल मिला है तो 100% I'm going to do the best on it. Jigar, I want to start with you because I've got a lot of chance to interact with you on CNBC Property Guru. हम लोग हमेशा ऑनलाइन मिलते हैं, पर आज फिजिकली मिल रहे हैं. Gift City's leasing and transaction activity is often cited as the thermometer of its commercial viability. How would you describe current demand dynamics in Gift City? Which sectors and occupiers are driving the transaction today? And how sustainable is the demand for the next 3 to 5 years?
First of all, when we really talk about Gift, as you rightly mentioned, this is a sort of a moment of proud for not only Gujarat as a state, but India as a country. This is India's first IFSC, which is shaping up. When we really talk about the current level of demand is really good. There are a lot of interest coming out from a lot of international players. When we say international players, and you rightly mentioned in some of the cases, there is a less being spoken for GIFT City. I won't say there is not much of to look at it, because then it is already being shaped up as India's first greenfield smart city. And all these amenities we can really witness to, we can go there and we can see that practically. So there is a lot to see there. But when we really talk about the real demand, there is a good amount of demand coming in from the lot of international players, be it semiconductor industries, be it semiconductor designing companies. There are a lot of semiconductor manufacturing companies also who are really, really interested to set up their large scale offices in GIFT City. Again, like there is a lot of traction which is coming out from a lot of R&D, companies. ITITES is another kind of set of people who are really willing to set up their large offices in GIFT City. And the only reason to it, that you get a world-class grade A office space in GIFT City. And that normally you always miss out in, at least apart from the metros, you will miss out on all the smaller cities across India. So that kind of infrastructure and deliverables already been delivered on ground. And that's where we see a lot of demand coming in. Now, just to answer your second question, for 3 to 5 years demand, it seems really, really good demand. But yeah, I mean, if we really look at, there is a lot to do. So what we see today and where we are really supposed to go, it's really a little far. So we see a lot of demand coming in for GIFT City, especially when we really look at the nearby cities like Ahmedabad. There is a dearth of a grade A commercial supply. And that is really, really going to impact a lot, at least in another 2 years' time for GIFT City. So obviously GIFT really enjoying a good time, and it is going to have a very, very good time going forward.
Interesting times ahead. Dr. Dipesh, let me come to you. IFSCA regulatory stance is central to positioning GIFT City as an international finance hub. From the IFSCA view, what priority regulatory reforms or incentive structures are being pursued to attract global financial institutions, funds, family offices to GIFT?
Thank you. I think at the outset, I must compliment the organizers for choosing this very important topic. Can GIFT be the next Singapore? I think it's probably a dream way back in 2008 when somebody considered that it is possible to create Singapore in India. And Gujarat, I think most of you are Gujarati. So Gujarat mein kehવામાં આવે છે એ ટાઈમે everybody was saying આ તો daydreaming છે. સવારે તમે સપના જોવો છો, કશું થવાનું નથી અહીંયા આવું બધું. This was 2008. 2015, suddenly people say that અહીંયા કંઈક થઈ રહ્યું છે, but they don't know. They will say કે અહીંયા 2 ટાવર છે, 2 બિલ્ડિંગ છે, બીજું કશું નથી GIFT સિટીમાં. 2020, suddenly you see a financial regulated inside. People say કંઈક financial activities થઈ રહી છે, એનાથી આગળ કશું ખબર નથી. 2026, where we are now, suddenly you have 28,000 people there, 1,400 companies are operating there. Every year, 300 companies are entering the IFFC zone. So why this is moving? Why it is moving towards probably the original statement, which is how can this be a better than Singapore? It is moving because of the simple reason that there is an economic activity which is getting generated in GIFT City. I think most of you from a real estate would have traveled several parts of the world, including Singapore, and probably I will also like to give an example of Lavasa here. Many of you would have visited Lavasa, and the simple reason that it has not succeeded, or I will not say not succeeded, but it has not achieved the desired outcome, is because the economic activity is missing. So when the economic activity is missing, it becomes more like a weekend place for people to go and come back. But GIFT City is not like that. It is actually an economic activity every day, 9:30. If you go to GIFT City, you suddenly find so much of traffic to enter the city. 6:30, when you want to get out of that place, it is difficult to get out because so many people are exiting at the same time. Now, this is happening because the large economic activity is now getting generated in GIFT City. And which are those activities which was just explained by Jigar, that there are multiple activities happening. But what is a spillover? Why this is getting a spillover? Because you have suddenly a university operating there. Now they need student housing. You have banks and global capability center coming in. They need large number of employees coming in.
They also need support activities to be in and around the gift city. All this is probably helping one thing, creating more and more demand into gift city. It is good and bad on both sides, because the more demand with every news, what I see in gift city is the prices go up by 5%. Now every news is creating something, and it is the prices are going up. I think that is what probably, if we have to, discuss on this panel, is that if you really want to make it Singapore, and if we really want to generate larger economic activity, how we will be able to do? We cannot do in our traditional Gujarati style, demand vadare so price vadari do. This is not going to help, not the developers, not the entities coming in, not the gift city. I think the best policy which the people on this panel can think of and probably deliberate is, how do we make it this real estate and affordable to make gift city really comparable? Because today our advantage of gift city is, when you come to gift, the cost is supposed to be lower. The cost is lower. That's why people wants to come here. You want to go to Singapore, you are paying 700 rupees a square feet as a rental. You are paying here 140 rupees a rental. But this 140 has from 70 become 140. So it is already doubled. Are we saying that tomorrow with similar demand, this will become 280? Then it will become 700. Then this cannot become Singapore, because then the cost advantage goes away. And the Singapore offers you a quality of life, which obviously gift is still building that quality of life. So I think the point that we need to deliberate is, how do we make gift affordable for the people coming in? And that can only happen if we make sure that the real estate is really matching to the requirements. Obviously, real estate developers will say, gift is a master developer. If they auction, the prices go up, our prices will also go up. I think that's a balancing required at both the sides, but this is something a reality. But today, friends, a little long to the question which was asked, what are the incentives? The incentive is whole of India. There is no place in India now which offers you a income tax exemption from the business profits. 25 વર્ષમાંથી 20 વર્ષ સુધી તમે તમારું બિઝનેસ જે ગિફ્ટ સિટી ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ફાઇનાન્શિયલ સેન્ટરમાંથી કરો છો, એમાં 0 tax છે, which is not available in any part of India. But that IFFC is limited to certain activities. It is not like been projected. Every business cannot come in the International Financial Services Center. That also has to be properly understood. So financial services, banking, insurance, asset managers, stock exchanges, finance companies, even universities, they all are operating there. The way we see it, this incentives, because it's not available, and India offers a lot of cost advantage, there will be a large number of companies coming to gift city in next 3 to 5 years. I think what we have seen in last 5 to 6 years is just a starting of the gift city now. Those 1200, 1300 farms can easily become 5000 farms in next 3 to 5 years, because that type of demand is visible in the financial services group. Now, with that demand coming in, I think the whole ecosystem also has to, come together as a one piece. As they say, if you want to develop a city, you have to make sure that there is a people who are living there. And I think that's the part which I'm sure Lovelin and the team which are working towards to make this as a livable city is becoming more and more important now, from a point of view that how gift can become Singapore. If we make it livable like Singapore, I think the sky is the limit for gift city as we stand where we are today.
सुपर। डॉक्टर साहब बात कर रहे थे तभी एक डायलॉग याद आया बॉलीवुड का, अभी ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त। वेरी वेल सेड सर। प्रशांत जी, लेट मी कम टू यू एंड आई एम टेकिंग फॉरवर्ड द कॉन्वर्सेशन, द डिस्कशन दैट वी वर हैविंग आउटसाइड. Global institutions compare us with Singapore and Dubai before choosing a jurisdiction. In your conversation with customers, both nationwide and international, what perception of gift city do you encounter most?
So let's start with something from my real experience with the customers. So when we have started this journey in 2016 with the gift city.
थोड़ा नजदीक लोगे माइक?
Yeah. So in 2016, we have started journey with the gift city. We are just exploring those things, and rightly said by the sir, by 2015, people are just looking at what happening there. And 2020, we have been allotted a land, and 22, we have launched our first project at gift city. Our 70% time was, or 70 to 80% time was just spent for the convince customer that what gift city is. So, and people mostly coming from the Gujarat side and just want to hear about something and learn about something about the gift city. Now, with the new project we have just launched last year. Now, any of the people, it's from the click of the social media, from the globe or any corner of the India, have never asked us what gift city is. Now they are comparing our projects with the others. Now what offers they are getting good, what we are going to deliver to them. So my question is that, my point of view is that now completely change over the things that about the gift city. Nobody wants to learn, or they are having a certain idea in their mind. So question again, can gift city India, Singapore? So on that front, question is changed now, because people have a faith. Yes, it's become a city of the Singapore of the India. But when is the now question is, because jurisdiction is absolutely work is a complete framework. So global people are just asking us that there is a tax benefits are there. There are jurisdictions are set very well. So jurisdiction attracts the entity and city attracts the people. So now livable city is the only thing India has become, India, Singapore to be there in very short time. I am frequently visiting the gift regularly. What I see is every time I see something new, I heard something new from the authorities, because the authorities are really understand the problem, because we are the co-developers, they are the developers. And when master developer and developer both are working on the same front, somebody in the earlier panel have a point of view that if all of the people are on the same front, the growth will never be stopping to anyone else. So I think Gift City is having all that things. Visionary authorities are there. They are interacting with the people frequently and continuously. I'm thinking nobody stops Gift to be a Singapore of India. Singapore have passed evolving journey of 5 decades. If you see the BKC, I think they have already 3 to 4 decades of the journey, but they are evolving journey. In Gift City, from the day one, they have a clear mindset about that, and they are working on that path. And that's how they are having a very quick journey and fast journey in comparison to any of other journey. So, thank you.
Interesting. Pawanji, I'll come to you. Very recently, this amazing movie is released, Spider-Man. और उस मूवी का सबसे फेवरेट डायलॉग मेरा वो है, with great powers comes great responsibility. I think when you are delivering large mixed use projects, it comes with unique cost and delivery challenges. As a developer, what are the biggest cost, timeline and risk challenges in delivering large scale mixed use projects in Gift City, and how do you mitigate them?
In terms of complexity, I think the approval process is very transparent. It is a little time consuming because of the high standards. Okay. And it's bound to take, because Gift City's specifications for developers and the standards put in place are world class. And so obviously we complain that, oh, in India planning process takes 2 years and 3 years. In Britain, it takes 5 years, 6, 7 years, to get the approvals. Here in Gift City, anywhere from 6 months to 9 months. Okay, so in Ahmedabad, for example, when there are other issues, it would take 4 months. In Gift City, it doesn't take all that much longer. See, it's always about what value you are getting in return. So when you have the highest standards, of an extra 3-4 months is very, very understandable. So there's no complaint or anything which needs to be done. Obviously, life is about continuous improvement. So they're also learning in the process along with the rest of us. When you want to do something ground shaking, it's a learning process, can't be done overnight. So that's happening. Secondly, the complexity is because you have to meet those high standards in terms of construction as well. And not too many contractors have that capacity. And if you have built-in standards in your own company, you're not going to take those, not going to play fast and loose with those standards. So that increases the time and the cost. So I believe that going forward, when we sign an agreement or execute an agreement with GIFT City, we need to realize that yes, it's going to take 30% more than across the river in terms of delivery. Second, I mean, you have addressed cost and complexity. Yeah, cost, I guess, with all the standards that are in place, costs are approximately about 20 to 30% more. Prashant bhai, correct? You are the CFO, so you know better than I do. I'm not the CFO of my company. I don't sign the checks. But so Dipesh bhai was mentioning that the selling price are going up because the costs are also going up. When we signed first an agreement with you in 22, and now the labor costs have doubled, actually doubled. And material costs have gone up by around 20-30%. But that's fine. That's in keeping line with lower than actually the inflation, top line inflation in India. But the labor costs, which are directly tied to food costs and energy costs, because that constitutes about 60 or 70% of the take home of a laborer's salary. Unlike you and I, where our food and energy costs, which would include our transportation and electricity and everything, would be, I think, not more than 5 to 15% in most people's cases in the middle and the upper middle classes. So that's food inflation worldwide has been phenomenal. So we can't wish away that. And yeah, so these are the two factors. But if I may go out, any other point that you wanted me to address, which might, so cost, complexity. And so that is again a reason why, we have to sell at a higher rate. And the risk is that the land costs, again, I'm throwing this, bouncing it back to Dipesh bhai, the land cost which we are bidding has gone up substantially. So that has to be passed on to the consumer. So how do we not become another Singapore should be actually the title of this talk. How don't we become another Singapore? How do we do and address our own uniqueness, our own Indian uniqueness, our system of doing things in time at a very, very innovative, coming up with innovative solutions at a very, very ridiculously low cost, like the Chandrayaan moon mission. How do we have a moonshot for GIFT City? How do we address that? And how do we bring talent in? The risk is
that's my second question. But that is what I want to address.
That's addressing the risk.
Yes, yeah. But I want that feedback from each one of you.
So should I stop here?
Yes. No, not stop, but then yes.
Till my turn comes again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Loveleen ji, urban design and last mile connectivity will determine whether people choose to live and work here. As chief planner, what are the immediate infrastructure and urban design priorities to make GIFT City truly livable and competitive?
Thank you, Chintan. And then probably you have, is my job. So everything has been discussed. And thank you, Pawan bhai, very much. That he has.
So the idea was सबसे मैं पहले निकलवा लूं और फिर आप बोलो कि यार इसके लिए already काम कर चुके हम लोग.
He has brought up very, very important point. One is in terms of the global standard of GIFT cities. So it shows that we are already Singapore in terms of quality. So there is no doubt about the quality of A-grade real estate. And then we're talking about, Dipesh bhai told about that there is an influx of international banks or international services to the GIFT City. So that when we talk about those, so there's the standards which you also appreciate. We call it A-grade real estate. So Pawan, don't worry, once your product will be in the market, so you will get enough rental, which is already established in the existing real estate supply. If you see, you will appreciate it much better in all over the country, whether it's Bangalore, Hyderabad or Pune, whenever that international companies comes, so they spend a lot in changing the existing structures. So you can consider those points, but whatever the organizations around 1100 entities and some big organizations who have occupied in the GIFT City, they have not changed even a single systems in the existing systems. In a few of the interaction by me with of the few international clients, they were surprised to see that our standards are better than those. And the another part which you told about, UK takes 6 to 8 years in high-rise construction. Take same example of USA also. In USA, we talk about the approval construction process. The high-rise construction, which you talk about, around 30 stories, just compare time from those countries. And as Pawan told, we took 6 to 8 months, but immediately after allotment, we start the mobilization. so that practically your construction will start from very first day. You save time on excavation, dewall, and preparation of the foundation. So the uploading and the upfronting, the activities which can faster the proposal, faster the construction approval is something which we have experimented. And thank you for all our developers who has appreciated and then who have contributed in those guidelines. So risk which Pawan was talking about, कि आज I have done the excavation but approval nahi mila. So fortunately, as in today, there is not even a single case. We are developing 30 million square feet. It's substantial amount. It will be very, the development which is happening on a single place, dense these things. I think that's more than Singapore. If you take the 2 or 3 kilometers square of area and developing the mass development. So in those terms. Now comes to the original point, what we are doing and what livability we are planning. So as Pawan also told, Singapore is a history of 5 decades. And can you imagine when the Singapore was known as the journey to hell in 60s or before 65s. It was a sleepy fishing town, and then the positioning of the Singapore itself was considering the the moment of our waterways and other stuffs, and then they started. The people from Indian and the Chinese, the guys who has built the Singapore. As on today also, you will find the maximum business entrepreneurs is Chinese in Singapore. And if we talk about next part, the Indians has built Singapore. Very less people knows this these days. The Singapore, which increased its economy, considering the port-based economy, Singapore till 90s was known as to be a port-based economy. And when the city or country develops, so they have to get matured their economic value and explore. It's something like the same businessman or a personal level. If I am getting enough from FD, then I seek the different instrument for enhancing my capital or maybe the more revenue. The same thing Singapore has done. Once they exploited the port-based economy, they come to the service industry. So we have to understand in India, we have the primaries, the agriculture base, then manufacturing, and still we are preparing ourselves for the service industries, which is most valuable or most contribution in the economy. So comparison with Singapore and the GIFT City we talk about, because GIFT City is specifically for service industries, which we call the tertiary economy. So we are very much confident, yes, we will be better than the Singapore. Because still Singapore, there are other activities of economy. And in the GIFT City when talk about. Or also we should also keep in mind, when this technology develops, so you don't need to follow the old technology like Indians. We as Indians are very lucky. We have not invested anything in the pager infrastructure. We have directly jumped from your landline to the mobile infrastructure. So that's called the pole vault jump towards. So by creating the GIFT City, it's not only for the project of Ahmedabad or Gujarat, or it's a country pride, as a solution for the urban development. So the people who understand कि GIFT is a project, जो दीपेश भाई ने बहुत clearly बताया कि fail हो जाएगा, ऐसा होगा, slowly क्या होगा. So it's a city. So we have to compare it with the cities, how the city keep growing. कैसे city grow करता है? What is the factors which make it grow? What's built the bring pupils? So now the terms which we discussed, now it's about the livability, how we will bring it. So in the first decade, we developed the infrastructure. Now we are ready, or we are supplying around 25 million square feet of real A-grade real estate in the coming 2 to 3 years. Now the next layers comes of the cosmetics, which we call the livability. So beyond that livability, we in the GIFT City, what we are working on is vibrant urban form of leisure and entertainment. As in today, we talk about our central park of 22 acres, phase 1 has been delivered there. So we have jogging track, cycling track, and the experience dining. One of the best chain from the Mumbai has developing it, its own boat, and then they are going to operationalize by October. Along that, phase two of our Central Park is under construction, which we are targeting before Vibrant, before January. It has multiple things like water body, lighting, and music show. For kids play area, dry decks. We have for the performing arts के लिए amphitheater है. And for for the laser walks, we have done very innovative pedestrian walk. Generally, nature walk or trail walks we listen, but we have come out with a the walks in the tree canopies. So there will be the wooded area which has been developed and the pedestrian bridge, so which will be crossing to the trees on the upper layer. So all these are under construction. Beyond that, if we talk about the livability, we have various segments of society. So for a city authority, it's become a difficulty also to cater the needs of all segments. So the prima facie, what we started, we have supplied the social infrastructure for the resident in terms of walking track, jogging tracks, the central parks, the destinations. Now the point comes for the business guys who comes for a short-term stay and long-term stay, maybe for the business meets. So we are experimenting, or it's under execution. In fact, our golf diving range, which is combination of tech and the physical. Like now the new terms is coming, games is no more games. It's like entertainment and fun also. So that is being executed. We are expecting it will be finished by the January. And other than this is our sports plaza. So though we have a sports club over there, we have all the sports, but for casual gaming. So the one sports plaza is under construction. So that's also targeted by the January or by the December. So having said that, and the finished real estate, which is targeting one of the few restaurants or few one of the best dining experience. This is also in pipeline. So we expect by January we'll see a complete overall of the city. And in the long terms, when we target about 2030, when our around 30 million space will be available, for that we have other bigger plan. So fortunately, the riverfront will be delivered by the 2028. And to connect that riverfront, we have already had a international master plan, Singapore-based master plan. We are working how to connect blue and green infrastructures. And the only place which we will be targeting next will be something like experimental dining. So if you see, all these our international financial service centers. So they're known for their like Dubai, DIFC, Dubai Green everywhere. Singapore might be the Canary of London. So it's not only for business. For business, after business, arts is more important for those centers. So for creating something which is like very iconic experience of food, dining, or maybe the entertainment, is in plan. So which we target will be delivered by within 2 to 3 years, so that we becomes the complete package which is compared to Singapore.
Superb. क्या हुआ है, क्या हो रहा है और क्या होने वाला है. And being in Mumbai, I'm going to tell my wife कि 5-6 साल में जब बुलेट ट्रेन रेडी हो जाएगा तो 2 हम लोग मुंबई में रहेंगे पर खाना खाने यहाँ पे आएंगे.
हाँ, तो we wish that this become more than 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Pawan ji and Prashant ji, I want you to contribute in this question. Creating a 24/7 live, work, play needs creative product and partnership models. What product, placemaking or partnership innovations would you prioritize to create the ecosystem here? Yes, sir.
No, I've been mentioning this to several people at Gift City that first, if we can have a world-class performance center in the lines of say the Geo Center, the Nita Money Center in Mumbai, or the Sydney Opera House, the Opera House of the Opera of Paris, or the New York Metropolitan Space, and world-class museums. India has a huge amount of archaeological artifacts which can be displayed here. So why don't we do that here in Gift City so that it becomes internationally known? People are drawn to staying in London, New York, Paris, or Singapore, not just because of the great infrastructure, I mean, parts of New York and those guys, they don't have that great infrastructure, but yet people go there because of this human element, of family and intellectual activity and cultural activity. After all humans, we are more, more, I would say, carbon than silicon. So the silicon part has been addressed very, very well, the chemistry and the physics by the infrastructure. Government can't do more than this. But if they can build more silicon so that more biology can be attracted from across the world. And the other thing is enable the visa system. Government is doing everything. Gift City guys are doing everything. But if a person wants to migrate from any of these other vibrant ecosystems across the world, talent is going to be migrating, right? Singapore became Singapore because it attracted talent from all over the world. It didn't close its doors. Okay, very, very easy to get a work permit. So did Silicon Valley, so did all the great ecosystems, Hong Kong. But that unfortunately to get a work permit, even for a government official, I'm very closely involved with the Alliance Française. Just get a new director is coming in. Okay, their term is for 4 years. Then they have to move somewhere. They're employees of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the French Ministry of Home or something, 2 ministries. It takes forever. The guy is coming on 1st of September. He just got his visa yesterday. Been trying for 6 or 9 months. And this is the French government employee with whom India has the best of relations. We are buying bloody their jets. I mean, Rafale, so so what could be the situation from other countries? And so that has to be done. We have to close the loop. Without talent, this is not going to happen. And the other thing that we can take, that we have done more than any other country for making it a tax-free place now for 20 years, since this March. So that has been done. That box has been ticked. The other box, what about the talent to get people to move out of, and right now that, the iron is hot. Just put a teaser worldwide. A lot of things are happening which should not have happened, like the war in the Middle East, in Russia, Ukraine. There's a lot of talent there. Say zero tax, and even for talented people from Mumbai, NCR, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, zero tax for 20 years. You have to stay here in Gift City. Now with technology, you can treat this as it is treated like a foreign country, right? Except for most things. I mean, for a few things. But foreign, enclave. Have tech enabled, we have been able to do Digi Yatra. Have a Digi passport for years. Every time you move in and out, there's no physical immigration because ultimately you're moving within India. And then you measure the number of seconds you need to spend within Gift City. You qualify as a Gift City taxpayer, resident from an income tax perspective. Now, these challenges have already been done in India. But the mindset has to be now how to attract talent. Infrastructure, put in the right team, put in enough sufficient capital, put in the enabling mechanisms of planning, FSI, Falana, Tikana, and all of that. That's there. Now this remains to be done. Build world-class, entertainment and cultural centers and world-class financial enablers.
Super. Prashant, you want to add something?
I think majority of part covered by sir. So I'm adding just a few things over that thing, because when we are saying that USA Central Park, I think similar kind of the things we are developing at Gift City. Once it's being there, I think majority of the questions would be resolved and solved. Apart that, some of the communication inside the city is still missing for everyone, because if any of the developed country, if inside the city, the transportation would be a much convenience or easy, then I think people would love to be there. Second thing, the information systems available to them, where what kind of activities are there. So it's not about the activities are there or not, but it should be informed to the people more and more that we are having this kind of activities. So when I'm moving around the city in the night, I feel alone. In Singapore, when we are talking about those things, so we want to move out into the night more, because the nightlife is the main game for anyone who are coming out from the other part of the city or globally. So I think if we focus on that, and Sir has explained much more on that front, I'm sure that everything is happening very soon, and they are the real visionaries, and they are taking care of everything very soon. Thank you.
Interesting. I think the Realty Plus editorial team, यूजुअली अपन हर पैनल को 2 या 3 पेज देते हैं, बट आई एम श्योर ये वाले पैनल को कम से कम 6 से 7 पेज जाने वाला है, बिकॉज वी हैव गॉट गोल्ड टुडे. जिगर भाई, आई विल कम टू यू. Market comparisons help pinpoint gaps that still need fixing? From a transaction perspective, what are the main commercial frictions that still prevent Gift City from matching other Indian or global financial hubs? Things can't be so rosy, so good. You know, I am from Mumbai. I am here to dig.
So I know the kind of a difficult question is gonna come to me. So, but anyways, like, Chindan bhai, see, if we really look at the kind of the traction from lot of global occupiers, so to say, the main reason actually, if we really look at, and that's what, you know, a lot of people might not like saying this, but ultimately most of these guys, because then globally looking at the geopolitical situation, everybody is a cost sensitive. It's not that, you know, in the early days, a lot of people used to look at that, okay, this is gonna be a smallest office in India. So then just, you know, migrate a little bit from your cost consciousness and let's do it. But the scenario is changing since, you know, last some time. And that's where, I mean, if we really look at from the most important factor point of view, the cost is something, typically pricing, what we call, is something is really, really coming up as a major issue when you really talk to all these global occupiers. I understand kind of an ecosystem that, I mean, you know, I witnessed the Gift City since it was a land and what it is today. So I know the journey. I know the kind of pain points, you know, allotting a development rights at certain amount and then what it is today. So that entire journey I'm aware of. But then when we really look at from the eyes of a guy who is sitting in somewhere in New York in their headquarters and just looking at the kind of a price going from, you know, completely north in last 3 to 4 years, that really surprised them. And then when they really ask their, you know, colleagues over here in India, they really talk about that, okay, you know, if we really look at the journey from the infrastructure point of view, it has really improved a lot. But then all of that was a kind of a mandatory infrastructure to be really, you know, plugged in to become it an IFSCA, to become an international city, to become a livable place. So then the question comes that if those are mandatory infrastructure or things which needs to be really addressed upon, how can that really change the overall scenario from, you know, 2 3 years back to today? And that's where a lot of you know, apprehension come from those guys. But then, you know, again, to address them in a rightly manner, that's what normally we does as a consultant. But then somewhere or other, this, as Dipesh bhai rightly mentioned, that it really needs to be addressed somewhere. See, I'll just go back 2010-11 when it was just a beginning of a gift city. And we have been literally told, and Dipesh bhai must be remembered, that this is not a real estate project. This is what was the mandate, you know, from honorable PM, that time of CM, that this is not a typical real estate project where a lot of trading will happen and the price will skyrocket and stuff like that. This is something which we really wanted to give to India as an economical factor, which will help the economy to grow to the next level. That was the thought of a vision of Honorable Prime Minister to really plan this city when he was CM. So, you know, all these factors, when we really talk about in a current stage, these are the kind of pain points when we really talk about with all these global occupiers really, really come in front of us. You know, when they really talk about a journey of a price, which where it was and where it is today. And you know, looking at the kind of scenario, we don't see that it is really coming down in very near future.
Superb. Dipesh, very well said, you know, because whenever we have our meetings of Naredco Next Gen, हम लोग के youth wing का तो कभी-कभी plan आता है कि स्पेन जाते हैं, दुबई जाते हैं, but then people insist let's go to gift, and literally मैं बोलता हूँ कि हम लोग इंडिया में साउथ इंडिया गए हैं, हम लोग ने दिल्ली किया है, पर हमारा जो गिफ्ट का एक्सपीरियंस था उस दिन एक्चुअली समझा कि ये क्या बन रहा है, लाइक द टनल जो, लाइक यू नो, अहमदाबाद के लोगों को नहीं पता है, like you know, from Gujarat people don't know what we have actually created. वो tunnel जो है वो अभी तक ऐसा कहीं पे भी नहीं है. That's something out of the world. Dr. Dipesh, let me come to you. Cross-border operational clarity is a deciding factor for many global entrants. How is IFSCA addressing cross-border issues, talent mobility, KYC norms, tax clarity, and ease of doing business that international firms consider when choosing a base?
very important points which were, this all are pointing towards one thing. And if we really see the success of other financial centers, when we are particularly talking of Singapore and other, financial center has not built Singapore or the Singapore as a city. It's the other way around. Singapore as a city has built the financial center. So unless and until we understand this game, that the city is going to build financial center is not going to build city. Right now, we are in the reverse scenario. Financial center is bringing in more and more people, institutions there, and it is trying to scale into some demand which needs to be catered through a city development. So I think if we fundamentally address this, that look, it's the city, as you rightly said, you just said that I will tell my wife to come for lunch on in a bullet train and go back. But I think the fact would be that you will say that I'll tell my wife to come and start living in Gift City. I think that point, if when it reaches that point, you will see the success multiplying to many factors. And that's what probably the everybody involved is trying to do, make the city more and more, which is going to house more activities. Now, coming to how as a financial center regulator in that zone, what we are trying to do is two things. One is obviously have a parity in whatever you do as a business. Tomorrow you want to start new business and you find that I go to Dubai and I can do India business more efficiently. We are trying to do the same. You don't need to go to Dubai, Singapore, Mauritius. You can be in Gift and do the same. So cross-border business, dollar business, making payment remittances, KYC norms, make them at par with what is happening globally. Today, recently, we've issued several guidelines, including VSIP, which is a video-based KYC norms for NRIs, because ultimately you are going to solve NRIs in large number. We have 35, 36 million NRIs which are staying outside, and you want to connect them more efficiently through Gift City to invest into India. So for us, at the regulator, I think the single point mandate is how do we make life easier for the institutions operating in Gift City to connect with the global opportunities and investors. And that's all our regulation, whether it is a KYC norms, whether it is onboarding norms, everything is aligned to that as a structure. But I think we also have to understand that in India, they say that once you land in India, you land into a land of regulations. Okay, you don't do anything also, you will have violated some law at some point of time. So we have to make sure that when the foreign institution come and operate here, you remove that friction, that you are operating from one single unified regulator, all your licenses, all your regulations, all your compliances are inbuilt at one place. And that comfort is now bringing into those 1,200, 1,300 firms licensed there, are now finding suddenly in last 5 years, they have not seen any major impact of operating from Gift versus operating from Singapore. They are finding on the similar scale and size. With that precedence, I think we can very confidently say that from here, which is 2026 to 2030, where we will be hosting the Commonwealth also, you can easily see that 1,200 firms can actually multiply 2-3 times in terms of that zone. But the fact is, to make it more vibrant, it is the city which is going to make the success of the financial center and not the other way around.
Very well said, sir. Lavleen ji, let me come to you. Long-term competitiveness requires embedding sustainability and digital resilience. And मेरे introduction के वक्त IGBC का mention हुआ था, तो मेरे IGBC chamber के president ने भी बोला था, please sustainability वाला point touch करना है तुझे. So protocol again. Climate resilience and digital infrastructure into master plan to create a safe, smart and 24/7 mixed use precinct comparable to global peers. What is happening with sustainability, sir?
So if we talk about the resiliency, sustainability, and the technology, how we are utilizing. So I just start from the very first things. Probably we are the first authority in the country who do approvals in the 3D. 3D means like we also take care of the jet coordinates. So which helps us in avoiding the flood-like situations. So fortunately, we saw the last week flooded in the Gift cities. So generally, all the cities we see the TP schemes which being developed. So in the building approval systems, we just talk about the building approvals. We don't follow, we don't check what is the under the beneath or under what is the inside the road, where is the roads. So the Gift cities, the planning master plan which we have trying to do it. We have done all the simulations before we put in the master plan. So the city is not only about the buildings, it's about the interface. How one resident who is staying in the buildings have an interface with the city authority or with the city when we comes to the road. In the other towns, you see the other towns, you see that we create a very nice and excellent buildings. The moment I step out from my buildings, I saw again a khadda of the, the government or something like pani bhara hua hai. So that's a big challenge for us, how to tackle this issue. And fortunately, till today, we are able to tackle that issue. Though Pawan Bhai told that you take a lot of time. So the time goes in testing all these parameters, whether the levels, where the stormwater drainage, where the sewer line, where it is following. We don't want a sewer inspection chambers just in front of the building when you're coming out of the podiums. So these are the infrastructure is itself a structure which is inside. So no one see it, no one take care, but we take care of that infrastructure. So that it's combined gives you an experience. So the GIS-based master planning which we utilize, the coordination, the geo-reference drawings, the simulations, the third-party, insurance. So generally, when we do, building approvals outside, so we just see the master development plan, architectural drawings, and structural engineers ka approval bhi nahi hota, they just sign the drawings. You are the developer, you can understand. In GIFT City, we hired a third-party consultant for structural. It was surprise for MEP also. We are the city who gives MEP of approvals. So when we give the MEP of approvals, so we have to do the simulations, in terms of CFD analysis. We will be surprised to understand here, gift mein aap ye cheez bhi karte ho. If you are giving the 4 or 5 basements, we do the simulation and see ki in case of fire, how this storm is going, how this smoke is going to come and what is the kind of intensity. So we are trying to utilize all the available technology in our master planning as well as building permissions processes. In terms of technology, when we talk about technology, so we have integrated a C4 city control command centers. If a person is stuck in some lift, the city authority are getting a signal that your lift has got stuck on those. So for that, we cannot do alone until unless developers support that. So developers support karte hain and guidelines bhi karte hain, but ultimately they need regulations, So it's well covered in our GDCR development control regulations. We have very flexible GDCR. So everything which is engineered is acceptable in keywords. So like when we did the 7 basement, so people were asking kahin pe hua nahi hai, why you are allowing these 7 basements and what precedents you are taking or something like. We did the complete simulation of the structural failures, flooding, resiliency, and we approved it. And we had a third-party consultant over and above another third-party consultant. So the 3 review checks. If someone has done the minor mistakes, so at least a human error, we can find it out. But it's good for together that if it's the design which has been completely, vetted by the 3 guys, one is designer 2, another PCC. So we have to do it then. Because Japan, under the, earthquake Richter scale of 8, they are making the 300, 400 meter high-rise tower. So it is not like they are using rocket science. They are not using any rocket science. They are simply doing the things which is written in the codes and books and ensuring that whatever is written in codes and books is being implemented on the ground. So that's become our duty. In terms of sustainability, all the buildings are green in the GIFT City. City itself is a sustainable first city, which is, platinum rated, smart, operational city. So the sustainability is by default is built in our systems. So it's not something like I'm creating a system and then I am making it sustainable. So in terms of resiliency, sustainability, everything is inbuilt in the systems, and that we are trying to achieve together with all our developers that we really created a model, which could be problems, which would be solutions for our upcoming India story of Viksit Bharat 2047 for a better urbanized cities.
Superb. I'm gonna take 2 minutes, bro. सॉरी, क्योंकि मैंने एक सरप्राइज रैपिड फायर रखा है. मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज आप सब लोग अपना माइक अपने हाथ में ले लीजिए. I'm gonna ask you like a question. आपको खाली एक ही word में उसका answer देना है. We'll start with you, sir. One word to describe Gift City's trajectory over next 5 years. One word.
You will come back.
Huh?
You will shift from Bombay to Gift City.
Interesting. Yes, sir.
Vertical.
Vertical. Sir, Loveleen ji.
Is resilience, high density city a solution for urban India?
Super. Bro.
Iconic.
Iconic.
Gift City is a reality.
Superb. Second, can Gift City become India's Singapore? Yes or no?
Already. Already. We have to wait the only lifestyle over there. Otherwise, infrastructure and regulations are there.
Superb. Yes.
It can become an Indian Singapore, which is not really Singapore. It could be something different, unique to India.
It will become better than Singapore.
Unique to India.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar. It need to be better than Singapore.
I agree to all of them.
लास्ट में बिल्डर हो तो ये पूछूंगा बिगेस्ट सिंगल बॉटलनेक टुडे रेगुलेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और डिमांड आंसर तो देना पड़ेगा ऐसे नहीं चलेगा
So demand is there, but we want that a few more are being supported by the Gift Cities efforts across the globe. So from the India, definitely we have done many things good, but we want demand from the outside.
Pawan ji,
I already mentioned regulation at the top, visa and tax breaks.
Sir,
say I can say few more.
Repeat your question once again.
Sorry.
Biggest bottleneck
As in today.
As of today, regulation, infrastructure or demand?
Regulation. International financial regulations, which depends by let's say when talking about, so IFSC rules, if you want to literally create as a gift city, is a positioning as a global. So the competitive regulations with other IFSC.
Sir ने बॉल आपके कोर्ट में डाला है. Yes, मोटा जी.
Infrastructure at affordable price.
Infrastructure at affordable price. Yes.
I have to give it back to
Yes.
Lane. Social infrastructure.
Okay, last point क्योंकि I think I have been traveling across India. लोग आएंगे तभी amazing चीजें होगी. Best amenity to attract young talent, co-living, nightlife, parks or transit.
Nightlife.
Nightlife. Yeah, you told about night. Yes, sir. आज रात को मुझे किसको कॉल करना है ना सपना जी I've got. Yes, ma'am.
Culture happens in the night. So nightlife.
Nightlife.
Yes, the vibrant entertainment in the nightlife after business hours. I will not say nightlife. I will say the after business hours.
Nightlife, certainly.
Agree.
सपना जी आज अपना जो Realty Plus का अपना plan है, I have few more people joining. I have to tell you, I have been doing panel discussions across India, but इतने influential लोगों ने मुझे एक भी question नहीं बोला कि ये मुझे मत पूछना या ये मुझे पूछना. Let's give them a round of applause. बहुत मजा आया और तृप्ति जी एंड सपना जी प्लीज नेक्स्ट टाइम मुझे ऐसा कुछ कराना होगा तो प्लीज one-on-one कराने दीजिए because I have so many questions to ask. पर बहुत मजा आया. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, bro. I think I took 120 seconds extra. That's it.
Given the quality of conversation, 120 seconds, absolutely fine. Give them a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Especially to Chintan as well for moderating this so well. I'm going to request for the token of appreciations on stage. Sapna, if you can please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation. Mananji is here. Is he around? Oh, yeah. So I'll request Mr. Manan Mehta, who's the esteemed co-founder and CMO at Housivity, to please kindly come up on stage. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Give him a big round of applause, please. You can start from the left. Then I'll request him to join for a group photograph as well around. Ladies and gentlemen, ये सेशन के बाद लंच होने वाला है. जितना जोर से आप ताली बजाओगे उतने एक्सरसाइज होगा, उतने अच्छे से you will be energized to have your food. So come on, clap it up a little louder, please, everybody in the room. ये हुई ना बात. Thank you, and we'll do a nice group photograph with all of you over here at the front, please, ahead of the tables. And group photograph के time पे is the most critical time. जब आप लोग ताली बजाओगे, the group photograph turns out to be a really, really nice and memorable one. See the way they're smiling, it truly speaks volumes of the kind of work that they have done and they are all set to do in the future. Thank you so much, all you incredible leaders, for adding so much of value to this conversation. We are very, very grateful to you. And we look forward to hearing you the next time when we do this, which would be the 19th Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards in Gujarat the next year. Thank you so much. All right, so let me quickly announce a lunch break. This is going to be a lunch break for 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be resuming at 3:15 p.m. It's right now 2:45 p.m. We'll be resuming post-lunch at 3:15 p.m. So see you all on the other side post-lunch with many more panel discussions and conversations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to celebrate the
Hello, hello, hello.
Check, check. Check, check. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Mic testing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you all hear me loud and clear? Can you all hear me loud and clear? Is it loud and clear because I'm audible, or is it loud and clear because everybody is energized? Lunch ke baad josh alag se aa chuka hai. Is it like that? Because that is going to be very important for the session that's set to happen. My speakers are sitting over here right in front of me. So thank you so much. Once again, requesting everybody to please kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode, as we do not want to distract any of our speakers over here. Thank you so much. I hope that you all had a great lunch, and we're now good to go with the second panel discussion of the day. The topic that we are going to be talking about is Gandhinagar 2020, I beg your pardon, 2035, building India's most future-ready capital city. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. This is about the vision regarding Gandhinagar 2035, building India's most future-ready capital city. Ladies and gentlemen, my session chair over here for this one has more than 21 years of experience in the real estate fraternity and brings extensive expertise across the office, industrial and investment segments with a strong focus on the Western and Central Indian markets, particularly Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. He currently leads the office brokerage business across all micro markets in these regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the National Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Industrial and Logistics and Retail, Branch Head, Ahmedabad and Indore, Knight Frank, India. Make some noise for Rumit Parikh. Can we please have Mr. Parikh over here on stage? A bigger round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Good to see you once again. I'll request you to take your seat. My first speaker over here with over 10 years in real estate. He brings a youthful energy to Collated Ventures, where he leads sales and marketing, partnerships, people and culture in the firm's service arm. He also co-founded Terrazzo, a fintech company, reimagining how people invest in alternative asset classes and how real estate investing can be democratized through asset tokenization. Ladies and gentlemen, the partner from Collated Ventures, Anirudh Jhaveri ji, please. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Mr. Jhaveri. Thank you. My next speaker over here with over 19 years of professional experience in corporate operations and business development, he plays an integral role in driving the growth, strategic development, and daily structural orchestration in the Gift City. He manages business operations, strategic business development, and process optimization frameworks, and his key focus areas include streamlining complex business processes, contributing to policy frameworks, and assisting in new global domestic entities. Ladies and gentlemen, General Manager, Business Operations, Gift City. Make some noise for Harsh Gandhi, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Gandhi, for joining us over here. My next speaker over here is an architect and planner from Sept Ahmedabad and is widely recognized for driving sustainable, climate responsive and energy efficient architecture all over the country. Under his leadership since 1977, his firm has built a massive portfolio of over 2,000 successfully executed projects across India, covering residential complexes, institutional spaces, commercial hubs, transports and sports infrastructure, and a lot more. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and principal architect, Hiren A. Gandhi and Associates. Mr. Hiren Gandhi, can we please have Mr. Gandhi over here on stage? Thank you so much, sir. What an absolute pleasure to have you over here. Can you give him a big round of applause, please, everybody? Hiren ji ke liye, thank you. Thank you. And my next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, founded in the year 1981, S.J. Sangat is one of the Gift City, Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar's most trusted real estate developers with a legacy of over 45 years, delivering 40 plus landmark project and 4,000 plus homes and commercial units. Driven by commitment to quality, sustainability, architectural excellence, and customer satisfaction, the group develops thoughtfully designed residential and commercial spaces at strategic locations, seamlessly blending modern infrastructure with green living to create enduring value for its customers. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder, platform, co-working space, managing director, SJ Sangat Group President, Narrate Connection Gujarat, Sarang Jain ji ke liye please bajaiye zor se taali everybody. Mr. Jain, thank you so much for joining us over here. I'll request you to take your seat. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. I think what our host told that, I think we had a good lunch, but surely we will not, at least bore you. We will make this panel more constructive and looking forward to have a good insight from all the speakers which we have today. So it's an interesting subject, which is Gandhinagar 2035. I think today discussion is particularly timely with Gandhinagar celebrating 61 years of completion on just 2nd of August. So before we begin, I would like to share an interesting coincidence. So if you add the digits of 2026, it formally comes to a total of 10. And further adding it, it will be 1. If we look ahead for 2035, if you again add it, it will be 10 and the total is coming to 1. So while it's just an interesting numerical constant, I think it beautifully, reflects today's theme. As we discuss Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and GIFT City, we are no longer looking at them as 3 separate destinations. It is one. And, they are emerging as one integrated economic ecosystem, followed by one growth corridor and one unified vision. In 1965, the foundation of Gujarat's new capital was laid on the banks of Sabarmati, a city that was not just an administrative headquarters, but a bold experiment in planned urban development. Designed in the tradition of Chandigarh sector by sector, with green covering accounting for nearly 54% of its land area. Over 6 decades, Gandhinagar earned its own identity, the green city, the unpolluted city, and more recently, an emerging global hub for governance, innovation, and investment. Today, Gandhinagar is no longer defined solely by government offices. The emergence of GIFT City has played the region on the global investment map with over 1,000 entities now registered at GIFT City IFSC. IFSC banking assets crossing $100 billion today. Gujarat's newly launched GCC policy, which is 2530, targets 250 more GCC units, over 50,000 jobs in GIFT City, and the Gandhinagar corridor at the center of that ambition. Metro connectivity, expanding airport access, and improving highway infrastructure have effectively made Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar function as one integrated urban region. And the real estate market reflects this transformation. Residential property values have recorded a 120% rise over 6 years, rapidly into highest appreciation rates in the country, while demand is diversifying rapidly into grade A offices, mixed developments, hospitality, and lifestyle infrastructure. The next phase of city's life journey will be defined by how successfully it balances rapid growth and with thoughtful planning and sustainability, mobility, livability, and housing diversity. So, the first question, while we jump over to the vision of 2035, who better than, a developer can answer? So, Sarang, it is for you. Sangat has been developing projects across Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City for many years. So, how has the emergence of GIFT City changed the residential and commercial dynamics of Gandhinagar?
Great question, by the way. So we've been in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, GIFT City for over 4 decades now. And, back in the day when my father used to do projects, every time we did some project in Gandhinagar, it was always looked upon as a city where you're going to find a lot of acquisition or money coming in from the government babus or, the institutional setups of universities that we have, or people who are looking for, silent, peaceful, ekant wala, residential space. Although ever since the inception of GIFT City, the things have really changed. Today, with the, like you very well said, the global capability centers, the GCCs, the fintech companies, the financial institutions, the tech companies, with so much happening inside GIFT City, we are not limited to just that. We are looking in a lot of money coming in, or end use coming in from across the world. And it could be NRIs, it could be people living in Ahmedabad. Now it has all boiled down to how well we are connected, and I think nothing is as well connected as GIFT City and Gandhinagar, like they are, in my opinion.
Sure. So I think what you mentioned today, earlier it was told that, Gandhinagar is too far from Ahmedabad, if we look at it. So now it has transformed into one city or a one corridor which has come up. As per you, what could it look like, if we are probably sitting in 2035? What is your thinking on those lines?
See, number one, the far bit, in my opinion, it depends on the unit you use to measure it. Is it minutes or is it kilometers? That is the most important question that you need to answer. Ajni Tariq, is everyone comfortable with Gujarati here also? I don't know. Okay. So સૌથી વધારે મીટર છે ને સમયનું હોય. मीटर चालू समय का होता है ना? So how Gandhinagar is connected to Ahmedabad or GIFT City is with predominant major roads. You are looking at 60-meter wide roads, 80-meter wide roads. If we were in any other parts of, let's say, internal Gandhinagar or Ahmedabad, the roads are not as wide as yet. Yes. With the new joint development schemes that are going to come our way, I think that is going to change also. But how I see the shift is, there is a lot of us as developers, we do construction of building, right? But that is not just limited to that. Now we have to build communities. Pehla Gandhinagar was always looked upon as a residential a possibility or a residential hub, but now it is being looked upon as a complete ecosystem. Yes. Right? It is being looked upon as walk to work, like how GIFT City has been planned, right? You live here, you walk to work, you come back to work walking, you are kicking in your steps, staying healthy, you have all the possible social infrastructure. So I genuinely think that it is going to be the entire Tri-City, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and GIFT City is going to be the global corridor in the coming, by 2035, in my opinion.
Sure. So as we heard the developer, I think let's hear about the perspective from the architectural point of view. So Hiren sir, when we speak about any of the future ready city, we often think about technology, but from an architect's perspective, what actually makes a city future ready? Is it smarter building, better public spaces, climate resilience, or something else entirely?
Yeah, so, we have to understand that city is for people. City is for people to live, to enjoy, to prosper, to get something better in life. That's why people migrate to the cities, right? From the rural areas. So what happens is that, unfortunately, most of the time, what has happened to the Indian cities is that we have a skewed development. Skewed development in the sense that, we have very shiny, tall buildings, and we have one place to other which is, very good. I mean, individually places. But if you see in between is a complete mess. We do not have good footpaths to walk, good street furniture, good signages. So I think the most important part, because the city's identity is not with its buildings alone. When we used to study in architecture in 70s, whenever these professors from outside, they will come, they will always say that you have two beautiful places like, say, SEPT and NID, but you look at in between. That's what they always used to say. So, and that I mean, I'm talking of 70s, and it is still true.
Correct.
I mean, you have beautiful places, but what do we have in between?
Yeah.
We really introspect, you know.
Yes.
And that is what is lending the character to the internationally famous cities, that it is seamless.
Sure.
The experience is seamless.
Yeah.
Because you go from one place to other, it's not like you are feeling, bhai, ઘણી જગ્યાએ આપણે અહીંયા નથી થતું, you feel કે અહીંયા તો ફોરેન જેવું લાગે છે પણ પછી બીજી જગ્યાએ જાય તો કે આ તો આપણે આપણા દેશમાં જ આવી ગયા.
True.
So that what I feel is very important when we, because see, with all the enterprising developers and Gujaratis having great business acumen, we are definitely going to have development.
Of course.
We are going to have more FSI, more high-rise, more dense development. But then in the whole process, we should not miss out on this human aspect.
Sure.
You know, you move in Manhattan, for example, even small nooks and corners between the buildings, how beautifully they are landscaped and how beautifully people are sitting there enjoying those spaces, whatever little they are. But that's what we are missing. So that vision has to be kept in mind even in 2035.
100%. Thank you. Moving from a developer's perspective, from a architect's perspective, I would ask Anirudh something on a very different line of what he looks at Tarazo on a tokenization perspective. So, Anirudh, Tarazo is operating out of GIFT City, IFSC, and working on tokenization real-world assets, including real estate. For the audience here, can you explain simply why asset tokenization matter for a city like Gandhinagar and what it unlocks that traditional investment structure don't?
Sure. Thank you for having me, Realty Plus, Rumit, thanks. So for people who don't know, we wear two hats. One that of a developer, where we build mindful buildings, like Sir said, trying to see how it can weave into the public infrastructure and the urban ecosystem. The other, and we're always learning, so it's a continuous process, sir. The other is an innovative way to invest and participate in real estate for investors who otherwise don't have an access to real estate. So that came out of a vision saying that how can we make real estate investment frictionless and inclusive? So, and we said, okay, in theory it is fine. And, asset tokenization by definition is, if I had to define it, it's nothing but a fractional way of investing and using blockchain as the underlying technology to manage that investment journey, to participate, to trade, to manage dividends. So it's nothing like how, it's no different than how you have Reliance share, which is sliced up, but you're still an owner of a Reliance, right? And you can say I own part of Reliance. So this is I can own part of this building or this part of these buildings and see the appreciation from the ground up. So for developers, it becomes a very innovative way because most people would agree that real estate and urban infrastructure are highly capital intensive, and real estate and hence they're always starved for capital, and there's so much that the bank can finance, right? So you have to find these innovative ways of funding where you can, it acts as a fundraising mechanism. And as for your question, Gandhinagar, GIFT City, we've been in the sandbox. We've funded one of our projects through asset tokenization. And we found a way where people want to participate and be in the journey with you and for the investment landscape. And I think how Gandhinagar is positioned with all these marquee projects coming up, including in GIFT City, and there are a few SEZs around, in the Tri-City corridor also. I think it is a very potential, it is a high potential way to finance and bring efficient capital in the system.
Fantastic. I think something new which we heard upon, and as most of us are surrounded in terms of discussing more and more about GIFT City, who better than Harsh can speak about GIFT City. So Harsh, over the last few years, we have seen increasing interest from global financial institutions, fintech companies, GCCs, and multinational corporations. What, in your opinion, differentiates GIFT City from other emerging business destinations in India, and how are you positioning it to attract the next wave of global investments?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
First, I'll answer that. What are the major factors which are driving this? Some of the global participants, global institutions, occupiers in GIFT City. The first, I'll briefly give 3 pointers. There are many, but I find these three are the major important. First, the state of the art infrastructure. GIFT City was never a real estate project. It was always positioned first as an infrastructure project. The thought process was that before the building comes up, we should be ready with our infrastructure. So GIFT City develops the infrastructure and it ensures that it reaches the building line before the building is ready. And the infrastructure in GIFT City is a very unique infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure that we have observed and adopted from the other global financial centers. Like we have automated waste collection, we have district cooling system where the chilling happens through a chilled water. There is an underground utility corridor, 7 meter by 7 meter almost, which carries all the infrastructure. So there is a no digging within the city. So some of the infrastructure is at a very state level, and you will see this infrastructure at a building level or at a township, but not at a city level. So we are in that way position that we have the smartest infrastructure at a city level. So that is what, you will find this kind of ecosystem in GIFT City, whether you are in SEZ area or in domestic area. Second, the GIFT is the only place that has got the status of IFSC, International Financial Service Center. India host is first and maiden IFSC in GIFT. GIFT has an SEZ area which has been accorded this status by Government of India through Ministry of Finance. So all those offshoring business, which was earlier happening outside India, now has been brought onshore. And this no better than GIFT IFSC is the only jurisdiction which allows this kind of transactions and activities. So any activity which are falling within this IFSC regime, and it has to come to GIFT IFSC. Nowhere in India, in mainland India, this kind of activities are permitted. So this is a very unique proposition and a very USP of GIFT, which is driving a lot of global participants, occupiers, everyone to come to GIFT City. Third, a very proactive and a supportive from the government, the state government, the central government, everyone has been very proactive, and they are driving this project at a national level, not only at the national level, but at an international level. We are able to, these are the main catalysts which are able to attract a lot of participants, institutions, global, nationally, as well as internationally. Additionally, we are also doing a lot of outreach programs. At our end, also in consultation and in joint force with the state governments, just like Vibrant Gujarat is now coming up. So there will be a lot of road shows and outreach programs. Recently, we had a visit at the Davos. Now I think it's going to be in US and Canada. So these are the major outreach programs where, now GIFT City is very much poised to take it and scale it to the next level. And I think the single window clearance, which you guys have as an advantage, if you want to highlight on.
Yeah, so not only for the developers, it's a benefit for everyone. GIFT provides some of the basic USPs which you won't find at a different city level. One is the ease of doing business. It's not only for the occupants, but also for the developers who are coming there. For them, the major challenge is how much time, money, energy, and resources they have to devote after getting all the approvals. Here in GIFT, we have a single window clearance. So we have the height clearance, we have the environmental clearance, and all the utilities are up and running. So you don't have to chase anybody outside GIFT for any kind of approvals. So that saves a lot of time, money, energy, and also the ease of doing business. And we promote walk to work concept in GIFT City. So it's not about only commercial. Yes, it is predominantly commercial, but it is going to be backed by residential and some of the best social infrastructure, which will make it a very integrated development.
So, sorry, I would like to add something. So conventionally in Gujarat, we are looking at municipalities or urban development authorities. Even on paper today, GIFT City is a developer and we are co-developers. So that plays a very important role. GIFT City operates in a very corporate and an organized fashion. you are not going to 10 other people, right? You are just going to that one urban development authority called GIFT UDA, which is also in a very corporate organized fashion. So it makes it very life much more easier as a developer around there.
So, to you only, Sarang, while you mentioned Gandhinagar has historically been a residential market driven by government employees and Ahmedabad spillover, kind of. That dynamic shifting rapidly as GCC demand and GIFT City growth add commercial complexity. As a developer active across the segments, how are you thinking about the balance in your current pipeline and where do you see the bigger opportunity by 2030?
Hello. So, great question. But when we talk about commercial and residential, I think these are both real estate. They are not competing against one another, in my opinion. It's a classic chicken egg situation. लोग काम करेंगे तो लोगों को रहने के लिए घर भी चाहिए, और अगर रहने के लिए घर है और वहाँ पे मजा आ रहा है तो वहीं पे नजदीक में ऑफिस भी चाहिए. It's a total ecosystem, in my opinion. What will change, in my opinion, is how we as developers are providing our products, or putting across what we are doing. Today, your customer base with these GCCs, with these financial institutions, with these tech companies has also changed. Back in the day, buying home was an experience that started at the age of, let's say, 35 to 40 ka age. Now your home buyer is also fragmented to a lower age. Now we see home buyers coming from the segment of 25 to 30 very commonly, because the pay scales are better with such institutions that are working inside GIFT City. So people are looking for what happens after we deliver. It becomes all about services. Now these people, they care about how the society is going to be managed. So that becomes the commercial aspect of it. Now building residential is also like running a hotel in a lot of fashion. I mean, I'm working with Rumit Bhai on one of our projects. They are managing the facilities there. They do it fantastically, and we've not heard any bad thing about what they do. But we can't look at it as two competitive aspects. I believe it's a total ecosystem, and I would also like to push any developers who are around here to look at any project that you all are doing as a complete ecosystem. You want to introduce more and more commercial and residential to feed the requirements in a balance, in my opinion.
Sure. So, Hiren sir, ultimately a city's future readiness rests on whether talented people want to live there. Gandhinagar has natural advantages: greenery, cleanliness, lower density. But does it have the cultural infrastructure, the public spaces, the streets worth walking, the things that make a city magnetic for a 28-year-old GCC professional choosing between Gandhinagar, Bangalore, and Hyderabad? What does Gandhinagar need to build that isn't a building?
See, coming back to the earlier point which I made, that a city has to offer for every generation, right? From the child to the elderly, everybody's needs should be satisfied. Now, when like you was mentioning, that the pay scales are becoming better, people are economically, doing well. That means then you also start having spare time, right? Why do many of the youngsters, of course, they work very hard abroad, but why do still so many people prefer to go? Because they have Saturdays, Sundays completely off. They have lot of other avenues like sports facilities, cultural events happening, music events happening, so many things. And of course, we don't have bars, unfortunately. So that's, but I mean, it's a kind of a recreation, right? So the thing is that if we really want to attract this population, which are, and mostly these are again nucleated and small size families, So, and both husband and wife may be working, you see. So you have to understand what is the need of that generation. And, those, and like what we were talking about GIFT City, let's say, that ultimately things are walkable. That means you don't make a special effort to take out your car and go to a destination where you spend another 1.5 hours to reach that. So therefore, I mean, the whole approach of the city planning has to be such that these facilities are very much integrated along with the, whatever development is happening, and those are easily available to the people. Other thing which we are normally ignoring is a larger population which is not that much well-to-do. And that's why we have this affordable housing, and we have EWS and LIG and other houses. I recently did one project for Guda in Sargasan, about 1,200 flats. So again, for this segment, they also want to be part of the city, and they also aspire for, better schools, better all infrastructure. So again, government has to consider that how, because usually what is happening is many of the places are now going out of the pocket of what people can afford. Any dinner costs you not less than 3,000 rupees per person. So everybody is not able to afford. So you need all kinds of places. And that is when the city, I mean, it's like you need a 5-star and you also need a lariwala.
I agree.
So
Sure.
unless everything is built in a holistic way, the city will not be, otherwise you will still have those, shanty sheds and even, slums. So, so if you want to really talk of what Gandhinagar should be or will be in 2035, then unless there is a total holistic approach like this, you may not achieve it. You may just have some very fancy pockets, but then rest of the thing.
Sure, sure. Thank you. So Anirudh, through collated ventures, you are building co-living, co-working, senior living, and experiential retail in this market. These are the product categories that Gandhinagar real estate has historically not seen. What's been the market response? Is the occupier base here ready for these formats, or you creating demand rather than meeting it?
So Rumit, I think, like Sarang said, that it will always be a chicken and egg. I think so we've always been in kind of known, and particularly Shan, I can't take the credit, but differentiated approach to real estate development. And when apartments were not there in Ahmedabad, Bombay જઈને કહે કે apartments અહીંયા અમદાવાદમાં કોઈ દિવસ આવશે, તો 1995 he launched an apartment scheme that was costing as much as the bungalow. So લોકો કે are you crazy? Why will people buy? But then of course now we see it is their new normal, right? So I think similarly we've done senior living in Gift City. We have co-working spaces. We've served the Sanand ecosystem with serviced apartments like expat housing. So I think what we've learned is that you need to be patient. Patient capital. If you are a developer who is into, I would say, earn and churn, and you're serving hot money, that doesn't work. I think we'll have, really, and this every capital you're serving will be high expectation capital. So it has to be patient, number one. Second is, I think one has to look at it from an ecosystem perspective, really thinking about public infrastructure, like Sir said, having a balance between your parks, your schools, your hospitals, so, and ensure that they come in a certain amount of time. So I think Gandhinagar is now, with the ambitious projects that the Gift Cities team is carrying out, I think they are developing the whole riverfront, which is an ambitious project. It will really be the entertainment spine of Gandhinagar and probably Gujarat. But looking at office leasing, 50% of office leasing is, or maybe more, is captured by GCCs. And even so more now, the larger chunk is being served by co-working players, right? So these kind of differentiated approaches will be useful. Recently, someone announced a senior living project in Gift City as part of Gandhinagar. And I think it's Gandhinagar being a city where it's more known as a up till now, a place where people retire. There's clean air. I think it's the best.
Or a Babu city. Babu city.
So I think Gandhinagar is ready. I think we'll have to just change the lens a bit and say that uh, uh, instead of asking, "Are you ready?" saying, "Are we ready and do we have the patience?"
Sure.
Yeah, please, Saran. To add to what Hiren sir just said, Bar's situation, Anirudh is really working very hard to solve that problem. I don't know if I'm allowed to take names, but can I take a couple of names that you all are pulling in?
Yeah, sure.
They are bringing in K's with a bar, right?
Yeah, so some of them has again, some of them has bars. I think Bastion is already coming in,
Bastion is
and I think a lot of support from Gift City. They have about 25, 30 good restaurants lined up. I think you were doing. Why don't you talk about the August? I think one of the they're hosting the Restaurant Federation of India, where they're inviting 100 plus restaurants to show the potential of Gift City. I think it's really working as a good PPP model where in the private capital, infrastructure, and the right incentives are coming in.
But is Swati, I don't know if it's the right place, but is Swati with a bar a true story that we've been hearing?
Shan is coming on after a couple of hours. You can ask him. And so, I sugarcane juice, yes. I don't know about fermented sugarcane juice.
Sure, I think interesting. Harsh, as we are discussing on this theme of 2035, what role do you envisage for Gift City playing in shaping Gandhinagar's economic growth, employment generation, and global positioning over the next 10 years?
Yeah, Gift City is a classic example of, if you have a clear long-term vision and if it is backed by a solid execution and monitoring, how it can shape up. This is now Gift City, Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, it's a tri-city model. So we are not saying Ahmedabad is different, Gandhinagar is different, Gift is different. It's all well connected and it's a tri-city model. So what happens in Gift is not just restricted to Gift, the spillover effects goes to Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar both. So Gift is just the first economic engine. It is now, I'll say the economic engine which is actually fueling Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad. We have more than 1450, around 1400 plus entities working in Gift City, registered in Gift City. The current employment is close to 25,000 people, and going forward by 2030, we are envisaging more than 100,000 people. If we go by the potential that we have for the development in Gift City, it will go even further. So what this suggests, we'll have a lot of investments, we'll have a lot of infrastructure coming over here, we'll have a lot of growth in the economy, we'll have a lot of employment opportunities, we'll have a lot of talent pool available, because Gift in Gujarat has a lot of reputed educational institutions, particularly in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. So we'll have a lot of talent pool over here. So all this is going to fuel the growth, not only to the Gift, but also to the Gandhinagar also. Also, we'll see Gandhinagar predominantly is not just the administrative capital, but it is also having a unique advantage that with this, it will become a center which is connected to the financial and technology hub. So it's a twin advantage for Gandhinagar to be, so it will get a unique positioning. Specifically for Gandhinagar, I'm saying. Ahmedabad is having a financial capital for the state, but Gandhinagar has an added advantage of this. And this is what I see that, Gift is just a beginning. And if this can extend to Gandhinagar, whatever problems that Hiren sir has identified, I think that can be taken care. It is already been taken care at Gift City level. Lari and wo nahi hai sir, lekin baki sab hai.
Sure. So as we are almost about to conclude the panel, just one headline to all of you, that if imagine we are sitting here in 2035, what headline you would all like to read about Gandhinagar?
I think global urban ecosystem, not just for India. I mean it global because like Gift City, how it is being placed and the 90-meter ring road that is coming along. If you really geographically look at it, with that, Gift City becomes the center of and Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar with that 90-meter ring road. So we are going to see a total urban development, and I think Sir would be able to shed more light on it. But it is going to be the global corridor, global ecosystem of 2035.
I think Sarang somewhere read my mind and he said the global ecosystem. I'll have to think of something else now.
Sir, how about you? It's just one headline.
So I would say that it should retain the original title of being the greenest city in the country, not only in the country but in the world. So if it retains that title, that will be the success story. Because other things are definitely going to happen, but still to retain it as the greenest city will be the greatest achievement, I think.
So I feel it is the greenest city. It is a planned city, but I see in 2035 as a more smart city, as a sustainable with a well aligned with the urban ecosystem.
Sure. How about you, Anirudh?
No, you said headlines, so I'm going to put my, kind of media hat on and say, so I read two newspapers. So if I'm reading a more finance-based newspaper, it is exponential, not incremental. And if I'm going to, a generic newspaper who wants attention, say, Dubai plus Singapore equal Gandhinagar, the new frontier of Asia. They say, no harm in dreaming big, right?
So I think I thank you everyone here, for a fantastic panel. And by any chance, if any of the audience have any questions who can be asked to our esteemed speakers, happy to have that question. If anybody is willing to ask a question, please raise your hand. We have time, bandwidth for a couple of questions. So if you want to ask, you can ask. We can have the mic being passed to you.
We have heard that Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar are being a greater Ahmedabad. So what will be the name of Ahmedabad? Ahmedabad will be the greater or Gandhinagar will be greater?
Who would like to answer this? Very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tricky question, sir. I don't know who we want to please. We have projects going on in both the regions. But jo bhi hoga, sir, it'll be fantastic. It is something that we all must look forward to.
I think just to give a narrative on it, probably anything will be greater is going to be greater for the people who will be there. So I think Tri-City is something which will make this more balanced. Thank you. Any more question? We can take one more question if you have. Please pass the mic to him. We'll take this as the last question.
Like my question is to Anirudh, like the concept of tokenization is really intriguing. So I was trying to study the concept. So right now the framework is into a sandbox. So when can we see the concept getting into mainstream, and can we see more of firms like Terrazzo into the market of tokenization?
Sure. So like you said, and your research is correct, that we are still under a sandbox. So people who don't know what sandbox it is a environment where controlled experiments happen. So in case there is some kind of positive or negative findings, they can be contained within that. And usually they are done with the idea that policy should follow. So we are working with the regulators, both with IFSCA regulators, and I believe there is a lot of movement in the center as well. So eventually, this is a form of digital security, right? So it has to be governed by the securities laws, which is either SEBI or IFSCA. And similarly in the US, SEC does it. In Singapore, it is the Monetary Authority of Singapore. So I believe we've been in the journey since now a few years. We have also advocated for the regulation to now take Terrazzo to the next stage. We are also forming a panel or an association that can represent interest, which is not again biased, but a very unified interest to now advocate for regulation. And I think recently we have Mr. Fadnavis also speak about how tokenization can anchor the investment and bring for Maharashtra. So similarly, I think there's a lot of movement. So I'm bullish. I would say within 12 months is my hope.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you so much for all the wonderful discussion. Give them a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. I'm going to request all of you to please remain on stage and wait. And I'm going to be requesting the presence of, ladies and gentlemen, can we please have Mr. Moksut Shah, co-founder and director from Housivity, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to all of them over here. Clap it up for Mr. Shah as well, please, everyone. Thank you. Yes, now on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everybody, yes. That's the magic that you can create. These are all stalwarts in their field. They deserve every bit of the acclaim and recognition coming their way. Thank you so much for adding so much of value to the conversation. We look forward to hearing all of you the next time when we do this. All right, now we'll be moving to the next panel discussion, which is about Ahmedabad's GCC moment. Is Ahmedabad ready to become India's next global business destination? I'm going to repeat the topic for all of you once again. This is about Ahmedabad's GCC moment. Is Ahmedabad ready to become India's next global business destination? Like always, I'm going to be first calling up on stage our esteemed moderator. उसके बाद हमारे सब स्पीकर्स को मैं बुलाने वाला हूं on stage. Leading the conversation as the session chair, ladies and gentlemen, is a senior management professional who has demonstrated an absolute history when it comes to working in various industries, skilled negotiation, budgeting, business planning, and business development. He has over 25 years in sales, marketing, PR, leasing, branding, and business development experience in real estate funds, media, retail, and healthcare industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the city head at Leasing Head, Gujarat, CBRE, Ravin Bhojani. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Bhojani as he makes his way to the stage? Thank you so much, sir. Good to see you once again. Request you to take a seat. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. That's Mr. Bhojani. You can give him a bigger round of applause. Come on, he's one of the most cheerful individuals that you will find in the real estate domain. Usually there's a lot of stress, but he's always smiling, and that's so wonderful. So you all can give him a bigger round of applause. Thank you. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, over here is the Deputy CEO Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, which is an educational society established by the Department of Education, Government of Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an umbrella organization to promote reforms, research, and equality assurance in higher education across the state. My guest over here plays a pivotal role in driving policy execution, institutional reforms, and digital transformation across the state's higher education ecosystem. She's already over here, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Anuja Gupta, please, everyone. Thank you, the Deputy CEO of Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat. My next speaker over here leads the Business Development and Tendering Department and heads marketing and overseas project monitoring at the firm that has operated in the construction industry for around 30 long years. He holds a degree in construction management and business from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, bringing a global perspective and driving innovation, operational excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director of High-Tech Projects Limited, Arya Dalal. Can I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dalal, please? My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, founded Bobby Mukherjee Architects, BMA, as we call it, while still being in college. After completing his studies, he expanded his horizons internationally, working in the United States on projects that received wide recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Bobby Mukherjee Architects, Architect Bobby Mukherjee. Ke liye bhi zor se taali, please. My next speaker leads the India operations for Armanino, one of the leading accounting and advisory firms in the US. He's focused on building a high-impact global capability center that supports the firm's audit, tax, consulting, and technology teams worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, Managing Director, Armanino India LP, Shrenik Shah. Can we have some appreciation coming as well for him? My next speaker over here has over 20 years of experience and is absolutely proficient when it comes to the field of real estate laws and other allied laws as well. Basically, to cut things short, he's a law expert, has been regularly advising clients in various sectors, including developers, PSUs, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare, manufacturing, and conglomerates. Ladies and gentlemen, partner real estate, City, Lamarchan, Mangaldas, Mr. Siddharth Singh. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. You all can give Mr. Singh a bigger round of applause, everybody. Bahut shukriya, thank you. And my next speaker over here is a transformation specialist with more than 2 decades of experience across global operations, shared services, business transformation, GCC strategy, and deep roots in company like McKinsey and Boston Scientific. It brings extensive experience in scaling enterprise-wide innovation and operational excellence as the organization accelerates the development of its global capability center ecosystem. CEO of Adani GCC, Sudhir Dasamantharao, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Sudhir ji, bahut shukriya. Thank you. You know, before you start, I want to mention 2 things. Ek to, itne sare stalwarts ek saath, that deserves a round of applause. You can do that. And the second reason is, we all want to be a nice gentleman over here. Real estate conversations, unfortunately, the number of women we want to see in power positions, we don't see. So clap it up for the lady specifically as well for having reached this space with all her hard work and efforts. And over to you now.
Thank you. Been moderating. It's my 4th year. Surprised and happy to have a diversified panel over here. We talk about real estate, we talk about brick and mortar, everything, but having such a diversified panel, which is going to talk about actually the moment. So is it an inspiration or it's just a moment? GCC, it's all about global capability centers. So I'm going to start my discussion with the first question to you, Bobby. You have been designing a lot of projects and understanding how the GCC, how the flow plates work, what are the kind of infrastructure that is required, what kind of amenities do come into play when it's talking about GCC, and how to attract the talent. How do you foresee the experience that has been over the last decades of exploring the various part of the country, and you've seen globally as well, the capability centers are now shaping up to come into Gujarat. What do you foresee that Gujarat should be having as a setup for getting these kind of GCCs to get attracted and set up their centers in Gujarat?
Making a nice building which occupies, which can be occupied by good talent is easy. Putting up a nice structure is easy, but the difficult part is what happens around it as part of the overall master plan that's required. Because end of the day, in order to attract talent, you know, it's much beyond what they do while they're sitting in their offices working for those 8-9 hours. Very important is what they do after that. So all the places that have flourished across the country, you know, or abroad, you know, starting with in earlier days, there were smaller office spaces that got occupied. In the Indian context, the first thriving such environment was Calcutta during the British times. Obviously, they created a vibrant ecosystem there, you know, where people looked at a good time even after work. You know, everyone talks about work-life balance. So the life aspect is more important than just the work if you want to attract the right talent. Somewhere down the line, Bangalore succeeded because they got that right in those days. You know, in Gurgaon, there are some very successful projects which were done in large formats, like, you know, like say the Cyber Hub area, for example. Because after a hard day's work, they have a place to let their, you know, hair down and, you know, have a good time. And you create friends there. They eat well, they drink well, they, you know, they have a lot more to do on weekends. You know, so unless the whole ecosystem around is made, it's not going to succeed. So a lot of onus lies on the large format real estate developers, you know, who have access to large land holdings. Just an individual, you know, smaller plot of 1-2 acres with a large building is not enough unless it's supported by a larger development close to it. So now why, like Dubai, for example, if you look at the DIFC area or downtown or, you know, all these places, out of nothing it came about, right? It was all desert. Because of good vision, good master planning, they got in really the smartest minds towards planning the whole thing, which was much more beyond just that flow plate that we're talking about. Sure. You know, so there's a big human angle to that. That's where we as architects and planners come in to create all the components in that master plan that help a thriving ecosystem, a community. Now, in the Gujarat environment, now we know that, you know, alcohol is a bit of an issue and probably to change in the near future. But there might be other ways, you know, other directions, you know, I mean, you could go towards the direction of, you know, promoting wellness, about, you know, safety. Now, if you look at Singapore, you know, it's so well planned with amazing landscape, aesthetic buildings, their children feel really safe there. You know, they have, you know, the quality of life is amazing. This one aspect that's missing is okay, but many other things can be created to cover up for that, you know. So there are various possibilities. So it requires a bigger vision by all the stakeholders, you know, starting with a large format developer and of course the policymakers and the government, and, you know, they play an important role. Then we come in as an architect to make that into, you know, reality. Yeah.
So taking the cue from Bobby, I would direct my question to you, Sudhir and Sharing. You guys already have a setup of GCC. Talent is one of the things that is major kind of a concern, and also maintaining the attrition level and finding the right kind of talent to keep them entertained. In the current scenario within Ahmedabad, how has your experience been and what do you foresee is the need of the hour with regards to talent retention, getting the right kind of talent, and creating that social infrastructure to support that kind of work, environment.
To your question, this is what I keep on learning from the nature. The reason I say this in most of the forums, so that people are able to connect. As a human beings, we chase wrong things. So for example, we chase butterflies. Instead of focusing on building a nice garden where flowers blossom. When you create a garden with flowers, butterflies will automatically come. In that line, I see in Gujarat, a lot of that thinking has already started. So on that note, it's a great appreciation for the ecosystem, the focus on the government and a lot of industries to trying to do that. One, starting with that note, and it is also not appropriate to compare each of these journeys. And when it comes to GCCs, people tend to compare with Bangalore and Hyderabad. Bangalore and Hyderabad should not be compared is because they have a great advantage of 25 years of head start. Now, most of these places, especially in Gujarat, where recently 4 months back, I moved from Gurgaon to here, I see the quality of air is too good. For a human life, the quality of air is essential. The kind of infrastructure, what I see is fantastic. So I think from a talent point of view, how are you focusing on building? And to Bobby's point is not just putting a structure together. How are you creating the ecosystem of where you have enough leadership willing to come to Gujarat? People at an entry level, yeah, there are a lot of university ecosystem exists, but how are you tapping into that ecosystem? What is the visibility you're giving from industry point of view to that young generation? What kind of startup ecosystem are you creating? So it is not one element which will make the start point of GCC. And I lead the largest GCC. And this is a very unique GCC existed in the world because I serve 26 businesses, complex industries, which is very unique. Now, the point is that if most of the organizations want to open GCCs, only simply about the cost or a capability is not enough. You have to look at the capacity and the convenience as well. So these elements really matters in terms of how do you really attract the right talent? How do you also build the talent into this scaling of these GCCs?
Thank you. Sure.
So I completely agree with what Bobby said about the human element. And just to give you a background, like I started 2 GCCs in the period of last 10 years, as you know, Ravin. So the first phase and the second phase, I can see the difference. In the first, my prior firm, it took me 5 years to reach up to 100. And my second Armanino, it took me 5 months to scale up to 100. Of course, the experience plays a part, but to your question, whether there is a dearth of talent, I believe no. But yes, there are challenges in certain areas. So let's talk, because this is a real estate team here. So I would like to start with the space problem. Like what is, so when GCCs as a customer look out for any new space or any new place to begin their business, they do not start from square footage. Their first lookout is for space. And when I spell out for space, S stands for scalability, C stands for connectivity. I'm sorry, P stands for plug and play, readiness, like whether we can, how quickly we can start. That's very important. A stands for amenities. That's super, as Bobby mentioned, a lot of things like what happens after the work or while they're working, because right now we are living in an era where the demands or the expectations from employer are completely different. Like they would like to have a gym and a theater and you name it, and all kind of facilities within the one roof. And we have a space, I'm talking about, we have a location in Hyderabad as well, where they have the huge training space, they have a huge theater there. On the terrace, they have squash and tennis and cricket and everything, you name it, and they have it. So the demands, the expectations are changing. Are we living up to that speed or not in terms of that? So that's a big question that we have to answer. And that next 5 years is going to be very crucial for Gujarat and especially for Ahmedabad. The next thing is C is for connectivity. Like we do have metros, but do we have enough connectivity to that?
Are they
metro?
actually catering to the kind of
Exactly.
connectivity that we need?
I mean, we can do the surveys, like how many percentage of people on each offices are using metros. If I have the stats because I have two different locations. I do have the stats. In Hyderabad, it's like 40% of my team uses metro. In Ahmedabad, there's only one person who is using BRTS out of the 200 people that I have, 300 people I have. So that's the biggest difference. And the last one is the E, that is the eco-friendliness. Now, Armanino, talking about Armanino, we are also certified B Corporation. So not just having enough space and enough height and light and things like that, but we also want to make sure that we are building eco-friendly spaces, whether we are using reusing the water, whether we are using the solar panels, things like that. So it has to be certified. It has to be a sustainable energy that we are using. So there are multiple factors on the space side. Coming to the talent point of view, I think we had a pre-session discussion with all the jury, all the panelists here. But I think when we do have the talent, but when it comes to scalability, there is a challenge. Like especially for the niche jobs, we do face a challenge. We have to bring people from other states or other parts of the country, and that's when we face a challenge because that automatically comes with high attrition. Because if the people are not from local, they have problems with their lifestyles. They have problems with the weather. They have family problems. They have health issues and all that. Because it's all about, we are dealing with humans, not machines. It's easy to set up a factory in any part of the country, but it's not easy to set up a GCC with human beings in any part of the country. So that is a challenge, without a doubt. I do not want to portray a pink picture. It is a challenge, and that's why we have to go to other locations. And talking about the scalability, you know how painful it has been for me. Within staying in Ahmedabad, I have to have 4 offices.
And 4 different locations.
4 different
4
locations.
different projects.
So scalability is an issue. So that's my take on that.
Taking the cue from talent. Most of you would not know, but we have Anujaji over here, who is part of the education system of Gujarat, representing the gap that has been seen of getting the right kind of talent and the way people are still having a belief that talent is only available outside the state. That's where I would want you to educate people in this forum as well as on this panel, how Gujarat government is well equipped and can bridge that gap.
Thank you so much. I'm here for problem solving. We, Bharat, we are a startup nation. We are a space superpower. We are the voice of South. Entire world has reposed faith in us, Gujarat. And Dakhla Rite, for instance, the World Police and Fire Games, the Commonwealth Games, fingers crossed, the Olympics. Everything will be coming here to Ahmedabad, right outside our door. Why this is happening? So to answer all of their points and cues which were here prior to the mic was given to me. So there are 4 verticals that I'll quickly talk about: people, place, policy, and problem solving. Let me start with the people first. So talking about people, I represent here KCG, that is Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, a society by the Department of Education, Government of Gujarat. I represent the voice of more than 5 lakh students, graduates from Gujarat, who are willing to work in Gujarat given an opportunity and training. I represent alumni of more than 2,000 institutions. So when I say that, I come to the P, problem solving. If specifically they have a requirement, if the industry has a requirement that I want BE civil engineers who play tabla very well and who have completed a course in AI and machine learning from IIT Kanpur. Let's say, dakla rite, if that's an example. So if you have that particular requirement as an industry, I will not take anything more than 30 seconds to filter out the data and give it to you. We have been working and continuously strive to build our data in a manner wherein we can provide this to you. There is a gap. There is a gap between the industry and academia, and we need to bridge that. How do we bridge it? Is why I am here. We bridge it by inviting you to co-curate the curriculum. Most of you, if you have come from Gujarat, you would know that the curriculum that we are studying, it is continuously evolving. There's a reason for that. Because if the industry readiness is not there to your degree, then it's just college pedigree and nothing more than that. Today, the dilemma, the debate is degree versus deployability. So you need to be deployed. Merely a degree is not enough. We need to have next generation smart skills in place. And again, keeping in mind the human concept, which you very clearly mentioned. So to enable all of that, we have integrated IKS, that is Indian Knowledge System, along with digital fluency. Gone are the days, 20 years back, 25 years ago, when probably we were in college, English proficiency was necessary, soft skill, hona hi chahiye. It was like that. Today, it is a quintessential. It is, you don't have to, we don't even have to talk about it as a requirement. It is a non-negotiable prerequisite. But what we need today is digital fluency also. So to enable that, we need to develop a curriculum. Now, with the NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, we have the liberty to cut this rigidity and bring in the industry aspect and their concerns into our curriculum. For instance, gone are the days when you were studying economics as microeconomics, ye iska definition. Macroeconomics, this is the definition. No. Today, we are encouraging PCL, participant-centered learning, wherein a real-time case study, for instance, of Adani Group will be taken into class. And then while solving the case study, you understand the academic constructs of economics through the case study. So a lot of teaching pedagogy has also evolved. All of this certainly takes time. But then industry readiness of our students can be accelerated if and only if the industry comes to us, or when we go to them, they open the doors to us to enable and empower these students. And when I say students, I'm not talking about just fresh graduates. I'm also talking about alumni, engineers with 5+ years of experience. We're talking about Gujarat, more than 5 lakh students. Gujarat alone produces 1 lakh engineers. Do you know that? So we are talking big numbers here. And all of this is possible. The rigidity which was there earlier, with these 2 new policies, everything has become a lot more doable. We have the flexibility. And if not now, then when? Now we're coming to the policy part of it. So for any discussion of GCC, it cannot be limited only to the brick and mortar structures. GCC is not just real estate. In real estate, I was quite surprised when I was invited. Twice I had to confirm, are you sure you are inviting me? Because I'm not from the realty world. They said, no, we are inviting you. And that was a very big change that I have seen. Because here, probably I take it for granted that all of you are more keen about land appreciation, whereas I am more keen about my value appreciation for my students and creation of opportunities for students. Gujarat government is heavily investing manpower, money, and intent to create research parks wherein we can co-curate a repository of problem statements of the industry which will be solved by the academia and industry together. Together, we will be able to bridge this gap faster. Like it's rightly quoted somewhere, कि तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं. It's more like that. If we are sitting in isolated verticals, we will never be able to bridge the gap. And why more than 50% of the global GCCs have come to India? It is for the talent. And there's no dearth of talent in Gujarat, let me tell you that. So all of this, to make it accessible to the industry, we have developed systems, dashboards, wherein we won't take more than 30 seconds of your time to give you the manpower that you need. You don't even have to physically come to us. Everything will be streamlined and possible in open dashboards, portals, portfolios. All of this is possible. It's just a matter of dialogue that we can have with you. And lastly, before I conclude this particular aspect, when we talk about co-creating curriculum, it is not limited only to one or two fields like engineering or MBA or commerce for that matter. It goes a lot beyond that. Because if we study the requirement of GCC, it is not all engineering. There's a lot of healthcare also, which is there. And Government of Gujarat, again to tell you, we are setting up a very strong vertical in healthcare for innovation. So today GCC has been here for like more than 20 years, 24 years to be more precise. But it is very different from outsourcing. There's no third party, no vendor. It's an extension of the company. So the best thing is that our students, our manpower, they get employed into that culture, into the company itself. So the problems that the corporate would face of attrition and all won't be there if you have manpower from the same zone where you have set up your office. For instance, if you have an office in Rajkot and you need whatever requirement you have in Rajkot, we will be able to cater that to you because we have zone-wise database, zone-wise. And there are zones which are demarcated in our database. So we can map it according to your requirement and cater that so that your attrition problem is solved. And the one thing that I would request the corporate fraternity, the industry, is that please help us co-create a curriculum for training. A lot of funds of the corporate is invested in training and very heavily invested. So when you are trying to do contractual employment or third party or even training and development, a lot of funds, a lot of time of the corporate is invested in that. But if you tap their potential while they are still in their last semester, we give them a training. I mean the Department of Education. We give them the training that is essential, that is co-curated by you from the industry point of view and us from the academic essentials point of view. And our students will be hugely benefited. This is need of the hour. While talking this, there's no luxury component attached to it. It is need of the hour. It's just that we are speaking it out loud today. But going forward, we roll out the red carpet to everybody, to the industry and to the corporate fraternity. We roll out the red carpet to you. You're most welcome to please have a dialogue with us. We are more than willing. We are committed. We are committed to make our students, our graduates, industry ready. If 75,000 jobs are coming to Gujarat, I want my brothers and sisters and my students to get employment. And why not? All your problems of attrition will be taken care of, Shrenikji. Thank you so much.
So there are people in the audience over here who definitely come from the corporate side of the business as well, including Neelam Bhai and Shan and everyone. They would definitely agree to the fact that there had been a gap. And that's one of the reasons, Siddharth, my next question to you. You have been part of bringing in a lot of real estate developers to the clients who are wanting to set up their offices in Gujarat. And now the GCC, the in thing is also being considered by many companies that are looking at Gujarat. What has been your kind of, understanding as to what are the key requirements when it comes to setting up a GCC, the talent part which was there, and that's one of the reasons we have Anujaji here to talk about that gap has been filled up. What are the other things that come into forefront when any company is looking at setting up their GCC?
Thank you, Ravin. So thank you. So, Ravin, as you rightly said that, we, as a pan-India law firm, we lead and help a lot of corporates, multinational companies to set up GCC, and we have a industry-leading practice to do that. And we are proud of setting up many large GCCs in India. Having said that, many times what I hear from people around in for Gujarat or Ahmedabad especially, that everything draws up to a cost that, Ahmedabad sastu che, or Ahmedabad is cost of living is less. But when I feel that a GCC, when is moving to India at a global level, they have taken a decision that we are moving to India. So from them, from their side or their perspective, the cost element is already taken into consideration. Now, whether it is Ahmedabad, Bangalore or Hyderabad, the cost is not that much of a difference because they have decided the global. But when, earlier it was like that we used to get just mandates of, if I'm a real estate partner, will be diligence. If my employment partner will do a employment advisory. But nowadays we also get, before they are thinking, they are asking for a memo where they are asking for advisory state-wise that, if you have this X state, Y state, Z state, tell us what kind of, licenses would be required to be obtained. What are the operational challenges? And why I'm mentioning the licenses in particular, because I see the GCC policy, which has been, announced by Gujarat government, also captures a very important and unique point is that we are not only focused on IT or technology. We are also very much focused on R&D, manufacturing, innovation, deep tech, and obviously when we talk about Gift City, also the banking finance sector. So we are offering, industry a well spread. So when it is a greenfield project, see, we are discussing two parts. One is a grade A office. There is a separate requirement, as Chanik also mentioned, Sudhirji also mentioned, and there is a brownfield, a greenfield thing where there is an industry talking about it, and it's, as Anujaji rightly mentioned, that it many times it is extension of the same company. So in Gujarat, when we proudly say that we have so much of a lot of multinational companies having their world-class manufacturing plants already there, but when it comes to setting of GCC, and I was happy to hear from Sudhir that, while GCC is a word, but what is a talk behind it, and it's good to know that it's not just GCC. There is a lot of intricacies involved, and as rightly said, that non-negotiable. If I say the industry would ask if they are thinking of Gujarat or Ahmedabad particular, is one aspect which all touched upon before me was about talent. So of course, while Anuja rightly offered, and I think I appreciate that there is certainly a gap in understanding of we as a, where we are not aware. There is if there is a system so efficient, so the industry question that, how good is the talent, what is the retention available, do we need to, how would we migrate people, can be answered if the system is so, helpful. Of course, it should be explored by all concerned people who are helping such GCC. Second, of course, is when they want to know the execution, timelines, whether it is an office space, whether it is a, an industrial facility, they would want to know that here is a developer, you have done the diligence, but can you comment that what is the execution timelines in your experience, whether it would be completed on timelines, whether there are any uncertainties which follow that, abhi ye license nahi mila hai, ya, abhi ye, there is a no pollution, sorry, the environment clearance is not coming. Few iconic buildings were stuck for good 1 year, if I see in Ahmedabad. And last, of course, is about regulatory, which is the main thing, because a cost is a thing which a company can still bear and take a call where you help as an expert. But if there is any regulatory uncertainty, they are obviously it raises a big red flag. And that comes in a way where there are different interpretations that whether fire NOC will apply or not, what is different. So having said that, what I feel is that government has been actively working, therefore there's a policy is there. As Anuja rightly mentioned, we have world-class education institutions already in Ahmedabad, across Gujarat, which have been, sorry to use word producing, but having students which are having qualified. She rightly raises a point about industry readiness, and what I hear from my clients, including some specialized sectors, they have been offering vocational training, or they have been setting up and helping the government because they need such talent. They also don't want to, and especially places like GIDC, which mandates that, local talent has to be hired at a particular percentile, they would want. And as you just read in newspaper yesterday, that for the pay guest, there is a policy which is coming. So these are some issues which, keep on coming back to us again and again. But all in all, what we see that the shift is happening, and shift is happening for good, where they would want, Ahmedabad, and they have been considering, and we have been helping a lot of our clients. Of course, winner takes it all, it's as it says. So I'm hopeful that we all together, as we have the vibrant fellow, we all together as a Gujarat can help such industries. More and more clarification can be given from time to time. So there is no uncertainty to any company coming, and they know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and my office or my GCC or my, R&D center would be up and running. So that is from.
Thanks for mentioning the industry readiness part. There's one point that I would like to add here. I don't have the approval to give the name of the company, but all of you would be glad to know that with the right talent acquisition partner, see, we play a very big role here. With the right talent acquisition partner, from concept to commission, it takes less than 4 months to get a team of 100 up and running. And we are doing that. It's a case study, a benchmark that we are creating. We are 27 days away from the 4-month target that was given to us. And very soon you would know that within 4 months, concept to commission with 100 talent acquired on board, on the roll. It's possible to do.
That's news. Nobody would have believed that.
Yes. So there's a lot happening, but not everything is advertised or spoken about. So unless we have forums like this, so thanks to Realty Plus that you have extended this forum. Thank you, Sapna.
Coming to talent, talking about the bylaws and the infrastructure. My question to you, Arya, you've heard from the horse's mouth, getting the right kind of a project, getting the grade A assets, getting the kind of delivery and the timelines. What is something different that high tech has initiated or taken up to fast track and meet to the requirement of the occupiers within Ahmedabad for their GCC setup?
Thank you for your question. It's a really great achievement for my company that over the last 30 years, we have delivered more than 100 projects in the commercial sector, the residential sector, the institutional sector, as well as the industrial sector. And we have always been, as my company's name is High Tech, we've always tried to adapt the latest technology possible. So to give you an example, in GIFT City, in one of our first projects, we were the first company in Gujarat to get a boom placer, a self-climbing boom placer. So that's one example. We were one of the first companies to get a self-climbing safety screen as well. Since you mentioned technology, it's really interesting for me because I'm a huge fan of AI. I was introduced to ChatGPT in probably my second year of college. And I've seen that the technology has evolved and gotten better every 6 months. And I've seen people who move in early have the advantage. So in the starting of this year, I hired a tech company from Mumbai to help us, integrate AI into our systems. And it has been really helpful. So to start, I'll give you an example of Microsoft. So we have the Microsoft 365 suite in our company where we run finance through Microsoft Dynamics. You have the Outlook and SharePoint for data. And now we also have the Copilot Enterprise version, which basically means every time an engineer, a supervisor, or even a project manager is prompting something into the chat, the data is not being shared with anyone else. That's the enterprise protection. So we've had workshops, we've had training sessions where you show how a prompt is written, how a prompt is engineered, and what are the different kind of outputs. Another key and important note is the reliability. Well, you cannot 100% rely on the answer AI is giving you. If you do that, it becomes a liability. So to solve that, we have given a human interface as well. Like you are not 100% relying on AI or you're not 100% relying on the data given by AI. You're just proof checking it. So you always have, that some margin of error, which has to be fact checked. And the final approval is still being given by a human, right? Another use case is we are building apps through Cloud Code. So in our ERP, you can take an example of execution. So we are managing 25 projects right now, and it's a mess because I am in 50 odd group chats, right? In every group chat, you have daily labor reports, you have daily progress reports, and it's a clutter, basically. What I'm building right now is an execution tool where you have something called a last planner system, where it's basically breaking down a macro monthly schedule into a weekly schedule, and that is broken down into a daily schedule. My project manager can assign, what engineer is responsible for what task. My AI agent is basically, so on Cloud Code, I'm building an app where I could see all of this in a centralized way. I can monitor my projects more efficiently. I could even see what kind of problems I might face in the future due to some kind of problem. It could be a human problem, it could be a technical problem. So I think as an early mover in this AI space, I'm expecting great results. So far, we have integrated AI into our tendering department. I would say my turnaround time for a tender has reduced by 50% now. So it's increasing my bidding capacity. So that's my first deliverable outcome, I would say, from technology. And other than that, you obviously have China, who's the greatest innovator in AI robotics in construction as well. So I'm planning a visit to Shanghai pretty soon, and hopefully, trying to bring some kind of robotics also into the picture.
Great. Bobby, it's a question for everyone because taking the consideration of the time, I won't go past the time that's been set. AI is the way forward in construction industry. Aria has already started implementing that. How do you foresee that's going to benefit in designing the state-of-the-art, offices to cater to the requirements that are coming in for all kind of industries, including GCCs, CPA firms, educational institutes that are also looking at AI? How do you foresee your contribution and your way of implementing AI and designing these kind of offices?
It's just not about offices, it's about our profession in general.
Agree.
It's greatly improved the speed with which we are able to give deliverables. That's where the time comes down, but there are still certain limitations. In the initial stages of design, it's been pretty helpful. But when it comes to the other half, where you're talking about construction documents, detailing, it's still to evolve.
Earlier, yeah,
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 it's
still
still, it will happen. It will happen. It has greatly reduced timeline. So it's now creeping into that aspect as well. So down the line, what's going to happen is that AI helps you get in the resources which the best minds in the world might have already done before. So it already has the knowledge, as to what all components to put inside towards making that project more efficient, more aesthetic, more tasteful, more functional. It does. It is able to figure out that level of analyzing the requirement and coming up and with stuff. But then, yeah, we still have I think probably another 4 or 5 years before everything gets getting. And in terms of a profession, it is going to affect the future of the design industry, where I can see, as you mentioned, that the tendering job, the tendering work was reduced by 50%. That means, an X amount of people is not required anymore.
Will be redundant, yeah.
So it's a tricky situation. But in order for us to survive, we have to play the game. Yeah.
Absolutely. And a question before sorry, so you were to.
One thing I want to add is from a GCC point of view, I've been in this GCC industry from last 25 years, where the journey of what a GCC definition from where it started and where it is now. Typically, GCCs used to be like a finance function or a HR function and all. Now, why a lot of organizations is going to Hyderabad or Bangalore is all the new GCCs, all the multinational companies who are coming are tech GCCs. They're not normal GCCs. So people have to understand that's where the employability is, you along with your functional knowledge, you're a finance or a marketing or a HR, you also have to be a data analyst. You need to know the AI skills. So the organization's hiring pattern have changed, right? So one had to understand that these are more tech GCCs who are into highly automated. So they're not just coming for the cost, right? They're also coming for the tech talent. So that's a big transformation I see as a GCC leader from last 25 years. And that is where the emphasis is for every organization. Gone are the days where the tech companies used to hire 2,500 people a year, right? For example, Infosys and HCL of the world, every year they used to hire like 25,000, 30,000 people, freshers. But they're not doing that right now. Why? Because the requirement of the talent definition have changed. So from a GCC point of view, that is where it is very important that you blend the human plus AI. I call it a superhuman. Everyone have to become a superhuman. If not, you'll just be a human. So you add AI to, irrespective of the stream, you are a reality, lawyer, doctor, doesn't matter. We have so many Google doctors these days. They challenge doctors only because they've seen the operation before it happens. So we are evolving in a very different generation. And remember one thing, this is as an industry leader, I always tell people that don't build for current. The generation which is coming is very, very different. So everything what you define or design is for the future because they are your consumers. They are your customers. Keep them in mind for a long run of your game, right? So that's what I would say, that from a GCC point of view or from a reality point of view, whatever your ecosystem you're building, keep in mind the generation which is needs are very different from the generation what we are coming from.
Agree.
No AI can ever replace OI, original intelligence. So we have 1.5 million Indians who are AI learners, but we rank 89th in AI proficiency in the world.
Agree.
89th, but we have 1.5 million AI learners. So original intelligence is, nothing can compete that. But having said that, there are a few more things I would like to bring to your notice, since not every day that you interact with the industry and education. For our students, talking about proficiency in communication and English proficiency per se, we have developed an app wherein in a window of 15 minutes every day, so if you use a Promova or Duolingo or whatever, it does not give you the Gujarati translation for this. You would be glad and you should be proud to know that in India, through Niti Aayog, we have a vertical that is called Bhashini. Bhashini is in more than 100. You use that, oh, Mr. Lawyer, of course you use it. In more than 121 regional languages, whatever we speak, as I am speaking, immediately it can be translated right now in real time. So the app that we have developed for English proficiency for our students is such that even in Bilkhagam, it's a small village in Junagadh. Junagadh is a district in Gujarat, for those you didn't know. So even for a boy who is sitting in Bilkhagam in Junagadh, 15 minutes every day, he gets access to this Buddy app, and he or she will be becoming proficient in English with Cambridge certified trainers being deployed. And they will also have contact classes. So apart from this 15 minutes every day window, which they say that it's a scientific study that beyond 15 minutes can lead to addiction. So we don't want that. So we have this 15 minutes window every day that the app opens as per your convenience, of course. But today you have half an hour, so I will sit for half an hour. It doesn't work like that. Once you open 15 minutes, it will be gone. And every day it will take you from your level. So let's say there's somebody who is still struggling with zero, 1, 2, 3. So that zero will become zero. So the struggle, whatever struggle they have at whatever level, let's say I want to speak better, maybe like Shashi Tharoor. So from my level, I will be aligned to a better path. From 0 to 0, from my level to another path. So whatever your capability is there, we talk about capability development, right? GCC is all about that. So these are very small interventions that we are doing in the education department so that our entire generation and generations to come, they will be more equipped to become industry ready. Another instance I would give you is in terms of how we are using AI to simplify the processes for our students. Probably you people in the industry and the corporate fraternity, I belong to a fraternity so earlier. So yeah, we have to type, feed in data, get the answer. Our students through the GCAS portal, they don't even have to type. They just go online. I have this percentage. In Gujarati, you can say, you can speak in any language. So Gujarati or English, you just say, I have this much percentage. Now, can you tell me, Mr. Computer, that which colleges can I apply to? All right. Okay. LD college, can I apply? All right. Which stream will I get? Okay. Apply in LD college. You just speak and it's done. This is happening today. It's not something that is futuristic. All of this is already happening. Our students don't even have to type everything. It's just a talk that they do with a computer. So we have deployed AI, but not that we are subservient to AI, but AI is a servant to us. Let that be a servant to us and making our life easy. So that's how the education department is doing a lot of intervention to make things easy for students. And GCAS is one such example, and Buddy app for proficiency in language, because I understand the industry always has this problem. By and large, when I have an interaction, that language proficiency problem, madam. So yeah, we're working at it in a very foolproof manner, and you will see the results and very promising results. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been insightful. We're already running out of time. So any last one-line sentences from each one of you after this, interactive and educative session that all the panelists shared their views on, and especially learning how Gujarat government has the education system in place for us to get the right kind of talent. Starting from you, Bobby, just one line takeaway from this session.
So it's line for all the stakeholders who want to make this happen, that it's all doable. There has to be the human angle that needs to be put into the planning process, and everything will fall into place. It's just not brick and mortar. There's a lot more to it. And if that realization dawns upon all the entire ecosystem, right, it'll automatically fall into place, because there's so many successful such examples that has been seen throughout history. It's very easy to replicate it. You just need the will.
I think in one line, in the interest of time, I just want to be short and sweet. I think to make sure that we see Gujarat at a different level in next couple of years or next 5 years, I think it's a collective and individual responsibility. Everybody has to play its role, whether it is the real estate, whether it is the education ministry or the government or the academia or the GCCs. Everybody has to play their role in an apt way. And that will make our state proud, our country proud, and that will create a lot of opportunities for everybody.
Hi, so I would like to say that in terms of the performance, and we have the recent one which Gujarat has proved to the world is semiconductor industry, whether it Sanand, Dholera, Surat, and it has proved that world-class facilities can come up and inaugurated and completed in record time. Now, when it comes to GCC, we often listen to the words called fast track approval, single window system. But what I have been hearing, and maybe the experiences what I have worked on matters, that while it is a single approval system, but then they are directed to different departments to liaison, to work around. So if I can use that word, it should be having a GCC concierge where, I don't need, the company does not need to run from, pillar to post. And actually, it helps. Like how Anuja just mentioned, if similar systems are, put in the May. Yeah, we will discuss. And we are very hopeful. So I would certainly want that, industry would say, I would want one less fiscal incentive. But if this works on ground, nothing like it. And also for the developers, I would say both way, end users and developers. If developers are also facilitated, that if he declares that I am making this for GCC, then it should go on. Thank you. Thank you.
I think one last word I would add. I know we are already running late. I would always say that GCC is a combination of 5 key elements: the cost, capability, capacity, convenience, and the confidence which the government is giving. So with that, thank you very much.
I personally believe that Ahmedabad has a great ecosystem. You have great developers with great concepts, great ideas. Even my fellow competitors who are into the construction line, they are also adopting the latest quality and safety standards. You have Mundra, you have Jamnagar, you have Dholera as an SIR region. So it is going to attract a lot of investors and probably a lot of capital. I think we lack a bit on hospitality because we are a dry state, but a good initiative taken by Gift City to, like legalize it a little bit, probably.
I beg to differ. We don't lack in hospitality. Garvi Gujarat, we don't lack in hospitality at all. Dry state or wet state or whatever, we don't lack in hospitality at all. And one thing I would just like to, take from your cue, if at all, and if whenever the GCC concierge is set up, all the credit has to go to this forum. Because this idea came when you have just mentioned that this is need of the hour. And when that happens, you need to take back to this day, this moment, and this 5:30 that, yeah, it was then that this was decided. So all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you, Realty Plus, as always, for making me a part of this event. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajani. Thank you so much to all of you. I request all of you to please remain on stage. And if you all can please give them a bigger round of applause, that would be really, really appreciated. Thank you. I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Manish Shah, who's the esteemed MD of Omega Engineers, to please come up on stage and give all of them the token of appreciation. Please clap and appreciate Mr. Shah as well as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you. You can start giving from here. Thank you. If you all can come forward after this a little bit so that we can do the group photograph nicely. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. A little forward. Thank you, so that the tables are not visible. And Ahmedabad, आप लोगों को पता है अभी क्या करना है, right? I don't even need to give hints anymore after that. So exactly, you're doing what you need to do right now. Thank you. Phenomenal stuff. And of course, for many questions or any questions for the panelists, you can connect with them offline. They're more than happy to share their thoughts and ideas for all of you. So बहुत shukriya. On that note, we'll be now moving on to the next session. This is going to be a panel discussion on future-proofing Gujarat, building smart and sustainable cities. This is going to be about future-proofing Gujarat, building smart and sustainable cities. I'm going to be first talking about our esteemed moderator for the first session. This is going to be about somebody who has an extensive experience at leading real estate firms in senior roles. She brings deep expertise in financial modeling, project feasibility, investment banking, corporate finance, and risk mitigation, having over 13 years of experience across capital markets, strategic consulting, and taxation. She leverages her strong command of working capital management, debt raising, cash flow optimization, and tax advisory to drive business growth and operational excellence in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have on stage the esteemed Associate Director, Advisory Services at Colliers India, Voma Shaha, please, over here. Thank you so much. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Oh, perfect. Relieved. Thank you. I request you to take your seat over here. My first speaker to join you over here is somebody who leads this company with a vision to redefine modern real estate through aspirational yet accessible living. With a background spanning law, technology, and real estate, he focuses on building customer-centric developments that combine thoughtful design, lifestyle enhancement, and long-term value for India's evolving urban middle class. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman and managing director at Reneve Developers, Arvind Ola ji. Thank you so much, Mr. Ola, for joining us over here. Absolute pleasure. My next speaker over here is a dynamic and forward-thinking professional and has a special focus on growth of the Dholera smart city. With a strong passion for business strategy, investment opportunities, and smart city innovations, is playing a pivotal role in the economic transformation and sustainable development of the region, helping Dholera become a global hub for business and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Director, Green Tech Life Spaces Private Limited, Mr. Dev Kandhar. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Kandhar, please? My next speaker over here is involved with the preparation of development plan of Amrut 2 cities, development of satellite towns in Gujarat, and in coordination with Jika Tokyo, he is involved in station area planning for Mumbai, Ahmedabad high-speed train, also known as the bullet train. He's also part of the implementation process of online building permit system and other areas of urban planning and development. The esteemed additional chief town planner in town planning and valuation department, government of Gujarat, Harpal Dave. Harpal Dave ji, can we please have you over here on stage? Mr. Dave, thank you. My next guest, with over 25 years of experience in the financial services sector, is responsible for the execution and alignment of the organizational strategy to maximize operating capabilities for the business centers in the country. Is the executive sponsor of the India Leadership Council, comprising members from SAP Global and Crystal, encouraging a culture of best practices that enhance operational excellence and support sustainable growth. The Managing Director, India Operations, S&P Global, Neelam Patel ji. Thank you so much, Mr. Patel, for joining us. My next speaker established his firm in the year 2000 called Shayona Art Consultant, which is today one of the most established architectural and interior practices in Gujarat. Over his career spanning 26 long years, his firm has executed more than 1,500 architecture and interior design projects across India, as well as the global ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, founder and principal architect, Shayona Consultants, Prashant Parmarji. Thank you so much, Mr. Parmar, for joining us. And my Next speaker for the session is an entrepreneur with interest in product design, architecture, real estate development, asset management, and blockchain technology. He's been a real estate developer for 30 years. He founded Amaya Properties and completed 1.5 million square feet of development over the years. And he later co-founded Collated Ventures, which has 2 million square feet under development and has amassed an equity-backed land bank to be developed in phases, and Terrazzo Network, which is building a platform for private market investments through asset-backed securities on the blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen, the partner Collated Ventures LLP and co-chair IGBC Ahmedabad chapter, Shan Zaveri ji. Mr. Zaveri, what an absolute pleasure to have you again this year. Thank you. Wow, it's like 7 people. Hum saath saath hai. Can you all clap it up for them, please, everybody? This is going to be setting the tone perfectly. And I'm going to request all of you to take your seats, please. And the timer is there for your reference. And you can go ahead, Misha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all for the panel discussion on building urban growth corridor, Gujarat Tri-City. So I'll set up the context. Gujarat urban growth story is entering an important new phase. Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City are increasingly involving not merely as 3 neighboring cities, but as an economic and urban ecosystem. Each city brings a complementary strength, like Ahmedabad provides scale, talent, established social infrastructure, and employment. Whereas Gandhinagar contributes planned development, institutional strength, and administrative importance. GIFT City provides global positioning, financial services, technology, and next generation urban infra. Ahmedabad Metro Phase 2 now provides a 28.2 kilometer, which connects Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City. This represents an important physical foundation for regional integration. However, connectivity alone will not create a successful corridor. A genuinely powerful urban corridor must bring together employment, housing, social infra, mobility, sustainability, and quality of life. It must be capable of attracting investment as well as retaining talent. It must also ensure that infra precedes development and that growth remains inclusive and environmentally responsible. At the same time, Gujarat opportunity extends beyond the Tri-City, which is Surat, Vadodara, and Rajkot, are developing around their own industrial, commercial, and entrepreneurial strength. Our discussion today will be based on 3 broad categories. Firstly, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City are genuinely evolving into a one integrated ecosystem. The second one, what must be done to make this corridor economically sustainable and livable. And thirdly, what lessons Surat, Vadodara, and Rajkot should consider from this transformation. So we have an excellent panel, which is, categorized into development, government, urban planner, architecture, and investment and sustainability. So we'll have an opening round. I would request each one of you to, give your approximately 1 minute to those questions, and it will be related to your specific lens. When we speak of making the Gujarat Tri-City India's most powerful urban growth corridor, what should success look like in 2035? And what is the single most important requirement for achieving it? So I would start with Mr. Arvind Dola. I would request you to say it on development and investment perspective.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I know it's quite late and some of you might have been waiting since morning. So bear with us for half an hour. Amazing people. These are the inspiration for young developers like us. So for me, like it is already deja vu type का हो गया कि सोचा था कि ऐसे लोगों के साथ में कभी बातें करेंगे इन बाजू में लाके बैठा दिया तो it's already a pressure. So if you guys can support for next 30 minutes, maybe we can share our minds out. What are we doing? How are we making sense in the market? What is the feedback from the market? And probably we can learn a bit from you. You can learn a bit from us. Coming back to the question Vyoma has just asked. इन्होंने सवाल पूछा कि गिफ्ट सिटी गांधीनगर अहमदाबाद उसको किस तरीके से एक इंटरकनेक्टेड इकोसिस्टम के तरीके से देखते हैं, रादर देन सॉर्ट ऑफ पुटिंग इट दैट वे। इसको अगर एक सिंपल भाषा में समझे तो इट्स लाइक हम कभी भी ये नहीं बोलते हैं कि अरविंद एक किडनी है, अरविंद एक हार्ट है, राइट? वी कॉल इट कि अरविंद एक इंसान है, बट देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पार्ट्स इनसाइड ह्यूमन बॉडी which work in coherence, which work with each other part to make a body function perfectly. So गिफ्ट सिटी ज्यादा बड़ा है, अहमदाबाद ये कर रहा है, गांधीनगर ये कर रहा है, दैट इज अ रॉन्ग वे टू लुक एट इट. We have to look at it in a complete ecosystem where every component had its own importance and identity. और वो अगर अपने आप में खुद का रोल अच्छे तरीके से अदा कर रहा है, तो आई एम श्योर द होल इकोसिस्टम, द होल कॉरिडोर becomes very popular. Maybe not only India, maybe outside India also, because the story is getting sold left, right, center now. If we can build this ecosystem, maybe a tech guy working in Gift City has a very cool home in Gandhinagar. On weekends, he's sort of strolling down on Sindhuban. And if we can create a connectivity, if we can create the logistic infrastructure in such a way that that can be possible for the guy frictionless, then probably the whole Tri-City chapter can make sense forever.
Mr. Dev, from infra-led urbanization perspective.
So basically, I am a very shy person. So as a infrastructure की बात करें तो Gift City has immaculable best infrastructure possible in Gujarat right now. Coming to Ahmedabad, Ahmedabad is also emerging as a very good infrastructure place. And connecting to these both upcoming smart city धोलेरा भी आ रहा है अभी, तो उसका भी धोलेरा खुद से गिफ्ट सिटी से इंस्पिरेशन ले रहा है, दूसरे इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्किंग से भी इंस्पिरेशन ले रहा है कि कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेस्ट हो सकता है, नॉट गुड नॉट बेटर, द बेस्ट वन. सो या इट्स माय ओपिनियन कि मतलब कैसे हम बेस्ट कर सकते हैं.
Harpal sir, regional planning perspective.
Check. Yes, thanks. See, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, Gift City, all three are very closely interconnected, as the previous speaker said, the first speaker. And each of these cities have their own unique identity. Ahmedabad is old, it's about 600 years old. It's the World Heritage City, the distinction of being a World Heritage City. At the same time, it is also gaining a cosmopolitan identity. If you look at the western part of Ahmedabad, you see people from across with a diversity of backgrounds, skills, and everything. Gandhinagar, as you said, is the administrative capital. And capital city by their own virtue are important. And things develop around them globally. Wherever you see a capital city, there are rare examples like Canberra or something, which are capital, but not so economically vibrant. So Gandhinagar, having Ahmedabad nearby, the Ahmedabad being the economical, cultural, fulcrum around which things are evolving, with Gandhinagar, along with Gift City, which is an icon in itself, it's the developing as one of the most prestigious places, not only in the state but also in the country. And from the regional perspective, what you said, if you look at the smaller towns also nearby, say Sanand, for example, which happens to be within the jurisdiction of the Ahmedabad Urban Development Region, the Urban Development Authority. You look at Kalol, you look at Dehgaam, you look at the cities of Nadiyad and Naran, which have recently been elevated by the government as municipal corporations. Then you have the town of Mehsana, the city of Mehsana, which again is a municipal corporation. So you have 4 to 5 corporations within a distance of about 200 kilometers maybe. Mehsana, Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad, Nadiyad, Anand, south further is Baroda. Then you have places like Dholera, where Mr. Dev is closely involved and connected by the semi-high-speed railway in the future or by the high-speed railway along the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed. So it's a very important, very vibrant economic region. And at the same time, very diverse, which brings in a lot of skills and, so it's an amazing area. And how do you plan that for future? What are the changes that you anticipate 5 years from now, 10 years from now to happen in this area? And how do you plan before those things so that you can have a better outcome rather than planning after that? That is what we have to see. Thank you.
Mr. Neelam, from employment and talent perspective, how do you see 2035?
So first time, the Tri-City word that I heard about Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and GIFT was from the Honorable Prime Minister about 2.5 years back when he was in GIFT City for the IIBX inauguration. Since then, I kept thinking about that if we actually put on the real location and the total physical proximity of each city, if we go by the concept and what sir told about the regional development between these cities, this will make probably the biggest city of India. When you start from Sanand or for that matter Changodar to the other part of it, this is the real new India. And what I see, and every time, like my experience and whatever I have worked so far, I have dealt a lot with the likes of Bangalore, Hyderabad, NCR. And every time when I talk to somebody from the other companies will tell me, does Gujarat have talent? And my answer, single answer is, oh, I operate from Gujarat. And I don't know what that means too. I think talent is already here, and Madam told in the earlier panel discussion as well. It's just how we tune as per the need. I feel, and we have been running the center for 2,500 people in last 20 plus years. I always feel that, there is not a question. It requires a little bit of a confidence, which will come together with the ecosystem of the great developers like Shan and others, as well as the corporate, those who are already in existence here, like Bank of America or us, those who are so-called multinational corporates. When they put confidence on the table, I'm sure if not the primary GCC center, maybe a second or a third branch could definitely make the way here.
Definitely.
And from there, you always see the arbitrage. You are a chartered accountant, right? You understand like how the cost play a role in Gujarat versus a city like Hyderabad, how your offer get traded by the candidates in those cities versus this city is lot more that we can further talk about.
That's a great insight, sir. Mr. Prashant, from livability and design perspective, how do you see 2035 Tri-City?
So as an architect, what I see the success for the Tri-City in 2035, as per my opinion, it should not be, it should not be only the, the financial success or the investment or the infrastructure success, but the quality of life. That's the most important thing. And to achieve this, we should have a combined collected efforts and a single vision and an integrated urban planning to achieve this. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shan, from sustainability and long-term asset value, how do you see 2035?
Thank you. So being last on this panel, my esteemed colleagues have, spelled out many of the interesting ideas, and I think I would echo most of the sentiments, but I think happiness, livability really defines culture, and I think that will be a big, that will have a big role to play in the success of how this region, the Tri-City area, develops. Of course, which is part of sustainability, because if you are not happy, if the livability is not up to mark, then why will people come? It's not only, look, Gujarat has already shown that it has economic prosperity, right? So that is not really in question. We have tenacity, we have entrepreneurs, we have everything that we need. We have an incredible government, we have support from everywhere we need. So I think building an ecosystem which is sustainability is not only about the environment. Of course, it's about the environment, but it's beyond that. We care for the environment, and we will do everything that we need to. But beyond that, the livability, and I think we are headed in that direction. So many people have the choice to live in this city or not. They choose to live here, and we see people moving here as a option that they can go anywhere, or they can be anywhere in the world, but they see this as home, because they see all the right things falling in place. And I think as we get closer to that 2035, we will see improvements. I mean, we have great infrastructure. I'd love to see that environmental consciousness is very tightly woven into this. And I think we all culturally also believe that our future and our children's future will depend on how the environment is looked after. So I think we're headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Shan, sir. We have heard several interconnected themes. Now we'll dwell into a bit detailed questions. We'll start with Mr. Arvind Ola, sir. Do you see Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City evolving as one integrated real estate market, or do they still behave as a three distinct micro market?
I mean, it's not a question anymore, as everyone has pointed out. If it's called a tri-city, तो already उस direction में जा चुका है. ऐसा नहीं है कि जाएगा कि नहीं जाएगा. We are already there. It's just that किसी भी concept को it takes some time for people to adjust, people to sort of consume it in the right way. The story has to be in the perfect way so that people can start sort of consuming into that story. That has already taken place. It's just a matter of time now, not if it will happen or not. So it has already started happening. But if we have to accelerate it, तो कुछ चीजें आई थिंक ऐसे छोटे मुंह बड़ी बात हो जाएंगे. आई एम द यंगेस्ट वन, सो मेरे को थोड़ा सोच सोच के बोलना पड़ेगा. बट द आइडिया इज कि थोड़ा सा इस चीज को ट्रेडिशनल एंगल की बजाय हाउ द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग एट फॉर नेक्स्ट 10-20 years, अगर उस तरीके से इसको देखना चालू करेंगे तो प्रॉब्ली वी कैन एक्सेलरेट द ग्रोथ. फॉर एग्जांपल, we'll have to start looking at infrastructure, real estate, and allied services and products in a way that if we can build them really consciously, that people are incentivized to actually use them. मैं कितना भी अच्छा बिल्डिंग बना दूं, but if it cannot breathe life into it, nobody is going to use it. Same way, I can create the costliest infrastructure of the world, but if it does not sort of serve the purpose where people actually are incentivized to use it, nobody is going to, I mean, like we can, अपन पूरी दुनिया में बड़ी बड़ी हांकें मार सकते हैं, बट ऑन ग्राउंड अगर उस चीज को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे उस स्पीड से, उस इंटेंट के साथ में, तो मे बी हो जाएगा, बट इट माइट टेक सम टाइम. नहीं होने वाला ऐसा सवाल नहीं है. ऑल ऑफ अस, ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स ऑफ मे बी बिल्डिंग द स्टेट, राइट, उनका एक ही जवाबदारी है कि हम अगर वो यूनिसन में, उस कोलैबोरेशन में अगर सोचना चालू करें एंड थोड़ा थोड़ा सब लोग धक्का मारना चालू करें, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है द स्पीड कैन बी अचीव्ड, द एक्सेलरेशन कैन बी अचीव्ड. एज सर वाज मेंशनिंग बिफोर द पैनल कि गवर्नमेंट इज ऑलरेडी टेकिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टेप्स. इधर बॉम्बे से अपना अहमदाबाद 2-2.5 घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे, राइट. वो बीकेसी से थाने जाने में 2 घंटे लगता है. सो इफ गवर्नमेंट इज ऑलरेडी थिंकिंग इन दैट डायरेक्शन, so private parties can also get aligned to that vision, and maybe we can start pushing that story, build life, spread that positivity, that why this will make sense. Also एक बहुत ही interesting phenomena हुआ है after COVID. कोविड से पहले लोग इतना घूमने नहीं जाते थे कि सेविंग कर लेते हैं, बचत कर लेते हैं, पैसा बचा लेते हैं. कोविड के बाद में ऐसा एक लहर आया था कि लेट्स गो, लेट्स ट्रैवल, nobody cares, you only live once, XYZ. That small step, no, gave interesting exposure to the consumer also. कि यार अपने गुजरात में ऐसा हो रहा है, इंडिया में ऐसा हो रहा है, अमेरिका में ऐसा हो रहा है, यूरोप में ऐसा हो रहा है, जापान में ऐसा हो रहा है, राइट. सो सडनली पीपल आर स्टार्टेड क्रिएटिंग दिस इंटरेस्टिंग बेंचमार्क्स. और हर चीज का द फर्स्ट सॉर्ट ऑफ, अगर उसको मूव कराना है या उसका मूवमेंट चाहिए, तो अगर कस्टमर आके बोलता है कि अगर ये चीज ऐसी होगी, कंज्यूमर आके बोलता है कि अगर इसमें आप ये चीज ऐड कर दोगे तो आई एम विलिंग टू पे फॉर दिस थिंग और आई एम विलिंग टू यूज इट, तो सडनली ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स गेट इंसेंटिवाइज्ड. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दोनों साइड से अगर इस चीज को पुश मिलेगा तो कहीं ना कहीं पे longer than before we will be able to achieve it, not 2035. I think government is planning to push it left, right, center. मैं तो सर के विचार सुने तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग आइडियाज हैं. वापिस 44 मिनट में पहुंच जाएंगे. अब 44 मिनट में तो बीकेसी से निकलने में टाइम लगता है. सो अगर इस चीज को बहुत अलग तरीके से देखा जाए तो अपन ऑलरेडी उस डायरेक्शन में जा चुके हैं. बिकॉज वाई एम आई सेइंग कंसिस्टेंटली बॉम्बे अहमदाबाद इज बिकॉज क्या होगा कि बाहर के लोग देन सडनली विल स्टार्ट कमिंग हियर, दे विल स्टार्ट स्टेइंग हियर, दे विल स्टार्ट परचेजिंग ऑफिसेज, दे विल स्टार्ट यूजिंग द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. तो धीरे धीरे कमाई चालू हो जाएगी सब लोगों की. तो मे बी दिल सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग राइट थिंग्स वेयर पीपल विल बी इंटरेस्टेड. तो होगा कि नहीं होगा वो सवाल ही नहीं है, हो चुका है. बस उसकी अब स्पीड बढ़ानी है, उसको कितना जल्दी अचीव कर सकते हैं इज द मेन क्वेश्चन.
So as a developer, we shape this corridor, right? So what responsibility do they have beyond individual projects in terms of creating sustainability, well-connected and livable communities?
I think so. I can speak from the understanding I have, which is very limited experience. But rather than मकान बनाना है उसकी जगह यार घर बनाना चालू करते हैं, because I develop most of residential portfolio, right? So कैसे कि एक इंसान सुबह से आंखें खोलता है उस टाइम से लेके जब वो सोने जाता है उसके बीच में उसके कितने टच पॉइंट्स है. इफ यू कैन केटर टू दैट वेल, कि उसकी फंक्शनैलिटी राइट है, वो अच्छे से सांस ले पा रहा है, वो अच्छे से बच्चों के साथ खेल पा रहा है, वो फैमिली के साथ समय बिता पा रहा है, ये छोटी छोटी जो चीजें ऑन ग्राउंड हो रही हैं, इफ यू कैन टेक केयर ऑफ दैट, एंड जब वो रह रहा है उसको जो प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है उस बिल्डिंग में, उन प्रॉब्लम्स का अगर पर्टिनेंट कोई परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन अगर आप निकाल के दे देते हो, तो आई थिंक एज डेवलपर्स वी आर प्लेइंग आवर रोल इन द राइट वे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, और ये बहुत ही फॉर मी लाइक इट वाज अ वेरी एक्सपोजिंग ट्रूथ, कि 10-10, 20-20 लाख रुपए की कार भी जो है ना, वो भी इतने एसओपी ड्रिवन और इतने कंज्यूमर ड्रिवन है कि उसका छोटा छोटा प्रोसेस, छोटा छोटा पुर्जा कहाँ से आएगा, कैसे जाएगा, कैसे डिफेक्ट को अपन आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, डिफेक्ट आ गया तो उसको कैसे रिपेयर करेंगे, राइट? रियल एस्टेट बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगें बनाता है, 100-100 500 500 करोड़ रुपए कंस्ट्रक्शन करता है, इतनी सारी मिस्टेक्स होती हैं, राइट? और अगली बिल्डिंग में फिर से सेम मिस्टेक हो रही है, उससे अगली बिल्डिंग में फिर से मिस्टेक हो रही है। नोबडी इज एक्चुअली रजिस्टरिंग कि व्हाट द प्रॉब्लम इज, हाउ कैन वी रियली सॉल्व इट। बिकॉज मुद्दा ये है कि सबको पता है कि बनाएंगे बेच के निकल जाएंगे, राइट? वी हैव टू गेट आउट दैट मेंटेलिटी कि बना के बेच के निकलना नहीं है। समबडी इज गोइंग टू स्टे हियर फॉर नेक्स्ट 25 ईयर्स। एक जनरेशन में भी, पार्डन माय वर्ड्स, एक जनरेशन एक्सपायर हो जाएगी, दूसरी जनरेशन बूढ़ी हो जाएगी और तीसरी जनरेशन वो कॉलेज में जा रही होगी। सो वील हैव टू लुक इट फ्रॉम दैट एंगल कि यार ये किसी की जिंदगी का सवाल है। तो एटलीस्ट जब तक 20-25 साल बिल्डिंग फंक्शनल है, तब तक कोई ऐसी चीज बनाते हैं कि ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बिल्डिंग में प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी, आने वाली है। 25-25 साल तक इंसान जी रहा होता है तो उसको बीमारी हो जाती है, तो बिल्डिंग को बीमारी होने वाली है। इट्स जस्ट दैट वी नीड टू नो कि ये बीमारी क्यों आई है, एंड उसका सिंपलेस्ट तरीका जो है, यू कैप्चर द ब्रेन ऑफ द बिल्डिंग। की बिल्डिंग जिस दिन से पेपर पे आई थी, उस दिन से जब हैंड ओवर किया, इफ बहुत ही सिंपल आइडिया है कि आप कैमरे लगा दो ना, 50 कैमरे लगा दो, कोई खर्चा नहीं है उसका, राइट? आप पूरी बिल्डिंग का प्रोसेस, उसका कैसे काम हुआ था, कैसे उसका क्वालिटी चेक हुआ था, वो टी बैंड डाला पाइप के अंदर, उसमें थ्रेडिंग प्रॉपर हुई थी कि नहीं हुई थी, बिकॉज पानी तो बिल्डिंग बन जाएगा उसके बाद में उसमें डालने वाले हैं, तो वी डोंट नो कि उसको वो प्रेशर चेक हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, राइट? शान भाई डज दैट वेल, वो आई थिंक द ऑडियंस नोज इट। अगर वो उतना प्रोसेस कैप्चर करके उसको इंप्लीमेंट करना चालू कर दिया, तो 10 साल बाद में जिस दिन उस कॉर्नर में सीपेज आ रहा है, तो वी ऑलरेडी नो कि यार सिस्टम ने एक रेड फ्लैग रेज किया था कि यार तू थ्रेडिंग ना इसको 18 बार कर, 17 बार मत कर, वरना तो ये फटेगा ये पाइप, और अब ये फट गया है। तो फट गया है तो नाउ वी एग्जैक्टली नो द रीजन कि क्यों फट गया था। एटलीस्ट ड्रिल करके उसको निकाल के 5 मिनट में चेंज करो। तो जो बंदा रह रहा है वो 3 दिन तक प्लम्बर को कॉल नहीं कर रहा है कि साहेब आ तो ખૂણામાંથી બહુ ભેજ આવી ગયો, ખબર નહીં શું કરવાનું, મારે તો હવે પેન્ટ ફરીથી કરાવવાનું, મારે તો 15 દાડા કરવાનું. It creates lot of friction for the family in the morning. સવાર સવારમાં ઓફિસ જવાનું અને આ માથાકૂટ ચાલતી હોય તો I don't know, we can do everything possible, we can talk about the biggest of the claims, right? પણ માણસનો માઇન્ડસેટ જ રાઈટ નહીં, મોર્નિંગમાં નીકળ્યો ત્યારે એ કેવી રીતે રિઝલ્ટ પ્રોડ્યુસ કરશે, કેવી રીતે એ કન્ટ્રીના શું કહેવાય ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરશે. વી કેન સ્પીક અબાઉટ ઇટ, બટ વીલ હેવ ટુ બી ઓન ગ્રાઉન્ડ, think about these problems in the minutest of the way, start delivering there. As developer probably इतना भी कर दिया तो रियल एस्टेट आई थिंक अगर जो ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्डेड रियल एस्टेट है वो 200-300 आई थिंक बिलियन स्क्वायर फीट के आसपास डेवलप हो रहा होगा इंडिया में. मतलब ये बॉल पार्क फिगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे को पता नहीं, ऊपर नीचे भी हो सकता है, विच इज ह्यूमंगस, लाइक वेरी ह्यूज. और अगर टॉप 10% 15% डेवलपर भी ये जिम्मा ले लेते हैं तो यू स्टार्ट इन्फ्लुएंसिंग द मार्केट. आपने एंकर कर दिया एक बेंचमार्क कि यार ये डेवलपर ना पूरा पूरा बिल्डिंग का पासपोर्ट बना के देता है मेरे को, जिसमें जो बिल्डिंग जिस दिन जो प्रॉब्लम आई नो एग्जैक्टली कि वो प्रॉब्लम क्यों आई थी, एंड इट कैन बी रिपेयर्ड इन 5 मिनट्स. एंड उसको आप थोड़ा सा ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के साथ में अटैच कर दो, तो वो फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट बोलो या सर्विस बोलो, वट एवर, राइट? इंसान इजीली रहेगा, थैंक यू बोलेगा, अगली बार आपको प्रीमियम देके जाएगा माल बेचोगे तो. इफ यू कैन डू दैट ऑल्सो तो वी आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग इन द बेस्ट पॉसिबल वे, बिकॉज इंसान का दिमाग फ्री रहेगा इन सब प्रॉब्लम से. तो फिर वो बड़ी चीजें सोच सकता है कि यार अपने को रॉकेट बनाने हैं, अपने को इंडिया को स्पेस में सबसे आगे लेके जाना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सबसे आगे लेके जाना है. बिकॉज हर इंसान है तो इंडिविजुअली ना,
Yes, yes.
वो घर पे रहेगा और उधर सुबह बच्चों के साथ, बीवी के साथ, माँ बाप के साथ अगर ये कॉन्वर्सेशन चल रहा है तो यू कांट एक्सपेक्ट कि द गाय इज गोइंग टू डिलीवर द बेस्ट ऑफ द रिजल्ट्स, राइट? सो आई थिंक एज डेवलपर्स वी कैन बी लिटिल कॉन्शियस व्हाइल बिल्डिंग व्हाटएवर वी आर बिल्डिंग. थैंक
Yeah.
यू.
Thank you, Arvind sir. Mr. Dev, from Dholera perspective, it is often being known as a greenfield smart city. So someone from the audience who wants to buy a property in Dholera, what does smart city mean for their investment just beyond the label?
So basically, there are two types of smart city, greenfield and brownfield. So it's a unique to India, like it's the first greenfield smart city. There are already many existing brownfield smart cities. तो एज अ इन्वेस्टर पर्सपेक्टिव मैं बात करूँ तो अहमदाबाद के मार्केट पे ले लेते हैं. तो अहमदाबाद में अगर अब मैं बोलूँ कि किसी को 200 गज का प्लॉट या 500 गज या 1000 गज का प्लॉट लेना है तो इट वुड बी मिनिमम 50 to 60 लाख से स्टार्टिंग होगा, एंड दैट वुड बी लाइक टू फार अवे फ्रॉम द सिटी. सेम एज गिफ्ट सिटी में, गिफ्ट सिटी में आपको प्लॉट लेना है तो लाइक 1.5 करोड़ 2 CR से शुरू होता है. तो उस हिसाब से देखें तो एक तो कंज्यूमर फ्रेंडली है, दूसरा अपकमिंग है तो ऑलरेडी एप्रिसिएशन तो होगा ही, तीसरा कि आपको नया मार्केट एक्सप्लोर करने को मिलेगा, फोर्थ जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है इजी एग्जिट मिल जाती है वहाँ से. इजी एग्जिट इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग. मतलब आज के रियल एस्टेट मार्केट में जो देखे, जो नेगेटिव सेटबैक्स धोलेरा मार्केट को मिल रहा है कि भाई मेरे साथ तो स्कैम हो गया, ये सब हो गया, मेरे की जगह ही नहीं है. तो धोलेरा मार्केट में एज अ डायरेक्टर ऑफ द कंपनी बोलूँ तो इजी एग्जिट इज द मोस्ट प्रायोरिटी है अभी आज की तारीख में। अच्छी जगह मिल जाती है किसी को, अच्छी जगह नहीं मिलती है, दैट्स देयर केस। सो आई वुड लाइक, मतलब जो यंगर जनरेशन्स है, जो नए नए रियल एस्टेट में आ रहे हैं, लाइक मी, आई एम द यंगेस्ट इन द पैनल राइट नाउ, तो मैं वही सजेस्ट करूँगा कि एक बार आप आओ धोलेरा, देखो, सब समझो, देन टेक योर डिसीजन कि आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट नॉर्मल से स्मार्ट कैसे हो सकता है। सो या दैट्स इट।
So I would like to ask from, Tata Semiconductor plant chose Dholera over the other locations in India. From a real estate lens, what does an anchor investment like that actually do to land values and demand in the surrounding region?
So basically in the year 2000, like 9, 10, there were, तब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, तो कांग्रेस की सरकार से टेंडर इशू हुआ कि वी आर लुकिंग फॉर अ बैरन लैंड, लॉन्ग लैंड, बड़ी जगह चाहिए हमको कि हम वहाँ पे स्मार्ट सिटी बना सकते हैं, स्मार्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, स्मार्ट इंडस्ट्री बना सकते हैं। तो बहुत सारे स्टेट से प्रपोजल्स गए। बैक देन नरेंद्र मोदी सर वाज आवर सीएम, तो उन्होंने भी प्रपोजल भेजा कि भाई धोलेरा करके एक विलेज है, उसके आजू बाजू में पूरी बैरन लैंड है, तो धोलेरा वन द टेंडर। एंड टाटा सेमीकंडक्टर जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो इंडिया के पास सेमीकंडक्टर की टेक्नोलॉजी है नहीं, तो टाटा के लिए भी एक वो बहुत एक चैलेंजिंग था। और रही बात टाटा सेमीकंडक्टर ने क्यों धोलेरा चुना, दूसरे सिटीज़ नहीं चुने, तो सबसे पहली बात तो स्मार्ट प्लग एंड प्ले मॉडल है, सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस है, गवर्नमेंट वहाँ पे बिजी इजी इजी कर देते हैं सब, सारी परमिशंस तुरंत मिल जाती है, और इतनी बड़ी लैंड मिलनी, जो भी आज की तारीख में टाटा का प्लांट 800 एकड़ में बन रहा है एक पैच में, तो 800 एकड़ बिटवीन द सिटी मिलना, नए सिटी में मिलना, इट्स नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। तो एक वो पर्सपेक्टिव से देखे तो लैंड बैंक के हिसाब से भी टाटा का सबसे बड़ा रोल था। और दूसरी बात कि इट्स नियर बाय टू सी, और कनेक्टिविटी भी यहाँ की अच्छी है, तो उस हिसाब से भी टाटा चोज कि भाई वी विल गो हियर।
Thank
दैट्स
you.
इट।
Thank you. Harpal sir, from a planning perspective, what will take Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar and GIFT City to function as one integrated urban region while preserving their unique identities?
This entire region of Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, GIFT City, luckily we are blessed with a very good geography. If you compare with the other major cities in the country, we are almost a flat terrain. There are no major geographical barriers, no mountains, no hills, which are actually prohibiting the growth of the cities in any direction. We are blessed with one very good river, which we have utilized as an asset, and one of the finest projects in riverfront development we have in the city. So this entire region has the basic, the fulfilling requirement of being a good urban region, and with the unique identities about their own, the uniqueness about their own city, which I was speaking about, the cultural part of Ahmedabad and the economic vibrancy in Ahmedabad, plus Gandhinagar and GIFT City complementing the entire thing. Luckily, we also have the right kind of legal framework, which is required. See, city is one, you may have all the planning tools and techniques in your toolkit, but unless you have the right kind of legal and administrative framework for the city to be planned and to be executed, for the many cities have good plans, but are they matching in terms of execution? We have one very good example of, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but the Sardar Patel Ring Road, SP Ring Road, what we call, it is one of the very good assets that the city has right now in terms of the mobility. It is created by using one simple legal tool known as TP scheme. Now you will be surprised, this is the only ring road in the world, not in the country, in the world, where land is mobilized for creation of urban infrastructure of 76 kilometers running length, 68 meters of right of way, the width, without using land acquisition. It is simply a tool by which people come together, the land is pulled, the land is redistributed. Shanbhai knows this well, the OPFP concept. And by doing this, we create very good quality urban infrastructure. Again, people who are from outside Ahmedabad who are visiting, if you're traveling in any other city in the country, you do a Google direction, your assistance. In Ahmedabad, you'll find 3 to 4 alternatives. If one route is packed, if one route is congested, you can take another road, you can take another route. So this is the ring radial structure that the city of Ahmedabad has. You have the Sarhej Gandhinagar Highway, you have the SP Ring Road, you have the radiating roads radiating outside the city. So this is possible because of the legal framework, what we have the act. I'll not go into the details of that, but it allows the city to plan at a larger level. The size of Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority, the planning area, is 1,866 square kilometers. Now put that in comparison with the size of Singapore, which is 750 approximately kilometers. So the Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority region is 2.5 times of the city of Singapore. To put that in perspective, adding Gandhinagar and GIFT City is roughly 2,400 square kilometers. Now that kind of planning, which is possible here without the geographical constraints which I mentioned, it's a conducive geography. It's a planner's dream to plan in an area like this without constraints. Mumbai has hills, it has rivers, it has the sea on 3 sides. Delhi again has its own constraints, Bangalore and Pune and all, but such a good terrain with such legal framework, with such even the citizens matter a lot when it comes to planning. The participation, the cooperation, the visionary role of the citizen and the private sector and the real estate developers and all the stakeholders who go with this sector. We are blessed with very good cooperative spirit of working where, as Shanbhai was mentioning, the government and the private sector working together and joining hands. One of the finest leadership we have been blessed with is here in the state. So all those things put together, I think it's a wonderful combination of variety of factors, and that is how we are getting the outcomes that we get here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. As Mr. Neelam, sir, from the perspective of a global company, what are the key factors that make a city or an urban corridor attractive for long-term business expansion? And also, I would add one more question. How Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and GIFT City is comparing with business hubs like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune? What does it need to strengthen its competitiveness?
So, like, whenever we look into any of the central business district or the city, which has gotten either a service sector or a manufacturing sector, it comes through an ecosystem. That ecosystem consists first talent. And in the earlier panel, we discussed about that talent is very important. That talent comes through the education ecosystem, how great colleges or university you have. And we all know how Ahmedabad and Gujarat has performed in last few years in that space. Another aspect is the cost competitiveness. If you probably run a startup in NCR or Hyderabad, Bangalore, you know the cost of the labor versus what you pay probably in Ahmedabad. Whereas probably the great talent will negotiate on the very first day on the equity, which is how Gujaratis think to be entrepreneur rather than just an employee, which is great. When I actually put together this all ecosystem in comparison of Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Mumbai, I would say some of these cities actually started their journey about 20 years back. Maybe Bangalore was the first IT hub of the country. When the IT actually became an IT, Chandrababu Naidu brought a lot of, Bangalore actually got through other hand, but then Hyderabad got through Chandrababu Naidu through Andhra Pradesh. All those journeys started 2 decades back. And the reason why they probably were successful is because of this ecosystem of education institute. Ahmedabad also had one, but then Ahmedabad was more, successful into the manufacturing hub. Like Ahmedabad has engineering, not Ahmedabad, only Gujarat has a pharma and engineering as one of the biggest, industry in the state. And that made Gujarat very rich state. We are still on the 4th rank, which is not bad. So given that, when I see the service sector, especially IT and ITES, I would probably admit that we have not won the race 20 years back. But now is a time. And I see when I travel every other week to either of these places, my time from airport to my office defines the productivity of my day. And I'll be very honest, I start in Bangalore at 5:30 to catch my flight at 12 o'clock. Because I don't want to take a chance to tell my wife and my kids that, sorry, I couldn't reach airport on time. That is the city's actual reality. They cannot further develop. And what sir said, we have a flat terrain. We actually have a much better ecosystem. And I always tell anybody who is coming from these other cities or other states or other countries that Ahmedabad is the only location in S&P Global's portfolio where the infrastructure started developing 5 years before the need. Look at the metro of Ahmedabad. We started almost 3.5 years back, the operational, it became operational. Do our people actually commute like Delhi or Bangalore or Hyderabad in metro? No. And that's a luxury because Ahmedabad still doesn't have a lot of traffic. That's why people are preferring two-wheelers or four-wheelers to commute. But the day when it becomes so much difficult on the street, they will take the metro. So I always feel that it is a better solution with a better livelihood. And what Shan was telling, exactly, that life in a day comes through that comfort. Just one aspect when I actually observed many of the developers in these cities versus our cities is the concept of maintaining. We buy Rolls-Royce, but what if we actually do not send that car ever in the future for the maintenance? What happens? That will one day break down even if it is a Rolls-Royce. And that's exactly what Mr. Ola was telling. We need to learn a concept of maintaining this facility for which we actually pay a price of New York. If I actually translate in actual dollar, some of the American properties are cheaper than my villa or my apartment. And that is the reality. That is the money we paying in India, but we somehow lack the maintenance of it. Aeroplanes need maintenance, any other vehicle need maintenance, and the home also need maintenance, and the society too. And our society and a civic sense probably will, uplift that. I've also seen, some countries like Japan, UK, all of Europe. There also, they are probably like, and every time when I come back, I actually close my eye and look into that, what is that which is missing in India or around me? And sorry to say, but I do not get any more pointers to write down because metro is working really well. Now, riverfront was another biggest example while London got, developed or New York got through Hudson. That is exactly how the Sabarmati was used by the, that was a dream project of the Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Minister then and now Prime Minister, is purely a very bold statement. Probably people would have laughed at it. But look at it. If this would have not been here, Gujarat would have never gone a pride that we are telling today. So I think a lot of ambition and a lot of things that are talked about on the regional planning perspective excites me to convince my management that the next regional center will be expanding in India, in Gujarat, not anywhere else in the world. And we probably optimize many of other centers where we are seeing a lot of challenges to Gujarat.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Parmar, how can architecture and urban design help create a unified identity for the Ahmedabad-Gandhinagar Gift City corridor while preserving the unique character of each city?
So these three cities are having their own identity, especially. If we talk about Ahmedabad, it celebrates its, heritage and cultural identity. And Gandhinagar has its own identity of green city and very plant green city. And at the same time, if you talk about this Gift City, then Gift City is, it has its global outlook and innovation and all that things. So we have to respect and celebrate the unique identity and its own uniqueness. But as per my opinion, there should be, these tri-cities should function as a single entity, or we can say there should be a single vision. And it should function as, central kind of a planning concept should be there. Like, say for an example, अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं common amenities की, world class facilities हैं, जैसे parks है, city के जो भी amenities facilities हम बनाने जा रहे हैं, experience is most important thing. जैसे अगर आप अहमदाबाद से गांधीनगर travel कर रहे हो, you will feel good, हाँ, there are lush green areas and all that. While you travel to Gift City, yes, there are high-rise buildings and all that coming up right now. तो एक experience ऐसा होना चाहिए कि it has to be same experience. आप जैसे कहीं पे भी आप travel कर रहे हो, तो जो एक common amenities, facilities, road, infrastructure, and what we can say is like उसमें जो भी हम infrastructure point of view जो development करना चाहते, it should be similar. So it should function as a common ecosystem, what we can say is a common ecosystem banana chahiye. So that's what, I believe in.
From a Gujarat climate perspective, it's extreme over here. What design principles should developers adopt to create more sustainable and energy efficient buildings?
Yeah, it's very good question. First of all, I would rather say ki stop imitating, the architecture aesthetic from the foreign countries. अभी क्या हो गया builder, take it positively and sorry to say you, ये क्या हो रहा है कि अभी market इस तरह से चल रहा है कि यार everyone, the stakeholders, the developers, builders, they come to architect, they approach the architect और बोलेगा कि यार भाई साहब कुछ हटके building बनाओ. ऐसा it has to be, out of the box. अभी out of the box कुछ करना है तो of course glass facade building हम बना रहे. We are imitating the things from, जो भी आप अमेरिका में देख रहे हो, दुबई में देख रहे हो. But I'm not against of that. But considering the climate, the design should be climate responsive design. Climate responsive, I mean to say is कि जैसे यहाँ पे harsh sunlight, because अहमदाबाद, गुजरात या जो भी है, majority अपने cities हैं that are hot and dry spaces. तो उसके अंदर you have to share, or we can say the screen the buildings. So that is the first concept. कि आप जब ecosystem को आप support कर रहे हो, जब आप building की design कर रहे हो, तो it has to be, एक ऐसा इस तरह से elevation वगैरह design करो कि it has to be the जो shaded areas हों, because of we have to consider the sustainability. क्योंकि अगर आप energy efficient building नहीं बना रहे हो, then it's of no use. ऐसे बहुत सारे elevation treatment अभी भी available है, like if you compare Singapore, उस cities में क्या है कि government is also encouraging vertical gardens, vertical forest वहाँ पे create हो रहे हैं. That is very good. I mean, एक sustainable point of view अगर हम गिने या एक habitat जो है उसको भी support कर रहे हैं. Even आप न्यूयॉर्क वगैरह में देखो तो वहाँ पे high rise buildings है, skyscrapers, उसके जो top है उसका terrace है, it has been converted into, very beautiful I mean public spaces and gardens and all that things. तो ये सभी activities जो है उसको समझ के करना चाहिए. Even for the sustainability, local material availability जो है उसको आप use करो. Not like कि मैं कहीं अमेरिका से कोई material मंगवा रहा हूँ. तो आप जैसे से फॉर एन एग्जांपल अभी हम बहुत सारे हिंदू कम्युनिटी कल्चरल सेंटर्स BAPS के लिए बना रहे हैं. तो अभी हमने एक जोधपुर में रिसेंटली एक प्रोजेक्ट वहाँ पे डिजाइन किया था. आई मीन it's in 20 acres land and the construction built up area is near around 2.5 lakh square feet. So what we have done is to support the sustainability and to reduce the cost and of course the carbon footprint on earth. हमने क्या किया कि local material available जो है उसी को local mines में से वहाँ पे ले रहे. Transportation is almost negligible. Local craftsmen को encourage कर रहे हैं to revive their skills और वहाँ पे उसी material को लेके हम डिजाइन कर रहे जो stone वहाँ का local material है. So there are very few architects who consider this के भी आपको एक आपका sun path होता है उसको डिजाइन कंसिडर करके बनाना चाहिए, बीम टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए. So in that manner you can always build a better future considering the sustainability and all the things.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shan, as the Tri-City attracts a younger and more mobile workforce, how do you see real estate evolving beyond traditional residential and official formats?
Again, being last on this panel, all these guys gave some great answers, and I had thought of some answers in my mind, and now I have to come up with new answers. So I'm going to give it a shot. So I'll again talk a little bit about livability, safety. We talked about great infrastructure in this area in this region, which as we all travel, as Neelam Bhai said, if you travel anywhere else in this country, you really begin to appreciate this city and what this city offers. So we are blessed in that sense, and the infrastructure moves ahead of, as the demand grows, the infrastructure is growing, and often it grows before, as Neelam Bhai said. People are still not using the metro as much because they're not compelled to, because other infrastructure is there. So this kind of parallel thinking by the authorities really, and the government and the vision defines this region. For young talent and people moving to these cities, I think really it is quality of life that will be probably and opportunities. I think these are two things that will bring people here or keep people here. I think some of these, we've had a lot of baggage about not bringing certain industries in this state, and so be it. But I think this is our time. I think Gift City is absolutely changed that. Whatever we did not do in the past, we can more than make up for now. Unfortunately, the city has the infrastructure to be able to really support that. So from a young entrepreneur or a young person being here, my children are here in this city, and they see so much opportunity in everything that they do. I see opportunity, we see opportunity to create, lifestyle-oriented developments, which are beyond the home and beyond the office. Of course, we have great homes and great offices, but things like, sports, recreation, education, entertainment. These are the things that add value to somebody's life beyond their work hours. And for a family that's relocating to this city, they don't know that many people. It's these kind of things that will really allow them to socially integrate within the city. So I think we are really on the right path. So much is being done in Gift City just now in terms of building the social infrastructure. This city also is doing so much in terms of, bringing this kind of infrastructure. As our company, we are also trying to do many things which are very different from what currently exists to be able to support this kind of infrastructure. And all of this, I think, we want to do it sustainably, respecting our climate and culture. Two things very important.
Sustainability perspective, I would like to ask, has the sustainability become a true business and investment driver, or it is still largely viewed as a compliance requirement?
So again, it's the responsible thing to do. If somebody looks at it as a compliance only requirement, it's unfortunate. It's being short-sighted. So I hope that people look at this as the right choice rather than the compelling choice. Sometimes you need compelling legislation to ensure that sustainability is maintained. But having said that, I think more and more so, sustainability makes sense. We've just gone through a very severe energy crisis in this country. Suddenly everybody realized that we are so reliant on, fossil fuels coming from other parts of the world. So if we are not really, sustainable, we cannot sustain. And therefore, I think sustainability, of course, makes common sense. It makes economic sense. I think if you put yourself in the shoes of the end user, all of it makes sense. So if you are only saying that, look, the benefits of the infrastructure that I put are going to be enjoyed by somebody else where I have no economic interest, that is unfortunate. What should not be looked at like that. And I think consumers are also very smart. They should look at the life cycle cost of a building, not the sticker price of the building, which has inadequate sustainable features. So of course, it costs a little bit of money to make a building sustainable. Does it make sense? It makes absolute sense. And we have found that every time we have made that choice to make a development sustainable, we have more people, our consumers are more than happy to cover that cost. But we had to take that bold move to make those choices. So I don't think it is for some it may be a compulsion, but for most people, and I think I see so many great developers in this city who don't see it now as a compulsion, but see it as their responsibility.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, every one of you, for the thoughtful and the wide-ranging discussion. It was very meaningful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I understand, Mishra, it's always a challenge, 7 people within a limited time. But I think all of you have done a great job. So kudos to all of them. And if you can please clap and appreciate for the incredible conversation that they have had. I'm going to request all of you to please kindly remain on stage and wait. And I'm going to be requesting the presence of Mr. Manan Mehta, who's the esteemed co-founder and CMO at Housivity, to please kindly come up on stage and give all our esteemed speakers the token of appreciation. Another big round of applause for Mr. Mehta, please, everybody. Thank you. सारे गिवअवेज देना हो जाए तब हम लोग हमारा पेपराजी मोमेंट करेंगे. आई नो ऑल ऑफ देम आर वेटिंग ओवर देयर वेरी वेरी नाइसली, सो विल डू अ ग्रुप फोटो. So much, बहुत शुक्रिया. I'll request all of you to come forward for a nice group photograph, please. You can join the team as well. Thank you, everybody. It's very easy stuff. Just join your hands together. ऐसे 1 2 1 2 1 2. बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है. So yeah, that is what it is. Thank you. But see, a little bit of effort from your end can do wonders for them as well. And also, we want you all the next year, right? We want you to all feel happy, right? So that's what it is. Thank you so much. बहुत shukriya. Any questions for them? If you have, then please feel free to connect offline. In the interest of time, we are unable to take time.
If anybody is building in construction tech, facility management tech, where you are taking up the buildings for next 25 years, we are building something interesting. You want to collaborate, more than happy. No financial interest, or somebody is willing to collaborate. Or if you know someone who's building and capturing the intelligence of the building, capturing the building of the brain of the building, which can be utilized for after 25 years, more than happy to collaborate. We already have the institution funded, so no money required, no money CTA. अगर किसी के पास है कोई ऐसा reference जो इस site पे काम कर रहा है, we'll be more than happy to collaborate. Thank you, guys. Have a lovely evening.
More about जहाँ चाह है वहाँ राह है, right? So yeah, thank you so much to all of you. I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats. We now move forward to the final fireside chat, post which we'll be beginning with the awards. We'll be going ahead with the final fireside chat right now, and after that we have some special chief guest address, and then we'll be doing the awards as well. This is going to be a fireside chat on the topic technology and AI shaping the future of Gujarat's real estate. The topic for the fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, is technology and AI shaping the future of Gujarat's real estate. I'm going to be first talking about our esteemed moderator for the session. With over 25 years of diverse and cross-functional experience in various sectors such as real estate, financial services, retailing, and industrial, he leads the predictive AI and analytics functions at Anurag, an absolute pioneer in using artificial intelligence and machine learning. He leverages his skills in data analytics, performance marketing, branding, and customer acquisition for revenue maximization in the real estate industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director AI and Analytics, Anurag, Mr. Varun Saxena. Can we please have a big round of applause for Mr. Saxena, please, everyone? Thank you. What a pleasure to have you. Good to see you again. I'll request you to take the seat over here at the corner. To join him, ladies and gentlemen, my first guest over here has nearly 8 years of professional experience spanning real estate consulting, corporate brand business development and entrepreneurship with the passion for delivering top-notch solutions as per the unique needs of each and every client, whether it's a first-time home buyer, a seasoned investor, a real estate professional, or a builder. He co-founded Housivity that offers a dedicated team of experts, strong play in real estate content, vast network of listings across 20 cities of India, and a commitment to building a content AI-driven listing platform. At Housivity, Manan Ji leads the brand, marketing and PropTech growth. Previously is associated with JLL India, Starbucks India, into retail estate expansion and growth, and develop projects as managing partner of Arnath Group as well. I think he's quite popular in the room. So जो भी आप लोगों ने चिल्लाया ना, एक और बार cheer it up for him. Please everybody make some noise for the one and only Manan Mehta. I want to hear the whistles and the shouts, whoever did it. Ah, ये हुई ना बात. Yes. When time calls for it, you get it, right? Good to see that. My next speaker over here is an entrepreneur in the sustainability evangelist, empowering the ecosystem. He founded Smarter Dharma late 2011 as a boutique consulting shop focused on a holistic approach to address urban climate challenges, and his approach and vision led him to be awarded the Ashoka Fellowship in the year 2016 in the august presence of the esteemed President of India. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and CEO of Smarter Dharma, Sriram Kuchimanchiji. Please, everybody, can you all make some noise for him? What a stellar trio that we have for the final fireside chat, which is about technology and AI shaping the future of Gujarat's real estate. I'll request everybody to remain seated. Keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Next 30-35 minutes, please feel free to engage in this session nicely. And over to you.
Thanks so much. Last session of the day, so bear with us. Tech and AI, the buzzword to a large extent, especially for the last 3-4 years, ChatGPT made it famous. It was always there, but now everyone understands it. As we say, real estate is more about building spaces. Tech and AI is about bringing in efficiency and intelligence within these spaces. So that's where we are. We've during the day heard multiple times about Gift City being a tech AI enabled township as such. However, if we look at it, it's way back in 2015, I think, when the smart cities were announced, the 100 smart cities which were announced, post which technology actually came into the fore across the country. Gift City, of course, was planned before that, but otherwise, if you see across India, it's 2015 onward, the smart cities have played a role of automation, bringing in tech, better living. Having said that, do we as real estate players or players in the real estate space really adopt, use technology, AI as good as easily and as good as other industries? And that's what I would want to ideally discuss with our panelists here. To start with a general question, maybe Manan, you could start off. In the last 2 years, what has been the biggest tech/AI change you've seen within your scope of work within real estate or Housivity?
Hello, check. So first of all, big shout out and thank you to my dear friend Chintan for setting the energy in the room once again. Last session, so I think it was the energy was low, but as always, this guy leads the energy of the room. Coming to the question of AI and how it's been being used in the last 2 years, I think AI and LLMs in general were there since some time now. It's just that it has become mainstream lately. And today, if we look at, if I ask the audience, kitla loko na phone ni andar ChatGPT ke Claude che ke Gemini che, so I think most of us today have that application on our phone. So that exposure to consumer AI has now begun, and people have now started using AI in their day-to-day lives for various things, right? So first of all, individually, that's the biggest shift, that use of generative AI right now is being leveraged. And two, Most of the companies currently are using it for operational reasons, be it Housability or be it any corporate company. Probably it might be for accounting, probably for drafting emails. Certain sales agents are being deployed just to make sure that some basic admin work is being done. So that's the shift. And now domain knowledge added to this particular AI use cases will actually shift the use of AI in a particular sector.
Got it. Sriram, your views?
Uh, yeah. First of all, thanks Realty Plus for inviting me. And I've come from Bangalore. Everybody once in a while in the panel asks, do everybody understand Gujarati? And I wanted to raise hand and say no. Then I figured by end of the day I'll learn a little. So I did pick up. Nice to be in this town and do some work. To answer your question, let me step back. And the other funny thing is I should have been in the previous panel. I think given that I work in climate change and technology, but so I'll focus a lot on tech in this panel. I think this industry is notorious for not being tech ready. Compared to any other industry, real estate industry is at least a decade behind in tech adoption. That's the reality. There could be many reasons. That's fine. With all the developers we work, we talk about accelerating adoption of tech. Like you said, in the last 2 years, I think AI has made it simpler, but it's still very fragmented. I'm sure all of your offices, I don't know how many developers are here, architects are here. All of your offices, there are a bunch of Excel sheets, bunch of Word files, bunch of emails, and a lots of WhatsApp. That's primarily your communication, right? So tech adoption, we have been behind, but this is the right time. Like he said, AI adoption has made it a little easy. Coming from my side, which is climate change point of view, decision making, like the previous panel was talking, which was India had a very lagta hai attitude, making a design. Ye acha lagta hai. This must be sustainable was the way they would make decisions. Today, tech will empower you to make a lot of these decisions very, very accurately. For a city like Ahmedabad, for example, where there's a massive heat problem, you can work on the facade in a very scientific way, pretty much calculate saying this is going to reduce 6 degrees thermal heat gain of the building. And with this technical decision, you can make it. That kind of capability is there, but industry is just beginning to catch up. Obviously, hands-on AI has simplified it, but we're still far behind.
Got it. So what I get from both of you is that it's tech and AI is still possibly a efficiency enhancer. It's not a differentiator as such, which is something which should possibly change over the next 5, 10 years. According to you, looking at tech, and I'm combining tech and AI, while I know they're slightly different, but where are the places where in the real estate space or your space of working, it's been adopted well and it's been successful, and where you think there's spaces where we could put in more effort?
So first of all, I like to start with where we are right now. With the size of the panel, we can know that PropTech is lagging in general, right? And with all the faces here, limited faces here, the crowded room, which was back there in probably the last 2 hours, people are more interested towards real estate, right? There is no interesting thing happening around PropTech. That's the first problem. That's where we are beginning. And the use of technology is very limited right now in our domain. And the main reason is fragmentation of data. We are in an industry where sab chor hai. This is a controversial statement, but let's be honest. Everywhere it's the most of the grade B, grade C developers would like to cut some corners to make sure the margins are there. The brokers in the market would make sure that कुछ भी करके वो brokerage कमाए. Customer भी चोर है. Customer को भी यही चाहिए कि वो सबसे सस्ता कैसे ले सकता है, कौन सा channel के through ले सकता है. No one is talking about the value addition and paying a premium for a value. So we are in an industry where technology adoption would be the least and the last. That's one. So data fragmentation could कैसे deal करना है, वो कैसे solve करना है, that's the first primitive discussion we should be having rather than building more on the technology side and AI side. And like I usually I give this example that I'll give that in Gujarati so that everyone relates. AI એક બાળક છે અને ડેટા એના સંસ્કાર છે. કેમ કે તમે છોકરાને સંસ્કાર વગર મોટો નહીં કરી શકો. એવી રીતે જ AI ને ડેટા વગર ટ્રેન નહીં કરી શકો. આપણે છોકરો મોટો કરીને ક્રિકેટર કેવી રીતે બનાવીશું? સંસ્કાર નહીં આપીએ, ટ્રેનિંગ નહીં આપીએ તો, રાઈટ? So that's where AI is. So we have to first talk about the data problems, fragmentation problems, and then we can mend it through technology.
Agree completely. In fact, I would just, while I'm the moderator, but I would just like to add and completely agree with you because at Anurag, our foundation has been a CRM we set up in 2017-18, and where we've been able to capture all the journey of the customer, if I may, over the years, understand what how they behave, analyze that, and that's the basis on which we've actually been able to build our predictive models. And also completely agree, data is the key. People who still use possibly Excel sheets, because I know it's not here, it's across the country when we meet people. The first step is actually to get that data in place, and that's when you're that is actually the ground zero or step zero to kind of start building your future on the basis of data, tech, AI. That's the key. Sriram, why don't you?
Yeah, so let me jump to what is possible, right? So how many of you heard of a group called C-Tribe? C-Tribe is a national group in the country of more than 500 prop tech companies which are listed. And some of them are from Gujarat, but they're across the country. Unsurprisingly, a bunch of them are based in Bangalore. But C-Tribe exclusively is for prop tech companies across the country, solving all kinds of problems. Sustainability is one part of it, but CRM, sales, construction process management, material procurement, supply chain efficiencies. It does a lot of things. And post-occupancy management. One thing I would definitely recommend everybody to look out C-Tribe, identify solutions which could solve your problem. Second thing, like I said, I'm jumping into what is possible now, right? I think we both have spoken, all three of us have spoken about the challenges, fragmentation and all. So second part, technology adoption maturity is a little more in two areas. And correct me if I'm wrong. One is on the sales side, right? The whole CRM process is fairly well established. I know developers who have 3 CRMs. And then there is a post-occupancy thing where managing maintenance, etc., there is some tech used. The entire middle sector is not tech-enabled. I think from design stage to construction to handover, that whole process is not there. Ergo, the challenge which Manan and we've been talking about, the fragmented data issue. So first thing I would say is, how many architects here? I know sir is here, but anybody else? Okay, anybody from MEP or something like that? Okay, so the reason I'm bringing it up is, look at the flow you have, right? A developer identifies a parcel of land and then they'll do the financial math and decide, okay, I'm going to do real estate, residential, and I'll do 1 million square feet, right? Whatever, they'll come to that conclusion. Post that, it's a bunch of outsourcing activities. You outsource to an architect, you outsource to a master planner, you outsource to a liaison officer, you outsource to MEP consultants. Each of them talk in their own way. A lot of that part, the fact that it is out of you and you're doing the financial in your hand, it's essentially in Excel sheets for you. So what I want to recommend is, tying to the previous place and where we work today, imagine your material procurement. You have your own relationships, but did you know that if Ahmedabad has to meet, how many of you know what is the net zero goal of Ahmedabad? So Ahmedabad has a net zero goal of 2070. 2070, Ahmedabad is supposed to become net zero carbon. 2050, Ahmedabad is supposed to become net zero, 100% on renewable energy. And built environment, this sector is supposed to be 100% renewable and net zero carbon by 2050. So if you have that goal, if today you're launching a new project, and let's say you're doing a 20-acre project, today at the design stage, you need to know whether this project is going to become 2050 net zero or not. And that capability is there with technology. And I think both the government and the developers should use that technology to make the decision, because otherwise it's going to cost, and I'll give you numbers, because that's the kind of data capability the industry has, which is Today, you might spend 2.5% increase in your capital to design your building so that it meets Ahmedabad's 2050 net zero carbon goal. If you don't do that, in a decade when you deploy, hand over the asset, government taxpayer money and the residents will have to spend money close to 20% increase to then retrofit the building to meet the net zero goals. So this kind of data is there at design stage, but because of the fragmented approach with nobody actually owning the whole asset, but the decisions are so bifurcated, this is all not connected. So I urge you to look at technology. There are again platforms. One is our own design platform, which will help you. But here I'm not talking just about Smarter Thermo, my platform, but there are a bunch of platforms which will help you on this. This kind of decision making will make it easier, quicker, cheaper, and more holistic for you.
Great, thanks. Moving on. So Manan, you kind of started off in Gujarat and now across the country. Sriram, you worked across the country, including Gujarat. The next question was more, how do you see Gujarat coping up with the tech environment, tech and AI environment, or would you say Gift City, Dholera are more a standalone kind of setups as compared to the other parts of the country? What's your take on that?
So based on, so we do something in Surat, we're doing something in Ahmedabad, but Gift City, we just were talking to somebody. I think the way the master planning on Gift City has been done seems to be a lot more ready for technology adoption, in line with sustainability, also beyond that, right? That's because there's a centralized master planning happened ahead of time. Somebody earlier also talking about it. Clearly, you can see the difference in tech enablement, which is happening in Gift City. Also, post-occupancy. Ahmedabad is behind a lot more traditional thought process, which makes them slow. It continues to be like that. I don't know the economic growth of Ahmedabad in that sense. I saw Surat on the other hand. We did some work in Surat. Surat is a lot more faster, it seems, now in technology adoption. Ahmedabad is still a little slow. The interest in tech is very different from interest in value. I mean, they want to build, they're like, help me make decisions. I'm okay with technology or not. It's an optional. Technology is an optional thing here. In Gift City, whomever we are talking to, they're asking for tech. And I think that maturity difference is there. I would just one last thing to say. In that sense, a little bad news is that Ahmedabad is behind the curve among the other tier 1 cities in the country in technology adoption. Our own presence across the country, I can sense that the technology interest in Ahmedabad is a little lower, but I think there's huge scope to.
Got it. Manan?
So very honestly, I would not like to comment more on Gujarat individually. I think that's an India level problem for PropTech because we are restricting the conversation to PropTech. If I just ask people over here, and I think this is a question to the audience in general, you can just name 5 PropTech companies you might know of in India right now. You can just throw your answers loudly. 5 PropTech companies, anyone?
One is here.
Yeah. So, anyone? Come on. Any PropTech company? Yeah, just shout out. No broker. Okay. Anyone else? Housing. Third? 99 acres. Fourth? Magic Brick. And fifth? Prop Tiger. Sixth? Square Yard. Sixth. अभी मैं और 2 नाम लूंगा फिर सब चुप हो जाएंगे for sure. Because technology adoption and technology use for consumers as well as developers has been restricted to only listings. खाली awareness phase में, that's where again Housivity is also built on the same model. That's a different story. We are solving a different problem, but यहीं पे PropTech का use खत्म हो रहा है, and that's the saddest part of the industry. So coming back to the answer, it's not a Gujarat problem. Gujarat is not coping up well because India as a whole in the PropTech industry is not coping up well. It has been a graveyard of PropTechs, and I think we all here should be the flag bearers for the adoption of technology and use of AI and construction tech in the world of real estate, so that 5 years down the line, when the data fragmentation problem is solved for, then definitely we have layers of use of technology in this industry.
Perfect. And I think, like the audience also reflected, it's more in the sales and marketing space where you still know about prop tech players, but there's a lot of work like Sriram is doing, for example, climate change. There are a lot of people working on robotics for plastering of homes or construction sites, painting of sites. Matlab, there's beyond sales and marketing where a lot of technology, AI is being used. In Bangalore, it's already in play in many developers. So that possibly we also from our side need to kind of possibly get deeper, understand possibilities. We spoke a lot in the earlier sessions. We heard a lot about labor challenges and all. For example, the robotics which I was just talking about of plastering, painting, that was born to solve for the labor kind of issue. There's no hours of working. There's no challenge of quality. Those kind of things. So possibly we need to also expand our horizon. I'll just pause for a minute or two in case till now there are any questions on what we've covered from anyone in the audience, if any?
Also, just to ask, I mean, this is a smaller group. We just
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Can I actually ask, can you throw back bunch of challenges you have which you think tech can help? I'll give you an example, right? From a design point of view, and he might know. Today, there are tools where you can go on an AI tool and say, give me a 3 BHK design with Goan architecture, with a facade of this kind, and you'll just get the entire floor plan, right? That might be a problem statement for individual architects building individual homes, and there is solution line. So I was going to ask, are there any problem statements you feel I wish tech could help? Is anybody having anything like that other than the CRM part?
And I just want to add to what you just asked to the audience. One major problem why India lacks a lot of prop tech companies, the answer lies in that if you go to probably a Bangalore or a Gurgaon, you'll find a lot of tech companies and tech founders. They are coming from a tech background and not from a real estate background, right? So they can develop products. They can definitely, you can get funding for all the types of products, but are you solving the right set of problem? You have to be an industry person for that. So I think this question, okay, how many of you are from real estate? Perfect. So I thank God Realty
So-
Plus ka event mein real estate log aaye.
Huh. So Manan, I'll just like to add, actually, what I've seen and within my sphere of influence on also interacting with a lot of startups and all, actually, it's not just tech people. It's not just industry people. It's the confluence of both, which one understands the business because business person will not be able to provide for the tech solution. He's from the business side. So it's a combination of a business team and the tech team or tech person, which tends to make the startup successful. That's how I would look at it.
I think he has something to say. If we
Thank
can
you.
pass on the mic to sir.
आपने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा कि क्या मदद कर सकते हैं प्रॉपटेक कंपनीज. एक्चुअली व्हाट हैपनिंग, आई एम ए रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर. मैं 17 सेंटर्स इन गुजरात में काम करता हूँ. इश्यू क्या है कि जैसे आर्किटेक्ट एज ए कंसल्टेंट हमको मिल जाते हैं, एमईपी हमको कंसल्टेंट मिल जाते हैं, टेक कंपनी एज ए कंसल्टेंट नहीं मिल रही है. अच्छा, अब बिल्डर सीखे तब तक तो कुछ नया हो जा रहा है. अब हम फाइनेंस देखें, हम रियल इश्यूज देखें, हम लैंड को देखें, सीखने की उम्र चली जा रही है, आप समझो. अच्छा, अभी हम लोग जैसे सोचते हैं कि आईआईटी को ला दे, पर उसको क्या बताना, क्या पूछना, वो भी हमको नहीं मालूम है. उनको रिक्रूट करना भी नहीं आ रहा है. यू सी, सो इफ एनी कंपनी जो सब कुछ सॉल्यूशन लेके आती है तो इस धंधे में मार्जिन खूब है. हमको शेयर करने में कोई इश्यू नहीं है कि यू कम विथ एवरीथिंग कि भाई जब भी जहां भी हमको सीआरएम में रोज मतलब हमको सब में अपडेट चाहिए, हमको सब में ईआरपी में अपडेट चाहिए, हमको सब में अपडेट चाहिए, हमको काफी कुछ करना है। पर ऐसी कंपनियां है कि यार आपकी कंपनी है, लाओ मैं ठीक करके दे देती हूँ, ये मेरा कंसल्टिंग है। ऐसा कोई रेडी टू सॉल्यूशन हो तभी इसमें बात बन सकती है।
Sir, just follow-up question. I think on the lines of what sir asked, like if we can also define a problem, uh, what problems are we facing in the real estate industry, which we can solve with tech?
See, देखो, there are two things. एक चीज तो ये है कि अब हमको भी रोबोटिक से प्लास्टर करवाना है, पर इज इट फिजिबल और नॉट? अब हम कब चाइना जाएं, कब सीखे और कब लाएं? अगर ऐसी कोई कंपनी जैसे श्रीराम मतलब राइटली सेड कि आप कुछ अच्छा तो कर रहे हो, क्या कर रहे हो, कितना बड़ा कर रहे हो, जैसे हम लोग अभी जस्ट बॉम्बे में एंटर हुए एक प्रोजेक्ट लेके, पर हम वहां देख रहे हैं जो स्केल पे हम देख रहे हैं, हम जो समझ रहे हैं, तो हम ये समझ रहे हैं कि उनकी बातें ही हमको पल्ले नहीं है। क्योंकि देखो, एक तो गुजरातियों का प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम लोग इंग्लिश के साथ हमारा थोड़ा बैर है। हाँ सही, ऑल डेवलपर्स और हम और जो जितने भी ये जो सेशन होते हैं वो प्योरली इंग्लिश में होते हैं, तो 80% बिल्डर्स तो फिर कॉफी में ही चले जाते हैं। रियल सेइंग, क्योंकि पटेल जो कम्युनिटी है यहाँ की, वो 50% बिल्डर्स है, और वो तो हाँ दे आर वेल इन फाइनेंस पर नॉट वेल इन इंग्लिश। तो एक तो वो भी एक इश्यू है, और दूसरी जो मैं बात कह रहा हूँ कि आप जो कह रहे हो कि कौन सा प्रॉब्लम है जो हमको सॉल्व करना है, देखो इतनी भीड़ में कितने ब्रांड वाले आ रहे हैं हमारे पास कि यार हमको मार्केटिंग करना है, ब्रांड करना है, राइट कस्टमर कहाँ है, कहाँ से पिक करना है। एक छोटी सी बात जैसे अगले सेशन में हुई कि पाइपिंग का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है। सी, पानी पानी जिसको सॉल्व करना आ गया, बिल्डर को सब आ गया। अब वो पानी का प्रॉब्लम जो सॉल्व करना है, उसके लिए अगर कोई एजेंसीज है जो हमारे को हेल्प करे, या इतना इतना पूरा देखो जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी में ये नई नई चीजें आ गई है, अब हम तो वो घिसे पिटे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर से काम कर रहे हैं जो अपडेटेड ही नहीं है, तो उसको टीच कौन करेगा? अच्छा, हमको मालूम है कि हमको टीच करना है, पर वेयर इज दैट टीचर्स? सो दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। थैंक यू।
नहीं, परफेक्ट। आई एक्चुअली जो आप बोल रहे हो, क्योंकि हम डेली उसमें अलग अलग पार्टनर्स के साथ काम करते हैं, वेंडर्स के साथ करते हैं, तो एक्चुअली जो आपने प्रॉब्लम बताई है कि हर एक चीज के लिए अलग अलग वेंडर्स हैं आप मार्केट में, बट कंसोलिडेटेड समवन गिविंग अ कंप्लीट सॉल्यूशन वो आज की तारीख में नहीं है, विच इज अ पॉइंट टेकन विच आइडियली वी शुड। हाँ, यू वांट टू ऐड? You are one of them, क्या?
We have.
अच्छा, okay. Sorry.
So please check out, sir. तो आपका point correct है. I agree. I'll answer it slightly differently. मतलब the core problem यहाँ पे ये है कि आपको decision making का challenge है. The problem we have is decision making. मैं आपको बहुत specific example बोलता हूँ. आप 200 अपार्टमेंट का एक बिल्डिंग बना रहे हो और एक प्रोजेक्ट 1000 अपार्टमेंट का बना रहे हो. आपको सुवेज ट्रीटमेंट का डिसीजन बनाना है. सो एसटीपी आज के डेट इंडिया में एसबीआर होगा या एमबीबीआर होगा, प्राइमरी टू. उसको छोड़ के नेचुरल वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स जो ट्रेडिशनल है, जो 95% लेसर एनर्जी यूज करते हैं और जो एनवायरमेंटली बहुत फ्रेंडली है, उसके एटलीस्ट एज ऑफ नो हमारे डेटाबेस में, हमारा मार्केट प्लेस में 8 है. एंड मेरे ख्याल से और 10 होंगे इंडिया में, बट 8 मेच्योर सॉल्यूशन है. अभी आपको ये डिसीजन करना है कि कौन सा सॉल्यूशन राइट है 200 अपार्टमेंट प्रोवाइड के लिए, कौन सा सॉल्यूशन राइट है 1000 अपार्टमेंट. वी रियलाइज कि दैट इज द सेम प्रॉब्लम. आई गिव अनदर एग्जांपल जो सब लोग स्पेशली पीपल हु आर बिल्डिंग इन मल्टीपल सिटीज. आप भी मुंबई में कर रहे हैं ना, अहमदाबाद में, तो आई गिव एन एग्जांपल. अभी अहमदाबाद का समर में टेम्परेचर गोज टू 45 डिग्रीज एवरेज. मुंबई में इट गोज टू 38 डिग्रीज एवरेज. लेट्स टेक दिस टू, राइट. तो टिपिकल स्टैंडर्ड वॉल का डिजाइन ऐसा होता है कि 4 डिग्री का इट विल रिड्यूस. सो अगर बाहर 45 है तो अंदर 41 तक कम करता है. तो अभी आप एसी 24 डिग्रीज में रखोगे, 24 डिग्रीज में मतलब 17 डिग्रीज वो कम करने के लिए कोशिश करते रहेगा. हियर्स द थिंग. अभी मान लो आपका वॉल डिजाइन जो सीमेंट और वॉल ब्लॉक का कॉम्बिनेशन ऐसा है और एक्सटीरियर पेंट ऐसा है कि आपका 4 डिग्रीज नहीं 7 डिग्रीज कम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, 7 डिग्रीज कम कर रहा है, विच मीन्स अभी 45 से लेके वो 38 को आ गया. 17 से लैब के आपको 14 डिग्रीज का ही कम करना है. Why is this important to understand? क्योंकि हर डिग्री जो आपका AC काम कर रहा है कम करने में ज्यादा, आपका एनर्जी बिल उसका 4% ज्यादा होगा, 4%. Which means if you are building a building in Ahmedabad versus let's say अभी एक्सट्रीम लेंगे बैंगलोर, बैंगलोर का टेम्परेचर 37 होगा, तो आपका वॉल का कंस्ट्रक्शन जो वॉल मटेरियल यूज करना है बहुत अलग होगा. और आपको ये ऐसे डिसीजन बहुत चीजें करनी है, एंड आपको फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग करनी है, एंड आपको सेल्स भी करनी है. तो ऐसी चीजों के लिए देयर आर टेक्नोलॉजी सॉल्यूशन. जैसे हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म है, अभी मैं 10 सेकंड्स के लिए सेल्स करूंगा हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म, बट आपको ऐसे डिसीजंस करनी है टुवर्ड्स एनवायरमेंटल डिसीजन मेकिंग, एंड द लार्जेस्ट मटेरियल डेटाबेस इन द कंट्री हमारा है. हम उसको लेके अभी वी वर्क अक्रॉस द कंट्री, प्लीज चेक इट आउट स्मार्टदमा. बट अगेन आई विल पुट स्मार्टदमा असाइड. ऐसे बहुत सारे डिसीजंस है. मेरे ख्याल से रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री का सबसे बड़ा टेक्निकल चैलेंज इज डिसीजन मेकिंग, एंड दैट देयर आर इनफ टूल्स टू यूज. C Tribe, I recommend you. C Tribe stands for Construction Tribe, a tribe of technology companies working in construction industry. उसमें से आपको बहुत सारे ऐसे मिलेंगे. सर मैं आपसे ऑफलाइन बात करूँ.
So, for want of time, I'll just move to the last question as such. And this again is specific to Gujarat. And given your experience, both Manan and Shriram, what really do you think is the biggest thing on the tech AI front which should happen in Gujarat over the next 5-7 years for it to come up the scale, be more globally competitive in that sense? You want to start, Manan?
So first of all, before implementing technology and AI, again, why I am pressing on AI, because currently all the tech companies are AI, right? So first of all, how not to use AI. I'll give a small narrative and a small story fast. So there was this company back in the day, around 2021, which was very forward in the game of AI. It's a prop tech based out of US. I won't name it. That company started implementing AI to flip houses, and the program was called iBuying. You can Google on iBuying. So they started valuing properties basis AI and started flipping. And eventually, flipping means they bought it and then sold it, and they made immense losses in that process because AI never took into consideration the local market nuances, right? Micro market nuances, and they lost $1 billion. And it's a listed entity, so the share price, it fell like a free fall. That's how we don't have to use AI and technology before getting the context right and before getting the on ground realities right, data right. And next, I think we would like to see more and more prop techs and technologies in not the awareness and consideration phase of the companies, but more in the bottom of the funnel where the transactions actually happen. With AI models being trained more and more into communication, AI calling is coming up, generational AI is coming up. I think AI can actually do the entire full stack marketing for you now. So that coming up, and of course, AI cannot replace the actual human, the human relationship and the trust. So we have to build products which are parallel to the human relationships based on data and decision making. So that's where I think Gujarat can be a forerunner. And with what you spoke of, with the companies, global companies coming into GIFT Cities and Dholera, I'm sure they will be bringing in the technology and the capabilities, and Gujarat will have that exposure along with it.
Shriram?
Kind of echoing from there, Gujarat is a very numbers-driven state. हर चीज का numbers से होता है decisions, right? I would urge, and I think next 5 years में for the quantum leap it has to make, design decisions also, if you make numbers rather than लगता है, I think Gujarat will be on the forefront of that's what.
Perfect. Thanks, Manan. Thanks, Shriram, for your insights, and thanks everyone for having a patient hearing of our discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think, can you all give them a bigger round of applause, everybody? I think they have done a really, really nice job in terms of summarizing everything within a stipulated period of time. So thank you so much. I'm going to be requesting the presence of the esteemed founder and principal architect, Hiren Gandhi and Associates. Hiren Gandhi ji to please come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Can we please have Mr. Gandhi over here on stage? Yes, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Gandhi is being given, I will request all of you to please kindly acknowledge the presence of the esteemed Darshana Waghela ji over here. She has taken time out of her busy schedule to be with us. Ma'am, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पे जुड़ने के लिए हमारे साथ. We're very grateful to you. We'll do a nice group photograph with all of you, please, over here at the front. Yes. Sir, you have to be a part of the photograph as well. The frame will be incomplete without you. So, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's show some energy in the room, please, everyone. If you all can clap and appreciate, that certainly helps a lot more. Thank you. Very, very grateful to all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. बहुत shukriya. Thank you so much. This is what is bringing us to an end of a fantastic conclave. Interesting discussions, panel discussions, fireside chats, exclusive conversations. You name it all, you see it all. You have experienced it all over here, only and only on the 18th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave, the Gujarat edition. We will right now be going ahead with the award ceremony. We have our esteemed chief guest address. We have a special address, which is a keynote, and then we'll be moving to the awards. So on that note, I'm going to be beginning right now. Thank you so much to all my people over here who have been here with us since morning. Can you all clap for yourselves one, please, everybody? And for the ones who have joined us right now, thank you so much. My name is Shubhojit Ghosh, anchor, MC, and YouTube talk show host. Like I mentioned, always a pleasure coming to you, beautiful city of Ahmedabad from Mumbai. And this is going to be an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you over here to the 18th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2026 Gujarat, which is an exclusive gathering that honors the best of the best in Gujarat's real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we celebrate innovation, leadership, and the strategic vision that's shaping the future of this very, very dynamic industry. So let's hear it from the real estate leaders of India and get ready for some loud cheering and applause. To ensure that the celebration reaches an even wider audience, this event is currently being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and also on the social media handles as well. On LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. On Facebook, it's @RP Realty Plus. On X, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. And on Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. Thank you so much. I encourage and request all of you to use the official handles and engage in as many social media posts as possible. I'm going to be bringing forward a special AV right now, which is a promo AV of all the incredible work that Realty Plus has been doing for a very, very long period of time. Can I request everybody to please kindly take their seats over here at the front? Everybody, if you can please kindly take their seats. We are playing a special Realty Plus promo for our audience over here. So I'm going to request the console to please play the Realty Plus promo for all of us now, please.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we have built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Absolutely leading the way for the last 23 years, and of course, many more. Give a huge round of applause for Realty Plus, please, everyone. And of course, for more details regarding Realty Plus, you can get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, who's the publisher and business head at Realty Plus. Thank you so much. I want to take out a quick moment to thank all our partners for the day. Without their support, we couldn't have pulled this off. Powered by Godwit Construction Private Limited, knowledge partner Anarok, supporting partner Indian Green Building Council, industry partner Gujarat Real Estate Agent Confederation and Credai Ahmedabad Guy Head, digital partner Housivity, creative partner ABC Brand Advisory, business media partner BW Business World Media Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course organized by the fantastic team of Realty Plus. Before we move forward to our esteemed chief guest address, we have one last quick promo to be played of our partner Godwit Constructions. Can we please play the promo of Godwit Constructions, please? That's Godwit Constructions for all of you. A big round of applause for our powered by partner, ladies and gentlemen, Godwit Construction. Our esteemed chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anurag Batra, he couldn't be with us over here in person, but he has sent out a special video message, which I believe is ready with the console. So can we please play that video message quickly? Is it ready? Or if it's not, then we'll play it later. We'll play it later? Okay, no problem. So we'll move on to the esteemed chief guest address right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute privilege right now to bring to the spotlight the very moment that all of you have been waiting for since morning. It's an absolute pleasure. Our esteemed guest right now has been at the forefront of Gujarat's urban development initiatives, contributing to policies that promote sustainable infrastructure, sustainability being the need of the hour, planned urban growth and inclusive housing. Most importantly, her commitment to strengthening the state's urban ecosystem continues to play a very significant role, ladies and gentlemen, in shaping Gujarat's progressive development journey. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to have with us over here the presence of our Honorable Minister of State for Urban Development and Urban Housing, Government of Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Darshana Waghela, ma'am, over here on stage. Please, ma'am, bahut shukriya. The fact that you have taken out time out of your schedule to be with us over here. I'm going to request you to stand over here, and I'm going to request all of you to clap it up for her, please. Bahut shukriya. Thank you. I'm going to request the presence of Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head of Realty Plus, alongside Manish Shahji, who's the MD at Omega Engineers, to please come up on stage and felicitate ma'am with the bouquet of appreciation. Thank you. Can we have the bouquets over here on stage, please? Come on, everybody, if we can have some clapping and appreciation going in right now. Thank you. Bahut shukriya, Tripti. Sir, I'm going to request both of you to take your seats. Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to request you to please come over here and please kindly say a few words for all of us. We've been waiting to hear that. Thank you.
The reality conclave માં સૌ લોકોએ જેણે આયોજન કર્યું છે એ બધાને ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભેચ્છાઓ. ગુજરાતમાં જે અર્બન ડેવલપમેન્ટ ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ અને ડેવલપર દ્વારા ગુજરાતનો જે વિકાસ થયો છે તેમાં આપ સૌ પણ સહભાગી છો. આપણે અહીંયા અમદાવાદમાં સૌ બહારના રાજ્યમાંથી પણ પધાર્યા છે. એ બધાને પણ ગુજરાતમાં ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરવા હું આમંત્રણ આપું છું અને આપ સૌ સાથે રહી અને અમદાવાદને આપણે ખૂબ ડેવલપ કર્યું છે. પરંતુ આજે હું તમને એક સારા સમાચાર પણ આપું છું કે કોમનવેલ્થ ગેમનું જે 2030માં આપણા અહીંયા આગમન થવાનું છે એનો આજે ધ્વજ પણ ગુજરાત સરકારને મળી ગયું છે. અને માન્ય ડેપ્યુટી સીએમ હર્ષભાઈ સંઘવી ત્યાં ગયા હતા અને આજે સવારે જ એ ત્યાંથી ધ્વજ લઈને આવી અને આપણા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીને આપ્યો છે. પરંતુ ગુજરાતમાં આ જે ઇવેન્ટ થવાની છે એમાં આપ બધાનો ખૂબ મોટો સહકારની જરૂર છે. સરકાર અથવા તો અર્બન ડેવલપમેન્ટ વિભાગ દ્વારા જ આ બધું થવાનું છે એવું નથી. પરંતુ ગુજરાત અમદાવાદના સૌ અને બહારના પણ જે ડેવલપર છે એ બધા આવી અને 2030 સુધીમાં આપણે અમદાવાદને વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ સિટી બનાવવાનું છે. એના માટે આપણે જાણીએ છીએ એ પ્રમાણે કે અમદાવાદ જે રીતે વિકસિત થયું છે અને જે રીતે એ સેફ છે. તમે બીજા રાજ્યો ઘણા બધા રાજ્યોમાંથી લોકો આવ્યા હશે પરંતુ અમદાવાદ અને એમાં પણ તમે ગુજરાત સરકારની જે ડેવલપર માટેની નીતિઓ છે એ ખરેખર ખૂબ સરળ છે અને લોકોને હેલ્પફુલ થાય છે કે ભાઈ અમે એવું કહીએ છીએ કે માત્ર સરકાર નહીં પરંતુ કોઈ પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ પીપીપી ધોરણના આધારે આપણે કરીએ અને આપણા રાજ્યને નંબર 1 બનાવીએ. જેમ વિકાસમાં આપણે નંબર 1 છે અને હું એમ કહીશ કે ઘણા બધા લોકો રહેવા માટે પણ અમદાવાદને પસંદ કરતા હોય છે કારણ કે અમદાવાદનો જો વિકાસ છે અને જે સુવિધાઓ છે એ ખરેખર ખૂબ સારી છે. આપણે જાણીએ છીએ એ પ્રમાણે કે માત્ર ને માત્ર ડેવલપ કરવું એ નથી જરૂરી પરંતુ એની સાથે સાથેના કેટલા એવા પાસાઓ છે કે આપણે ગ્રીન કવરની પણ ચિંતા કરવી જોઈએ. માત્ર આપણે કોન્ક્રીટનું શહેર નથી બનાવવું પરંતુ એની સાથે સાથે આપણે કોઈ પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ કરીએ તો એ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં ગ્રીન કવર માટે પણ આપણે જગ્યાઓ છોડવી જોઈએ અને ગ્રીન કવર પણ સારું થાય એવો પ્રયત્ન કરવો જોઈએ. હમણાં જ આપણા ગૃહમંત્રી અમિતભાઈ શાહે કદાચ આપને બધાને ખબર હશે કે એક રેકોર્ડ કર્યો છે એમની લોકસભામાં ને એમણે એક જ દિવસે ખૂબ મોટા વૃક્ષારોપણનો કાર્યક્રમ કર્યો હતો. તો આ ગ્રીન કવર આ શહેરમાં જળવાઈ રહી એનું પણ આપણે ધ્યાન રાખવાનું છે. આપણે કોઈ પણ સિટીને ડેવલપ કરવા માટે આપણે કનેક્ટિવિટી પણ જોવી પડે. અત્યારે ગાંધીનગર અને અમદાવાદ બંને ટ્વિન સિટી થઈ ગયા છે અને એમાં પણ ગાંધીનગર તો ગિફ્ટ સિટી. તમે જોવો કે તમે એક વખત ગિફ્ટ સિટીની મુલાકાત લીધી હોય ને તો તમે બીજા બધા જ એ સિટીઓનું ભૂલી જશો એવી આપણી ગિફ્ટ સિટી છે. ને આ ગિફ્ટ સિટી માટે દુનિયામાંથી અને આખા દેશમાંથી લોકો આવે છે. આપણું મોટામાં મોટો સારો પ્રોજેક્ટ ધોલેરા, તમને કહેતા મને આનંદ થાય છે કે ધોલેરામાં સૌથી વધારે જો ઇન્વેસ્ટરો કોઈ આવ્યા હોય ને તો ગુજરાત કરતાં બહારના લોકો વધારે છે. કારણ કે ગુજરાત એક સેફ રાજ્ય છે અને ડેવલપરો માટે પણ ખૂબ સારું છે. એમાં સરકાર પણ ખૂબ મદદરૂપ થાય છે. માટે જ આજે અલગ અલગ રાજ્યમાંથી લોકો અહીં આવી અને પોતા અહીંયા પોતાના પ્રોજેક્ટને મૂકે છે. ધોલેરામાં આપણે વર્ષો પહેલા જોયું હતું કે કોઈને કલ્પના નહોતી કે આ ધોલેરો આટલું સારું થશે. જ્યારે નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી અહીંયા મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા ત્યારે જ્યારે એ ગિફ્ટ સિટીની વાત અમને કરતા હતા ત્યારે અમને એવું લાગતું હતું ખરેખર આવું થશે. આજે ધોલેરાની વાત હતી તો ધોલેરા માટે પણ અમે બધા જ એવું વિચારતા હતા અને લોકો પણ વિચારતા હશે કે ખરેખર ધોલેરા આટલું સુંદર બનશે. પરંતુ આજે બન્યું છે અને એ બધામાં આપ સૌનો સહકાર છે. ગુજરાતને ડેવલપ કરવામાં આપ સૌનો સહકાર છે. અને અત્યારે આ કનેક્ટિવિટીની પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ મોટી ચિંતા છે. આપણે જાણીએ છીએ પ્રમાણે બોમ્બે આટલું ઝડપી દોડી રહ્યું છે એનું કારણ એક જ છે કે ત્યાંની જે એમની રેલ વ્યવસ્થા છે. હજુ ગુજરાત અને એમાં પણ અમદાવાદના લોકોને હજુ મેટ્રોને સ્વીકાર કરતા નથી. મારી આપ સૌને ખાસ વિનંતી છે કે આપણા બધા જ પ્રોજેક્ટો જે થાય એને મેટ્રોને કનેક્ટ થાય અથવા તો અમે પણ એવા પ્રયત્ન કરીશું કે મોટા જે પ્રોજેક્ટ હોય ત્યાં સુધી મેટ્રો જાય. તો આ કનેક્ટિવિટી વધશે તો આપણા જે પ્રોજેક્ટો છે ને એના માટે પણ ખૂબ સારું રહેશે. આપણે અહીંયાથી ઘણા બધા બોમ્બેથી પણ બિલ્ડર્સ આવ્યા છે તો હું એમ કહીશ કે બુલેટ ટ્રેન કે જે બોમ્બેના લોકો બુલેટ ટ્રેન જ્યારે ચાલુ થશે ને તો લગભગ 3 થી 4 કલાકમાં એ લોકો અમદાવાદ પણ આવી શકવાના છે. તો આ બધી જ તૈયારીઓ અમારા ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટમાં થઈ રહી છે અને કોમનવેલ્થને લઈ અને અમદાવાદ આખું સુંદર શહેર બનવાનું છે. આપણે સૌ જાણીએ છીએ પ્રમાણે કે આની સાથે સાથે સરકાર એક ઉચ્ચ મધ્યમ વર્ગ નહીં પરંતુ મધ્યમ વર્ગનો પણ વિચાર થાય એની પણ ચિંતા કરી રહી છે. આજે જ મારી ઓફિસમાં અત્યારે જ એક મીટિંગ હતી અને એ મીટિંગમાં મેં એક સૂચન પણ કર્યું છે કે હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડ આમાં ઘણા બધા કોઈક એમાં કામ કરતા હશે તો હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડની જે જગ્યાઓ છે એ જગ્યાઓને સારામાં સારી રીતે ડેવલપ કરે. બીજી વાત એ કે અહીંયા અમદાવાદ શહેર એક એવું શહેર છે કે ઉચ્ચ મધ્યમ વર્ગ અને એની સાથે એક મધ્યમ વર્ગ પણ મોટા પ્રમાણમાં વસે છે ને એની જ ચિંતા કરતા આજે મેં ગુજરાત હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડના જે અધિકારીઓ હતા એની સાથે એક ચર્ચા કરી અને એક સૂચન પણ કર્યું છે કે મધ્યમ વર્ગના લોકો માટે હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડમાં 3 BHKના મકાનો જે બને અને એ લોકોને પણ આપણે ઉત્તમ સુવિધાઓ આપીએ એના માટેનો આપણો પ્રયત્ન છે. મોદી સાહેબનું એક સપનું છે કે ગુજરાત અને એમાં પણ અમદાવાદ, સુરતમાં તો સ્લમ ફ્રી સિટી બનાવી દીધું છે પરંતુ અમદાવાદ પણ સ્લમ ફ્રી સિટી બને એનો અમારો પ્રયત્ન છે ને એમાં આપ સૌનો સહકારની પણ અમને જરૂર છે. માટે આપ સૌ આ તબક્કે અહીંયા ભેગા થઈ અને ખૂબ ચર્ચા વિચારણા કરી અમદાવાદને કેવું સુંદર શહેર બનાવીએ અને જ્યારે કોમનવેલ્થના જે ખેલાડીઓ વિશ્વમાંથી આવે ત્યારે અમદાવાદની એક ઉમદા છાપ લઈને જાય એના માટે આપ સૌ અમને સહકાર કરજો. અને આજે મને પણ આપે શહેરી વિકાસ મંત્રી તરીકે અહીંયા ઇન્વાઇટ કરી તે બદલ આપ સૌનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. ભારત માતા કી જય. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैम. मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज रिमेन ऑन स्टेज. मैम थोड़ा स्टेज पे रुकिएगा प्लीज. इफ यू कैन प्लीज रिमेन ऑन स्टेज. आई एम गोइंग टू बी रिक्वेस्टिंग द प्रेजेंस ऑफ मिस्टर चित्रक शाह, फाउंडर, चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर शिवालिक ग्रुप, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to ma'am over here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all can please kindly clap and appreciate for the moment. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ma'am for joining us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll request you, please kindly बैठ जाइए. Chitrak ji, I'll request you to remain over here on stage because the next session, ladies and gentlemen, is a very, very special keynote session. I think over the last 28 years, I know you're on stage, but I have to say certain very important milestones that you have achieved, which is over the past 28 years, ladies and gentlemen, he has led the development, this very man, for more than 75 landmark projects, making a significant contribution to the growth and transformation of the city's real estate landscape through innovation, quality, and of course, customer trust. I'll request him to get mic'd up. Not needed, so it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a keynote address by Mr. Chitrak Shah, the founder, chairman, and managing director, Shivalik Group. The stage is all yours, sir. Yeah. I mean, whichever is, I think this should be the idea.
Good evening. When team came to meet me, I said, આપણા લોકો છે બધું બધાને ખબર છે, then why you are inviting me? Everything they know about us, વાતતા ગાતા શિવાલિકમાં માર્કેટિંગ બધું કરીએ છીએ, એટલે અડધાને તો ખબર જ છે. But still they wanted કે નહીં તમે આવો સર, બધાને મજા આવશે. What you built, what is the thought process, what is the vision behind city, state, એની વાત છે. આગળ મેડમે બહુ સરસ વાત કરી કે અમદાવાદ શું છે, ગુજરાત શું છે, શું ડેવલપમેન્ટ આવે છે. શું હું એટલી બધી વાત એના માટે નહીં કરું, બિકોઝ મને આખું એજન્ડા ખબર હતો, અધરવાઇઝ રિપીટેટિવ બહુ થશે. બટ એઝ અ શિવાલિક, વોટ વી આર કન્ટ્રીબ્યુટિંગ ટુ ધ સિટી, ટુ ધ સ્ટેટ, હું ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી એના તરફ લઈ જઈશ. મને બહુ જ 15-20 મિનિટ કીધું હતું, એટલો બધો ટાઈમ નહીં લઉં. ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી વિલ ફિનિશ ફાસ્ટર. So 2036, everybody in Gujarat who are working on 2036, તમે એને ઓલિમ્પિક્સ ગણો, અમદાવાદનો દાયકો ગણો, કે બધા એક માટે કામ કરે છે. આના પ્લસ પોઈન્ટ શું છે કે સિટીનું ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર છે એ સ્કેલ ફાસ્ટ થઈ જશે. આપણે રિયલ એસ્ટેટની ભાષામાં જેટલા લોકો IRRની વાત કરતા હોય, પ્રોફિટની વાત કરતા હોય, અલ્ટિમેટલી રિયલ એસ્ટેટ ઇઝ ઓલ અબાઉટ વેલ્યુ ક્રિએશન. અને એની ઉપર જે તમે 10-12% લોન લઈને એની ઉપર જે ફાસ્ટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી IRR વધારે તમે ઉપજાવતા હો, એ જ આખું સર્કલ છે. ઇટ ઇઝ ઓલ અબાઉટ ધ કેશ ફ્લો ગેમ. અધરવાઇઝ જેને વાપરવું હશે લીઝિંગ પર લીઝ કરીને વાપરે છે. ઇવન લીઝ કરીને જે લોકો વાપરે છે એની ઉપર બી બીજા લોકો ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરીને એની ઉપર બી IRR ઉપજાવે છે. અલ્ટિમેટલી ઇટ ઇઝ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટનું જે એનું લાર્જર પર્પઝ છે, લાર્જર વ્હીકલ છે, ઇટ ઇઝ અ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ ગેમ. કાં તો સ્ટોક્સમાં જાય, કાં તો વેલ્થમાં જાય, કાં તો રિયલ એસ્ટેટમાં જાય. સોરી, ઇટ્સ નોટ વર્કિંગ. નેક્સ્ટ. સોરી. યા, સો મેં થોડા બધા ડમ પોઈન્ટ કર્યા હતા કે ગુજરાતની અંદર શું શું છે. ગિફ્ટ સિટી છે, ટેકનોલોજી લીડ ડેવલપમેન્ટ છે, સ્પોર્ટ્સ છે, ટુરિઝમ છે, ગ્લોબલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર બધું બિલ્ડ થતું જાય છે, લાર્જર કેપિટલ ઇન્ફ્લો છે. અહીંયા અમદાવાદની અંદર લાર્જર કેપિટલ કેમ બહારથી કોઈ આવતી નથી? બિકોઝ મોટા પ્રોજેક્ટ થતા નહોતા. ઓફિશિયલ બધા ધીમે ધીમે બધા સ્ટ્રક્ચર થતા જાય. સરકારે બી બહુ જ હેલ્પ કરી. હવે કેપિટલ ગેઇન ટેક્સના કારણે ઓફ ધ ટ્રેક છે, પણ કેપિટલ ગેઇન ટેક્સના કારણે બી છે થોડા ઘણા બી કમ્પોનન્ટ હતા જે બધા ઓફ ધ ટ્રેક કરતા હતા, એ બી ઘણા બધા પ્લસ થઈ ગયા. સો અત્યારે ઘણા બધા ડેવલપર્સની ને એની બેલેન્સ શીટો મોટી થવા માંડી, ટ્રાન્સપરન્સી વધતી ગઈ. ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી તમે જોશો તો બોક્સ પ્રાઇઝની વાતો થવા માંડી, કાર્પેટ એરિયાની વાતો થવા માંડી. સો ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના ટ્રાન્સફોર્મેશન બહુ જ થયા. પછી આગળ જે કેપિટલ એના કારણે અહીંયા આવે છે, લાર્જર પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ છે, લાર્જર રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ છે, રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીની વાત છે, સેમિકન્ડક્ટર છે, ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ કોરિડોર છે, ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલ કેપિટલ છે, ડિજિટલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર છે. બધા લોકો હવે જોશો તો લોટ ઓફ પીપલ આર જમ્પિંગ ઇન ટુ ટેકનોલોજી વિથ ધ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ, હોસ્પિટલ વિથ ધ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ, hotels are moving toward the real estate are moving toward the hotel side, the developers. So આજે કોલોબરેશન છે બિટવીન 2-3 ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ માટે એ બહુ જ મેસિવ થાય છે. કન્સ્ટ્રક્શનની અંદર ટેકનોલોજી બધી બદલાયા કરે છે. ગુજરાતનું અલગ અલગ જગ્યાએ ડેવલપમેન્ટ થાય છે. સરકાર ઘણી બધી નવી નવી સિટીઝ ખોલે છે, જેમ ધોલેરા છે, ગિફ્ટ સિટી છે, લોથલ છે. ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક નવા ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરની વાતો થતી જાય છે. તો ઇટ્સ ઓલ અબાઉટ અટ્રેક્ટિંગ ધ લાર્જર પીપલ ફ્રોમ આઉટસાઇડ ધ સિટી. અને લાર્જર જેવી રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ આવે છે, જેમ મેડમે આગળ કીધું ધોલેરાની અંદર આવે છે, ત્યાં એ લોકોને ફોરેનમાં કામ કરવું છે તો ગિફ્ટ સિટીમાં કામ કરે છે. અને ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર એવું એક જ ગુજરાત કે અમદાવાદ સ્ટેટ છે અને સિટી છે કે જ્યાં કદાચ પહેલા ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર બિલ્ડ થાય છે અને પછી લોકો આગળ જાય છે. સો ગવર્મેન્ટ એ પ્રકારે બહુ જ આગળ પ્રોગ્રેસિવ છે અને ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી એ પ્રમાણે જ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર બિલ્ડ થતું જાય છે. આજે તમે જુઓ તો જેમ મેડમે કીધું ગિફ્ટ સિટી ધોલેરા કે લોથલ, તેની પહેલાં બધા ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરો બિલ્ડ થઈ ગયા અને પછી આપણે ડેવલપરની નજર જોઈએ છે. બાકી ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ એવું હોય કે પહેલા લોકો પહોંચી જાય અને પછી સરકાર પહોંચે, સરકાર જાગે. આપણા કેસમાં ઊંધું છે, સરકાર પહેલા પહોંચે ને આપણને એવું લાગે છે કે હજી તો ખાલી પડ્યું છે, પણ ખાલી પડ્યું એ જ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ છે. પહેલા કોણ પહોંચે છે ને પૈસા કોણ કમાય છે? સો ધેટ ઇઝ અ ગેમ. સોરી, અમદાવાદની વાત કરું, કોમનવેલ્થ છે, જીસીસી અહીંયા આવે છે, વાસ્તવિકતા બધાને ખબર છે, ગ્લોબલ કેપેસિટી સેન્ટર છે, બિલ્ડિંગો બધા નવા ચેન્જ થાય છે. કેટલા લોકોને ખબર છે 35-40 રૂપીઝ જે રેન્ટલ હતા સુપર બિલ્ટઅપના કે કાર્પેટના 70-80, એ 150 સુધી પહોંચી ગયા કાર્પેટના? તમને ખબર છે? અને કેટલી બધી સાઇન થઈ LOI. એટલે પીપલ વોન્ટ, ખાલી આપણી માઇન્ડસેટ ચેન્જ થાય છે. દરેક લોકોને એવું છે 30-35 રૂપિયા સુપર બિલ્ટઅપમાં મળી જશે, અને નાવ પ્રીમિયમ બિલ્ડિંગ આર ઓફરિંગ 90 રૂપીઝ, વિચ ઇઝ ઓલમોસ્ટ 2.5 to 3 times. Why? Because not a good building. હવે થવા માંડ્યા, બહારથી લોકો માંગે છે, જીસીસી આવે છે, રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ આવે છે, લોકોને સારા બિલ્ડિંગ. પહેલા ખાલી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી હતી કે અંદર આપણે રહીએ, હવે લાઈફ પર લોકો સ્પેન્ડ કરે છે કે મારે અહીંયા ગ્રો થવું છે, પછી એક જ વાર લેવાનું છે, એકવાર વધારે ખર્ચીને લઈ લઈશ. સો દેટ માઇન્ડસેટ ઇઝ ચેન્જિંગ. પછી ધીરે ધીરે ગ્લોબલ લોકો અહીંયા આવતા જાય છે. બીજું ત્યાં ધોલેરાની અંદર આગળ બીજું એરપોર્ટ છે, એની તૈયારી ચાલે છે, ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર મોટું થતું જાય છે, કમ્યુનિટી લાઈફ તરફ ફોકસ થતું જાય. કેટલી બધી સોસાયટીની અંદર તમે જોશો તો કમ્યુનિટીઝ બિલ્ડ થાય છે, કોમન એમ્યુનિટીઝ જે કોઈ પહેલા વિચારી નથી, ક્લબ જેવી એમ્યુનિટીઝ. પીપલ વોન્ટ કે તમે જ્યાં છો ત્યાં જ રહો. ટેરિટરી નેટવર્ક્સ, ટ્રેનિંગ સિસ્ટમ, આ બધું ધીરે ધીરે કરીને એડ થતું જાય છે. સો લાર્જર તમે જોશો ને તો ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની અંદર ઘણા બધા ટ્રાન્સફોર્મેશન આવે છે. જે લોકોને પોતે શું કરતા હતા પાસ્ટમાં અને રિયલ એસ્ટેટમાં શું ચેન્જ થાય છે, એ બંને જો કોઈ એઆઈ ને ક્લોડ ને કે ચેટ જીપીટી બી પૂછી લેશો ને તો તમને તમારી અંદર એટલી બધી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી દેખાશે, તમને 25 ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી આપશે. તમારે તમારી કેપેસિટી જોવાની કેટલા મોટા થયું છે. અને વર્લ્ડમાં 99% લોકો પૈસા આપવા બેઠા છે, એટલે તો સ્ટોક માર્કેટ ચાલે છે. તમારી લેવાની કેપેસિટી જોઈએ, અને પૈસા બધાને જોઈએ છે. પછી એપલ હોય કે ગુજરાતનો કોઈ એન્ટરપ્રેનર હોય કે અમદાવાદનો એન્ટરપ્રેનર હોય, તમારી કેપેસિટીની તાકાત જોઈએ, મારે કેટલું મોટું વિચારવું છે, અને રિસોર્સિસ આપણે મેનેજ કરવાના છે, આપણે શું કરવું છે અને કોને આવડે છે, આ બે જ વસ્તુ જોવાની. ગુજરાતમાં બહુ જ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર આવે છે, આપણે તૈયાર નહીં થઈએ તો કદાચ બીજું કોઈ બહારથી આવીને તૈયાર થઈ જશે. બહારથી બી લોકો આવે જ છે. વી વેલકમિંગ ગુજરાતી છે, વી વેલકમિંગ એવરીબડી ટુ કમ એન્ડ ડુ બિઝનેસ હિયર. સો દેટ ઇઝ અ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી ચેન્જ. માયવાન ટેકનોલોજીથી લઈ અને કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન ટેકનોલોજી પ્રિકાસ્ટ ચેન્જ થાય છે, વાપરવાની રીતોમાં કો વર્કિંગ સ્પેસ, કો લિવિંગ સ્પેસ, પછી સિનિયર સિટીઝન, એ યુઝ કેસ ચેન્જ થાય છે. ઓનરશિપની અંદર રીટ્સથી લઈને એઆઈએફથી લઈને કો ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટથી લઈને એ ચેન્જ થાય છે. ઓન સાઇટ કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન જે ટેકનિકલ ટેકનોલોજી છે, એ કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન ટેકનોલોજી છે, એ ચેન્જ થાય છે. કેટલું બધું ટ્રાન્સફોર્મેશન. સો આખો જે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ છે રિયલ એસ્ટેટની, એ ચેન્જ થાય છે. તો અમે એના માટે આખી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ બિલ્ડ કરતા જઈએ છીએ. સો વી કોલ્ડ ઇટ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ. શિવાલિકમાં તમે 4 થી 5 વર્ષ જોયા હશે. ઓવરઓલ વી બિલ્ડ લોટ ઓફ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ. અમુક વિઝિબલ છે, અમુક ઇનવિઝિબલ છે. ઓવરઓલ 8 માઇક્રો ઇકોસિસ્ટમ વી ક્રિએટેડ અને 1 કનેક્ટેડ સિસ્ટમ છે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી. તમે જોશો તો એક ડેવલપમેન્ટ છે જેમાં માસ્ટરપીસ છે, સિગ્નેચર કલેક્શન છે, કમ્યુનિટી લિવિંગ છે, ફાર્મલેન્ડ છે. ફાર્મલેન્ડ ઇઝ અ બીટા મોડલ, જે દૂરની જગ્યા પર અમે સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરતા જઈએ છીએ કે દૂરની જગ્યાઓથી લોકો અહીંયા આવશે તો ફાર્મિંગ તરફ કેવી રીતે લોકો મોટું સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરે. રીડેવલપમેન્ટની અંદર અમે હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડની એક કર્યું, મેડમ જેમ વાત કરતા હતા એ રીતે હમણાં પ્રાઇવેટ બેક કર્યા, અને અમે મેડમ 100% અપ્રુવલ સાથે બધાને બનાવ્યા છે. આપણે એવું કહેવાય ને કે હસતા હસતા બધાના ઘરે શિફ્ટ કરીએ, બીજાનું ઘર બનાવવા માટે એક ઘરવાળાને રોતા ના મોકલીએ. બધાને હસતા હસતા મનાઈને બધા જ રીડેવલપમેન્ટ પૂરા કર્યા છે. કેપિટલ, અમે જે અમારા ત્યાં ગુજરાતમાં ફર્સ્ટ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ ડેવલપર હશે કે જેને સેબી રજિસ્ટર્ડ લાયસન્સ લીધું હશે, એને 3 વર્ષ થયા છે. અને અમે વી ઓલવેઝ સ્ટાર્ટ વિથ ધ સ્મોલર. ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ચાલુ કર્યું હતું, નાનું હતું, વી આર જમ્પિંગ 20x. ફંડ ચાલુ કર્યું હતું, નાનું હતું, નાવ વી આર જમ્પિંગ 20x. વી ઓલવેઝ થિંક, ટ્રાય, બેબી 2 વર્ષનું થાય, મોટું થાય, ચાલતું થાય, and then we scale. This is how we do. This is how we scale. So we completely connected ecosystem. આખી જે કેપિટલ હવે જે સેબી રજિસ્ટર્ડ છે, એક લાયસન્સ AIF નું લીધું, હવે ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી ડિબેન્ચર, અને ધેન વી મે ગો વિથ ધ રીટ્સ પાથવે સાથે. સો એનું મોડલ અમે ઊભું કર્યું. એક એક કરીને નાની સ્લાઇડ છે આગળ. ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ જે પહેલા કરડાઈની અંદર હતું ને હવે અમે બિલિયનર સ્ટ્રીટની ઉપર ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ઊભું કર્યું, વિચ ઇઝ ઓન ગ્રાઉન્ડ ફ્લોર. એન્ટરપ્રિનર્સ ક્રિએટ કરવાના હોય તો માઇન્ડસેટ તો જોરદાર જ હોવું જોઈએ, અને ત્યાં ભણે, હવા ઉજાસ હોય, ગ્રીન એન્વાયરમેન્ટ હોય તો સારા વિચારો આવે. એ સાથે આખું ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ 20x કર્યું, ખાલી ગ્રાઉન્ડ ફ્લોર છે, બિલિયનર સ્ટ્રીટ પર છે, એટલે લોકેશનનો કોઈ પોઈન્ટ જ નથી. લોકેશન ઇઝ અર DNA. લોકેશન, લોકેશન, લોકેશન. સો દેટ્સ અ કોર. ટેરિટરી ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ, અમે આખું બધું જ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ છે એક જગ્યા પર, એક ટેરિટરી પર ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી લોડ કરીએ છીએ. આ ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ થાય છે. સો હવે અમે એક બિલ્ડિંગ જે બનાવતા હતા એની જગ્યાએ આખું ફોકસ છે એક એરિયાના ડેવલપમેન્ટનો ભાગ. ગવર્મેન્ટની જેમ નહીં, પણ બધા રિયલ એસ્ટેટના લોકો છે એને જોડીએ કેવી રીતે, અને એને જોડી અને એની અંદર ને અંદર જ બિઝનેસ કેવી રીતે ક્રિએટ થાય, એ અમારું ફોકસ છે. આ ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ થાય છે, અને અમે ફર્સ્ટ ટ્રાયલ એક વૈષ્ણવ દેવી પર 1 કે 2 ટ્રાયલ કર્યા, અને હવે ભાટ એરિયા પર કરીએ છીએ. ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી કરતાં કરતાં બધાને જોડતા જઈએ છીએ, અને એ જ એરિયાના પલ્સીસ, ન્યૂઝ ચેનલ્સ, ન્યૂઝ પલ્સીસ એ અંદર ક્રિએટ થતા જાય છે. ટેકનોલોજી, આ બધું જોડવા માટે ટેકનોલોજી જોઈએ, અદરવાઇઝ આખું પ્લેટફોર્મ સિંગલ કનેક્ટેડ સિસ્ટમથી છે, જેનું નામ અમે રિયલ એસ્ટેટનું R આપ્યું છે, ખાલી R. બિકોઝ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ છે, અમને એવું થયું કે બિનજરૂરી વસ્તુ કાઢી નાખીએ. નેટવર્ક આખું બિલ્ડ કરતા જઈએ છે, જે જનરેશન જેનઝી છે, વાયર છે, વુમન ઇન રિયલ એસ્ટેટ છે, હવે ફાઉન્ડર લેડ કરીશું. સો એ આખું નેટવર્ક બિલ્ડ કરતા જઈએ છીએ, બિકોઝ ખાલી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ બનાવી અને ઓન ગ્રાઉન્ડ લોકોને સમજાવીશું નહીં ને તો માઇન્ડસેટ ચેન્જ નહીં થાય. સો ઓન ગ્રાઉન્ડ માઇન્ડસેટ બી ચેન્જ કરવો પડે, બધાને સમજાવવો બી પડે. અને તમે ઘણા બધાએ મને સોશિયલ મીડિયા પર ફોલો કરતા હશો તો જોયું બી હશે, બધું દેખાય છે. 90% લોકોને મારી ઓફિસમાં નથી ખબર પડતી અમે શું કરીએ છીએ, પણ જ્યારે અમે સિસ્ટમ પર મૂકતા જઈએ છીએ ને, ડેટા દેખાય છે પાછળ, ત્યારે ખબર પડે છે હવે 2 વર્ષથી. અને બધી કોવિડની પેદાઈશ હતી, લોકો કોવિડમાં આરામ કરતા હતા અને હું આ સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરતો હતો. ફર્નિચર, એમાં સાણંદમાં ફેક્ટરી કરી, લોફીનો સ્ટોર ક્રિએટ કર્યો, અને લોફીના ધીરે ધીરે ગુજરાતના 3-4 જગ્યાએ અમે ફર્નિચર કર્યા. એ મારો ભાઈ જોવે છે, અને દેટ્સ હાઉ વી આર ક્રિએટિંગ એન્ટાયર ઇકોસિસ્ટમ. અને ઓલમોસ્ટ બધી નીડ રિયલ એસ્ટેટની પતી ગઈ. વી ડોન્ટ સી પ્રોજેક્ટ હેન્ડ ઓવર સાથે, વી ઓલવેઝ સી કે લેન્ડ હોય ને લેન્ડ આખી જ તૂટી જાય, રીડેવલપમેન્ટ થાય, ત્યાં સુધી કન્ઝ્યુમરની જર્ની છે, એ આખી જર્ની કેવી રીતે સારી થાય. સો ફ્રોમ રિયલ એસ્ટેટથી લાઈફની ઉપર ફોકસ કરીએ છીએ, અને એના માટે આખી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ બનાવી. એમાં ઘણા બધા પાર્ટનર્સો નીચે હવે જોડતા જઈશું, કારણ કે હવે નેક્સ્ટ ફેઝ છે પાર્ટનરશિપ ડ્રિવન છે. સો બધું બિલ્ડ કર્યું ને હવે પાર્ટનરને પ્લગ ઇન કરવાના છે, બિકોઝ વિધાઉટ પાર્ટનરશિપ સ્કેલ ના થાય. સો આ માસ્ટરપીસ, સિગ્નેચર કલેક્શન, કમ્યુનિટી લિવિંગ ઓલરેડી આઈ કવર્ડ. AIF, co-investment, debenture, reach pathway, આ બધા જ ફોટા છે, રેફરન્સ છે, that we already worked. Reach નો જે pathway છે, that is upcoming. We may get એક લિસ્ટ પર ચડી જાય પછી હવે મૂવ કરતા જઈશું. સો આખું મોડલ છે ને વર્લ્ડમાં બધા સ્ટુડન્ટ હાઉસિંગ છે, લીઝ છે, હોટલ્સ છે, બધા ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી જેને ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરવું છે, બાકી બધા લોકોને રેન્ટલ પર શિફ્ટ થતું જાય છે, ઇન્વિટ ને રીચ ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી. ઓનરશિપની જગ્યાએ ક્વોલિટી ઓફ લાઈફ, પર્પઝ ડ્રિવન લાઈફ, એની ઉપર શિફ્ટ થાય છે. જેને ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરીને રહેવું છે એ વસ્તુ અલગ છે, પણ જેને ફ્લેક્સિબલ જોઈએ છે, બધા લોકો એક્સપાન્શન કરવું છે, બધા લોકો શિફ્ટ થતા જાય છે રેન્ટલ પર. પછી એનું યુઝ કોઈ બી હોઈ શકે. સો એનું આખું પ્લેટફોર્મ ક્રિએટ કર્યું છે. એવરીથિંગ ઇઝ લિંક્ડ. આખું પ્લેટફોર્મ છે એ લિંક્ડ છે. ફ્લોનું ફૂલ ફોર્મ છે ફંડ, લીઝ, ઓપરેટ, વેલ્થ. જે રીતે ફ્લો કર્યો છે, કેશ ફ્લો છે, કેપિટલ ફ્લો છે, સિસ્ટમનો ફ્લો છે, દેટ્સ હાઉ વી ક્રિએટેડ. અને એનું પહેલું અમે હમણાં ઇવેન્ટ કરીએ છીએ નેક્સ્ટમાં. સો ફર્નિચર 2.5 લાખ ફૂટની ફેક્ટરી થઈ, લોફી હોમ સ્ટોર કર્યો, ઇન્ટિરિયર સોલ્યુશન, સ્ટેનલીની ફ્રેન્ચાઇઝી લીધી સમજવા માટે, નેક્સોરા છે હોસ્પિટાલિટીની અંદર હોટલના ટાઈપ માટેનું સ્ટ્રક્ચર કર્યું. ફર્નિચર ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટની અંદર આ 4 વિંગ ક્રિએટ કરી. ખાલી લર્નિંગ તો વર્ષોથી બધી ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ કરાવે છે. વી આર બિયોન્ડ ધ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ. વી ડોન્ટ વોન્ટ ટુ ફોકસ લર્ન. હવે ચેટ જીપીટી ને ક્લોડ બધા શીખવાડે છે. વી વોન્ટ રિયલ લાઈફ. ત્યાં પૈસા એને આપવાના, પ્રોજેક્ટ કરે, પાર્ટનરશિપ કરે, ઇન્ક્યુબેશન સેન્ટર, અને આખી ઇકોસિસ્ટમની અંદર કશું બી કોઈને કરવું હોય એ અંદર આવે ખાલી. સો ધીસ ફોર અસ, ધીસ ઇઝ કેપેબિલિટી સેન્ટર ઓફ ધ સિટી. કોઈને બી રિયલ એસ્ટેટની અંદર આવવું હોય ને અહીંયા આવવું પડે. પછી અહીંથી એને પૈસા જોઈતા હોય, પ્રોપટેક ક્રિએટ કરવું હોય, પ્રોજેક્ટ કરવો હોય, સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરવું હોય, આ બધું અહીંથી ક્રિએટ થાય છે અને મેં જેટલું બિલ્ડ કર્યું બધું તમને દેખાતું હશે ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક હવે સ્કેલ થશે સો વી આર સેઇંગ this is 2030 and 2040 we are working for 2040 સો આ જે લાઈવ છે અત્યારે ગ્રેજ્યુઅલી આની પર દેખાય છે એક પછી એક સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરે છે લો ભાગેશભાઈ સો this operation territory network capital આ બધું જ અમે એક જ જગ્યા પર સિંગલ પર ઓપરેશન કરી નાખ્યું એક જ ઓપરેશન પર બીટા વર્ઝન છે એક પછી એક સમજ પડશે આગળ બીકોઝ ટેકનોલોજી વગર ઓપરેશન્સ 50 iOS ક્રિએટ કર્યું છે ROS ક્રિએટ કર્યું છે ફોન વાપરીએ છે એન્ડ્રોઈડ વાપરીએ છે આવી રીતે iOS છે એવી રીતે ROS છે ધેટ્સ વોટ વી બિલ્ડ ટેરિટરી નેટવર્ક સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર નેટવર્ક જેનઝી વાયર વુમન ઇન રિયલ એસ્ટેટ આ બધા ઇનિશિયેટિવ છે પલ્સિસ ટેરિટરી ઇન્ફોર્મેશન યુઝર UGC સિસ્ટમ જનરેટેડ ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુશન સિસ્ટમ રોજ સવારના 9 વાગે ખબર નહીં તમે લોકો કેટલા લોકો રજિસ્ટર્ડ હશો રોજ સવારના 9 વાગે બધાને મેલ સિસ્ટમમાંથી જાય છે ઓટોમેટિકલી અને એ એરિયાની બધી ઇન્ફોર્મેશન શેર થાય છે આ અમારી પાસે અત્યારે અવોર્ડ્સ છે બધા અમે લાસ્ટ યર બધા કર્યા વી આર ધ હાઈએસ્ટ લેવલની રિયલ એસ્ટેટ કંપની જેને ગ્રેટ પ્લેસ ટુ વર્કનો 2026નો એવોર્ડ મળ્યો 86% રિવ્યુ છે 86% રિવ્યુ અમારા એમ્પ્લોઈઝે અમને સર્ટિફાઈડ કર્યા જે ગ્રેટ પ્લેસ ટુ વર્ક છે એ હુરુનનો એવોર્ડ મળ્યો ન્યુયોર્કનો એવોર્ડ મળ્યો બધા જ એવોર્ડ અહીંયા મૂકેલા છે IGBC વી આર ધ ડેવલપર જેના બધા જ પ્રોજેક્ટ ગ્રીન રેટેડ છે ગ્રીન બિલ્ડિંગ બધા જ ગ્રીન બિલ્ડિંગ્સ છે વી ઓનલી થિંક પ્રોજેક્ટ કરીએ તો ગ્રીન બિલ્ડિંગ કરીએ બાકી ના કરીએ સો ધેટ ઇઝ અસ કે જે અમને આપવાની ઈચ્છા થાય છે કે ખાલી ગ્રીન બિલ્ડિંગ કોઈ વેલ્યુ મળે ના મળે વી ડોન્ટ ડુ વી ઓનલી ડુ કે અમને સેટિસ્ફેક્શન થાય ધીસ હાઉ વી ક્રિએટ કલ્ચર અને વી ઓલમોસ્ટ મોર દેન ડિલિવર્ડ 2000 હોમ્સ 1500ની ઉપર તો બીયુ આવી ગયા છે બાકી અંડર કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન છે જ્યાં લોકો હજી વાતો કરે છે ગ્રીન બિલ્ડિંગ કોને કહેવાય અને વી ઓલરેડી ડિલિવર્ડ સો આ કમિટમેન્ટ છે શું થયું ધીસ ઇઝ વોટ વી બિલીવ building better real estate, delivering better life from Ahmedabad to Gujarat to India to the world. That's what we are focus is કે અમદાવાદની કંપની વર્લ્ડના તરફ કેવી રીતે જાય ઓનલી અમને જે રોકતું હતું એ રિયલ એસ્ટેટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ છે એની કેપ છે કે અમુકથી ઉપર તમારું સ્કેલ ના થાય તો વી ચેન્જ ધ ફોર્મેટ રાધર દેન બિલ્ડિંગ અર ઓન ડેવલપમેન્ટ વી ક્રિએટેડ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ તો આજુબાજુના જેટલા ડેવલપમેન્ટ છે એને અનેબલ થઈ જઈએ અને વિથ ધ પાર્ટનરશિપ મોડલ વી સ્કેલ ફાસ્ટર તો ટેકનોલોજી કેપિટલ મીડિયા આ બધી જ વસ્તુ તમે જોશો તો વર્લ્ડમાં સૌથી બધી મોટી છે જ્યારે તમે ભેગા કરો ત્યારે ધીસ કેન બીકમ ધ વર્લ્ડ લાર્જેસ્ટ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ જો આ સ્કેલ થઈ જાય તો ધીસ વોટ વી ડુ અને ધીસ આઈ ઓલવેઝ કમેન્ટ ઓન સ્ટેજ કે ધીસ હાઉ વી ફંક્શન આ રીતે જ જાય છે અને જ્યારે જ્યારે લોકો મળે છે ને ત્યારે સારા લોકો જોડાતા જાય છે સો ધીસ હાઉ વી ડુ અને મેકિંગ અમદાવાદ પ્રાઉડ ધીસ ઇઝ માય વિશ થેન્ક યુ
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to hear you. I'll request you to remain on stage and wait, please. I'm going to be requesting the presence of Tripti Keria and Sapna Srivastav to please kindly come up on stage and give Chitrak ji the token of appreciation. Can we have the token of appreciation on stage, please? Can you all give him a bigger round of applause, everybody? Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Up logo ke liye. Thank you. Thank you, Chitrak ji. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you, Tripti. Thank you, Sapna. Before we move to the awards, which we're just going to start in the next couple of minutes or so, we're going to be playing a special video message, which is a welcome address message from Dr. Anurag Batra, who is the esteemed editor-in-chief and chairman, Exchange for Media Group at BW Business World Media Group. Can we have the video message being played for the audience, please?
Good evening, Ahmedabad. Today is a great day. You're having the Realty Plus Awards. You just witnessed the Realty Plus Conclave. Congratulations to Ms. Tripti Kedia, Ms. Sapna Srivastav, Avantika, and the whole team, Asma, for putting together yet another Realty Plus initiative in Ahmedabad. I'm missing being in Ahmedabad. I love the food there. I love the entrepreneurial energy of the city. I love the city. Ahmedabad and Gujarat are going to grow. We now know that the Commonwealth Games are coming to India and they'll come to Ahmedabad. So clearly, real estate scene in Ahmedabad is going to shoot like a star. The real estate is going to get further developed. Retail will get developed. Residential is already in demand because aspirationally Ahmedabad is growing. Adani is headquartered in Ahmedabad. It's a huge conglomerate. So the need for housing and from other companies that have been traditionally strong in Ahmedabad and in Gujarat, the need for residential housing is growing. The need for office spaces is growing. The need for warehousing is growing. So Gujarat and Ahmedabad, because of its friendly policies, its business climate being fantastic, stability in governance, continuity in policy making, has everything going for it. And the Commonwealth Games are a top up. So clearly the Ahmedabad real estate scene and the Gujarat real estate scene is going to be hugely upbeat, and the prices of land around Ahmedabad will also go up. So it's a great opportunity for developer to be able to make new bets and think new milestones and think new scale, a bigger scale than what you've thought till now. My congratulations to all the winners of the Realty Plus Ahmedabad Awards. We complete 22 years in August. We start our 23rd year. So thank you for your patronage. God bless you. All the best.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Anurag Batra over here. Can I please have a bigger round of applause for Dr. Anurag Batra, please? We also have amidst us the esteemed presence of the Standing Committee Chairman of Town Planning Development Department, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Bhagyesh Patel ji. Can we please acknowledge his presence over here? Thank you so much. We're now all set to get going with the awards and begin on a very, very special note. I'm just going to quickly explain Sabko the format for the awards. Our esteemed presenters will be over here in the middle, on the center. Our winners will be coming over here from the middle, posing with the trophies, with the presenters. Uske baad they go over there at the corner for their solo photograph with the trophy. And this is the chain that we follow. Also, end tak please bane rahiyega, ruke rahiyega, as we are doing a special group photo as well with all the winners, which is a part of not just creating memory for the day, but also editorial coverage. Har tarike se important hai, so I'll request everybody to please remain with us right till the very end. All you winners over here, thank you so much. एक बार सब लोग अपने लिए ताली बजा दीजिए प्लीज एवरीबॉडी बिकॉज आप लोगों ने बेहतरीन काम किया है इसीलिए वी आर एबल टू सेलिब्रेट योर गुड वर्क ऑफ कोर्स टॉकिंग अबाउट सेलिब्रेशन वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट थिंग्स टू डू इन दैट स्पेस इज टू एक्चुअली सिलेक्ट मेटिकुलस विनर्स सब बेहतरीन काम कर रहे होते हैं तो सबके बीच में winners choose karna is a very, very difficult task, and that's exactly where our jury members come into the scenario. So I'm going to request all of you to please clap for our jury members. Everybody on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. And on that note, मैं console को request करूंगा to please kindly play the special jury presentation for our audience before we get going with the awards. Can we have the jury AV, please? Thank you so much. Can I have a bigger round of applause for all our jury members, please? Thank you so much. बहुत shukriya. We are now all set to get going, ladies and gentlemen, with the special Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2026. For the first set of awards, I'm going to be calling up on stage our esteemed presenters. For this, I'm going to be requesting the presence of Darshana Waghela ma'am, Honorable Minister of State for Urban Development and Urban Housing, Government of Gujarat, alongside Mr. Bhagyesh Patel, who's the Standing Committee Chairman of Town Planning Department, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. Can I please have both of you on stage? Ma'am, if you can please come up on stage. And also, Bhagyesh Patel ji, if I can please have you over here on stage. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. इन दोनों के लिए जोर से तालियां, please everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On that note, we are good to go with the awards, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we all have been waiting for. And let's get going. Can we have Hamara Pehla award, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to celebrate the visionaries who continue to redefine Indian real estate with innovation and unwavering dedication. The 18th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2026 Gujarat honors the leaders, landmark projects, visionary architects, innovative designers, PropTech pioneers, and inspiring brands that are setting new benchmarks across the industry. Tonight, we recognize passion, we celebrate innovation, and we applaud the excellence that is shaping the future of real estate. Celebrating excellence in interior design, we present the honor for excellence in interior design, and the award goes to Institute of Indian Interior Designers, Ahmedabad, Regional Chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the name, Institute of Indian Interior Designers, Ahmedabad Regional Chapter. बहुत congratulations to all our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning of the awards. हर बार मैं सामने से लेके पीछे जाऊंगा. You just need to join your hands and clap and appreciate all the winners who are over here. The DJ is getting some exciting music for all of you, and that's all that you need to do. Acknowledge our winners. हमारे विजेताओं के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Come on. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. बधाई हो आप सबको. On that note, we will now be moving to our next award, please. Can we move on to our next award, please? बढ़ेंगे आगे अगले award पे, please.
Celebrating excellence in architectural design, innovation, and the creation of inspiring built environments, we present the award for the Architectural Firm of the Year. And the award goes to Bobby Mukherjee Architects.
Why is it not a surprise, ladies and gentlemen? The absolute coin in that place, Bobby Mukherjee Architects. Bobby sir is over here. Ladies and gentlemen, Architectural Firm of the Year. Jata hai to one and only Bobby Mukherjee Architects. Come on. I think sir ka jo kaam raha hai, the least that we can do is clap and appreciate. Come on, everybody. Yes. आज आप दूसरों के लिए ताली बजाओगे. Tomorrow or now later when you come up on stage, others will also clap for you. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What a pleasure. Congratulations. We'll move on to, sir, you needed to do your solo photograph as well over there at the corner. Huh? Yeah, over there at the corner. Yeah. Like over there. The photographer will be taking it. Over there at the corner. Thank you. We'll quickly move on to our next winner presentation, please.
Celebrating excellence in commercial interior design, we present the award for the Best Interior Design Firm Commercial. And the award goes to Studio by Elegance.
Studio by Elegance, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name. हर बार जब बार Best Interior Design Firm Commercial का नाम दिया जाएगा, Studio Elegance के बारे में बताया जाएगा. Studio by Elegance, ladies and gentlemen. There's elegance oozing in his personality as well, left, right, and center. Congratulations, sir. Badhai ho to you and your team. Special victory indeed. Thank you, sir. Your solo photograph at the corner. Requesting all the winners after the photo is done, please go over there at the corner, get your solo photograph clicked. Quickly moving on to our next winner presentation, please.
Celebrating excellence in real estate development, we present the award for the Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Barkeri Group.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Bakeri Group. It is. Can I have our winners from Bakeri Group? Can I have our winners from Bakeri Group over here, please, quickly? In case you're not around, हम ताली बजा के move on करेंगे बाद में वीडियो तो देखेंगे वो लोग. Thank you. We'll quickly move on to our next winner presentation, please.
Honoring those who redefine service excellence is Excellence in Customer Service, and the award goes to Sangini Group.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Sangini Group it is. बधाई हो sir and his entire team. Come on, Ahmedabad, आप लोग और बेहतर कर सकते हो. You're known for your love and spirit, aren't you? आपके प्यारे प्यारे विजेता यहाँ पे है. If you all cannot appreciate them, it's not going to be the best thing over here. Congratulations, Sangini Group. Quickly moving on to our next winner presentation, please.
Celebrating excellence in township development, we present the award for the Developer of the Year Township, and the award goes to Green Tech Life Space.
Congratulations, Green Tech Life Space. Lot of popularity in the room. सब आपके लिए already cheer कर रहे हैं sir. क्या बात है? Green Tech Life Space, ladies and gentlemen. Developer of the Year Township. Congratulations, thank you. Ma'am has to leave, she has other commitments. मैं आप सबको वापस request करूंगा, please एक और बार clap it up for ma'am, please. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you for coming, ma'am. And we are very, very grateful. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. I'm going to request the presence of Sapna Srivastav over here on stage, please. Okay, Tripti, if you can please join me over here. Thank you so much. Sapna has to. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I'll request Tripti to join sir over here. Can you all clap it up for Tripti, please, ladies and gentlemen, the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. She's the one जो हर बार ऐसे बढ़िया initiatives लेके आते हैं, which is why ऐसे खूबसूरत occasions and awards होते. Tripti के लिए तालियां, please, everyone. Thank you. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award.
Celebrating exceptional growth, innovation, and promising leadership in real estate, we present the award for the Emerging Developer of the Year, and the award goes to United Yogi LLP.
Congratulations, United Yogi LLP, Emerging Developer of the Year. Are you around? I believe not. The same format. Tali baja ke we will move on to our next award presenter, please. Can we have the next award, please?
Celebrating exceptional growth and industry leadership, we present the award for the fastest growing real estate developer of the year, and the award goes to Dharohar Land Corporation.
Congratulations. Corporation, fastest growing real estate developer of the year. Bullet train का speed पकड़ा है sir के team ने. That is what it is. Congratulations, Dharohar Land Corporation. इनके लिए जोर से तालियां, please. Come on, Ahmedabad. All the love that it deserves. मैं आगे बढ़ने से पहले एक चीज बताना चाहता हूं. Let's lower the music, please, everyone. We do the same event. दिल्ली में भी करते हैं. जब awards होता है, I see and I think they also see winners आते हैं. इतना जोर से तालियों का आवाज आता है. You can't even believe it. Almost like reaches the next room. Bangalore में करते हैं, we feel the same. Mumbai में करते हैं, we feel the same. Ahmedabad किसी के भी पीछे नहीं है, right? So why is it that Ahmedabad में हम लोग को शोर सुनाई नहीं दे रहा? Can you all show us what you got in Ahmedabad? Next award say. Thank you so much. Let's do it. Let's move on to the next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in plotted developments, we present the award for the Plotted Development Project of the Year, and the award goes to Ratnakar Group for Bird Song.
Congratulations, Ratnakar Group. A bird song. आप लोगों को पता है आप लोगों को क्या करना है अहमदाबाद. Come on, everybody. One. Let's जोड़िए and make the loudest noise possible. Congratulations, Ratnakar Group. आप लोगों को ये मिलता है for Bird Song, Allotted Development Project of the Year. Congratulations, बधाई हो. Thank you. हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे to the next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in residential development, we present the award for the Residential Project of the Year, and the award goes to Kavisha Group for the portrait.
Kavisha Group, आप लोगों को ये जाता है for the portrait residential project of the year. Kavisha Group winners are you announced? Yes. Thank you. Congratulations, Kavisha Group. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Kavisha Group. हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे हमारे अगले अवार्ड पे.
Celebrating excellence in commercial development, we present the award for the Commercial Project of the Year, and the award goes to Savinay Developers for Swara Beyond.
Congratulations to Savinay Developers. आप लोगों को ये मिलता है for Swara Beyond Commercial Project of the Year. Savinay Developers, the fantastic duo is here. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Savinay Developers. Thank you. बहुत शुक्रिया. Congratulations. ऐसे ही आप बेहतरीन काम और करते रहिए. On that note, हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे to the next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in integrated township development, we present the award for the Integrated Township Project of the Year, and the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Aqua City.
Congratulations, Smart Spaces Limited. आप लोगों को ये मिलता है for Arvind Aqua City. So much. Congratulations. बढ़ेंगे आगे to our next award, please.
Celebrating landmark developments that redefine excellence, we present the award for the Iconic Project of the Year, and the award goes to AG Group for Highline.
Congratulations, AG Group. Highline के लिए आपको ये मिलता है. Can we have exactly? तो लाइव डेमो चल रहा है पीछे, क्योंकि आप लोग ताली नहीं बजा रहे हो. इन्होंने एक स्कूल के टाइम पे आप लोग बजाते थे, राइट सर? इफ यू कैन शो अस द लीडर्स कैसे करते हैं ये? हाँ, ये सबके टेबल्स पे रखा हुआ है. इफ यू कैन आल्सो प्लीज पार्टिसिपेट. हाँ, ये हुई ना बात. कम ऑन एवरीबॉडी, वहां पे रखा हुआ है सर. गो फॉर इट, गो फॉर इट. कोई डेसिबल ये गो फॉर इट. हाँ, ये हुई ना बात. एवरीबॉडी सबके टेबल्स पे आएगा. आपके टेबल पे yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in ultra-luxury living, we present the award for the Ultra-Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year, and the award goes to Ratnakar Group for Eternity.
Big forward. This one's for eternity. And I hope कि for eternity you continue to win awards and recognitions. देखो ये होता है टीम स्पिरिट 1 2 3 4 5 6 क्या बात है क्या बात है बजाओ खड़गाओ come on अहमदाबाद yes ये हुई ना बात thank you so much this is how जोधा thank you बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया thank you आई होप आप लोगों ने डिसाइड किया होगा आज के लिए अवार्ड किसके घर जा रहा है उसके लिए नो फाइट्स होपफुली कांग्रेचुलेशंस थैंक यू सो मच क्या बात है मैं सर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा टू प्लीज काइंडली टेक हिज सीट थैंक यू सो मच गिव हिम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज and I'm going to be requesting the presence of the senior director and head of transaction Gujarat Cushman and Wakefield India Private Limited Jigar Motha ji can we please have Mr. Jigar over here on stage thank you so much once again good to see you. Can you all give him a bigger round of applause, please, everybody, Mr. Jigar Motha. Thank you. Excitement, excitement. Come on, everybody, let's move forward. Next award, please.
Celebrating elegance and excellence in luxury interiors, we present the award for the Luxury Interior Design of the Year. And the award goes to Bobby Mukherjee Architects for Vivanta, Ekta Nagar.
Make award and Bobby Mukherjee Architect for Vivanta Ekta Nagar. Bobby G, can we please have you back on stage? What a pleasure. Kya baat hai. Good to see you winning so many awards, left, right, and center. Bobby Mukherjee Architects, ladies and gentlemen. Vivanta Ekta Nagar. This is the moment. Come on, everybody. Yes. Make some noise. Come on, make some noise. Yes, thank you. Badai ho. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. On that note, aage badhenge to our next award.
Celebrating excellence in luxury living, we present the award for the Luxury Project of the Year. And the award goes to Adani Realty for Amaris.
Congratulations, Adani Realty. आपको ये जाता है for Amaris Luxury Project of the Year. Come on, और शोर शराबा कितना हो सकता है? Come on, बच्चे आप लोगों से ज्यादा शोर मचा रहे. Come on, yes. Congratulations, Adani Realty. Requesting all the winners to stay back with us till the very end. To photograph के लिए जो कि हम अंत में करेंगे. I'll request everybody to remain with us till the very end. On that note, let's move forward. Next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in creating inclusive communities that seamlessly cater to the needs of every generation. We present the award for the Multi-Generational Project of the Year. And the award goes to United Yogi LLP for Siban.
Congratulations, United Yogi LLP. Siban के लिए आप लोगों को जाता है award. Are you all around? If not, we will clap and appreciate and move on. हमारे अगले award पे भी. Are you all around, United Yogi LLP?
Celebrating excellence in premium commercial development, we present the award for the Luxury Project of the Year, Commercial, and the award goes to Sangini Group for Sangini Westview.
एक और संगिनी के नाम. Congratulations, Sangini Group. आप लोगों को ये मिलता है for Sangini Westview. Congratulations. मैं वापस मेरा शोले वाला स्पेशल डायलॉग अपनाऊंगा. इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई? Come on, everybody. Avoid the sannata. Make some noise. अहमदाबाद में कितना दम है सबको पता है. वो यहाँ पे भी दिखना चाहिए. Come on, everybody. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award.
Celebrating excellence in design and innovation, we present the award for the Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to Sangini Group for Sangini Sky Area.
Sangini Group को एक और बार जाता है. Yes, special one. This is for Sangini Criteria. Congratulations. Special stuff indeed, everybody. This is the design project of the year. Come on, आप दिखाओ. कोई आपकी तरह नहीं बजा रहा है. आप ही करो. Come on. बजाओ, बजाओ. सीखो यार. Come on, everybody. You all can learn from him. What an absolute champion. Yes. Yes. मजा आ रहा है, मजा आ रहा है. क्या बात है? Full on. Sangini Group. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next winner presentation, please.
Celebrating excellence in high-rise development, we present the award for the Skyscraper Project of the Year, and the award goes to Adani Realty for Belrosa.
Corman, this one is for Perosa, Skyscraper Project of the Year. Thank you. एक और बार अदानी रियल्टी के नाम. This one is for Perosa. क्या बात है सर, क्या बात है. स्पेशल ऑडियंस का एक अवार्ड अगर होता उस 100% कंटेंशन में होता. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll request you to take your seat. इनके लिए बजाए जोर से ताली. I'll also request Tripti to please kindly take a seat. I'm going to be calling up on stage Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus. I think Sapna has to go, so I'll call back Tripti, please, if you can. Please, Aja Tripti. Sapna is running really, really busy. She's gone outside again right now. So I'll request you to please join me on stage, Tripti. And I'll be calling Mr. Rumit Parekh from Knight Frank India. If you can please kindly join us over here on stage. Thank you, Mr. Parekh. Thank you. Give them a big round of applause, please, everybody. All right, quickly, next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in hospitality interior design, we present the award for the Interior Design Project of the Year, Hospitality. And the award goes to Bobby Mukherjee Architects for the Forum Ahmedabad.
Congratulations, Bobby Mukherjee Architects. Once again, this one is for the Forum Ahmedabad. We have Sapna on stage. Bobby ji, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. I'll request your entire team to quickly come up on stage. For Sitalia, please, everybody, for Team Bobby Mukherjee Architect. Congratulations, up sabko. Very, very well done. Please do celebrate the award moment on social media as well. Would love to celebrate with you on social media. बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in integrated developments, we present the award for the Mixed Use Project of the Year. And the award goes to Adani Realty for Suryagram.
Congratulations, forward to Adani Realty. Suryagram के लिए आप लोगों को जाता है ये. Congratulations to Adani Realty. बजाओ, बजाओ, बजाओ. Come on, make some noise. Adani Realty के लिए. Thank you so much. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award, please.
Celebrating excellence in senior living, we present the award for the Senior Living Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Manasum Senior Living for Manasum Atharva.
Congratulations to the team of Manasum Senior Living. Are you all around? Can I see you guys? If they're not around, we'll clap and appreciate and move on to our next award, please. Congratulations, Manasum. बढ़ेंगे अगले award पे.
Celebrating excellence in residential architecture, we present the award for the Architectural Design Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Prashant Parmar Architect, Shayona Consultants for Farmhouse at Limdi.
Congratulations, Prashant Parmar. Prashant Parmar Architect, Shayona Consultants for Farmhouse at Limdi. Big, big, big stuff. मैं देख रहा था सर सबके लिए ताली बजा रहे थे तो आप लोग को भी बजाना चाहिए ताली सर के लिए. Come on for all its incredible achievement. Thank you so much. Congratulations. बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next one, please.
Celebrating excellence in residential interior design, we present the award for the Interior Design Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Bobby Mukherjee Architects for Skywell Bespoke Residences.
God award. Bobby Mukherjee Architects के नाम. They win it for Skywell Bespoke Residences. Ladies and gentlemen, Interior Design Project of the Year, Residential, Bobby Mukherjee Architects. The fantastic trio from the team. They're over here once again. So congratulations, Mr. Mukherjee and your entire team. Congratulations. On that note, बढ़ेंगे आगे अगले अवार्ड पे.
Celebrating creativity in thematic developments, we present the award for the Themed Project of the Year. And the award goes to Brooklyn Built Gone for By the Garden.
Ah, you win it for By the Goddess Team Project of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. We have the fantastic team over here. बधाई हो आप दोनों को. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's सबके लिए जोर से थाली please. Brooklyn Built Gone. By the Garden के लिए इनको जाता है Team Project of the Year. Clearly, they're applying all their creativity in the right place. Congratulations to Brooklyn Built Gone. Thank you. बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award.
Celebrating excellence in residential landscape design, we present the award for the Landscape Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Kavisha Group for the masterpiece.
Kavisha Group, ladies and gentlemen, for the masterpiece. Congratulations, Team Kavisha. Spectacular victory indeed for all of you. For Kavisha Group, please, everyone. Thank you so much. What a special victory once again, the Team Kavisha. Thank you. And on that note, we'll move on to our next award, please.
Celebrating outstanding market success, we present the award for the best-selling project of the year. And the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Everland.
Congratulations, Team Arvind. Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Everland. आप लोगों को मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा on stage, Team Arvind. A big, big, big round of applause, everybody. Congratulations, Team Arvind. Best-selling project of the year. इस साल Realty Excellence Awards में हुआ आपके नाम. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please, all our winners, अंत तक बने रहिए. और 3 awards बचे हैं. हम लोग photograph करेंगे on stage after that. Requesting all of you to remain on stage. Quickly, let's move. Next award, please.
Celebrating destination that has redefined modern living, we present the award for the Real Estate Destination Project of the Year. And the award goes to Green Tech Life Space for Green Tech Residency.
Tech Life Space, you win it for Green Tech Residency. Can I have our winners from Green Tech, please? क्या बात है, क्या बात है. और किसी के लिए नहीं, कम से कम इस प्यारे से बच्चे के लिए तो ताली बजा दीजिए. Come on, Ahmedabad, you gotta have a heart of gold for this. ये होता है proud family moment, when each and every victory in the family feels special, feels like a personal victory. Green Tech के आज, and of course Green Tech के कल के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Everybody please over here in this room. Congratulations, all of you. Green Tech, thank you. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. All right, ladies and gentlemen, last 2 awards of the evening. Let's move on to the next award, please.
Celebrating innovation, entrepreneurial excellence, and disruptive impact, we present the award for the Startup of the Year. And the award goes to Trade Yards.
Congratulations, Media, Team Media. क्या आप लोग हो इधर मौजूद? Yes, I request all of you to please come up on stage from Team Realty. Congratulations, Team Realty. Big, big stuff indeed. Come on, everybody. Taalion ki goonj for them, if I may request. Thank you. Very, very nice. Incredible. Thank you. And the last award of the evening. Can we move on? Our final award for the evening this year. Let's get the award, please.
Celebrating excellence in commercial and real estate advisory, we present the award for the Property Consultant of the Year, Commercial. And the award goes to Go Gain Property Consultant Private Limited.
It's only an only gain when it's no gain. Property Consultant Private Limited. Go Gain के हमारे विनर को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज स्टेज पे आइए. Congratulations, बधाई हो आपको, you and your entire team. Congratulations, team Go Gain. Ladies and gentlemen, सीटी हो, बुबुज़ेला हो, तालियां हो, सब होना चाहिए, सबका मिश्रण. Come on, for our winner. Thank you, thank you. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. I request you to get your solo photograph. आप लोग please on stage. मैं हमारे सब winners को request करूंगा, please stage पे आइए with your respective trophies. Group photograph के लिए हमारे सारे winners, please come up on stage with your respective trophies. We are doing the group photo right now of all the winners. Sub winners को request करूंगा to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies. I request somebody to please call Shruti as well to join for the group photograph. मैं सब, please everybody come up on stage. मैं photographer को request करूंगा frame set करने के लिए. All the winners with your respective trophies, please come up on stage. Thank you. All the winners on stage with your respective trophies, please. Thank you. Requesting all the winners to please join us on stage. 1 minute, हुआ नहीं. Till then, people can come forward and even after. Requesting all the winners. I hope कि हम किसी को miss out ना कर दे. Tripti, Sapna, please join us over here as well. We're doing the group photo of all the winners. Thank you. मैं बोलूंगा हमारे फोटोग्राफर सर को कि ये लंबा लाइन बनाने का हमारा कंपटीशन नहीं है. हम थोड़ा किसी को आगे पीछे भी कर सकते हैं. तो आप अपना क्रिएटिविटी यूज करके उस हिसाब से कीजिए सो दैट सब लोग फ्रेम में आ गया है. हाँ क्या हाँ, a lot of people can. यहाँ पे बैठ भी सकते हो आप लोग. प्लीज एवरीबॉडी. तृप्ति, सपना, प्लीज टेक द फ्रेम एज वेल. हमारे सारे विजेताओं को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज कम अप ऑन स्टेज अपने रिस्पेक्टिव ट्रॉफीज के साथ. हाँ एग्जैक्टली सब लोग विजिबल होने चाहिए प्लीज. कोई क्रॉप आउट ना हो जाए. एंड इफ यू कैन प्लीज मूव बिहाइंड ब्रदर. थैंक यू. ये ऑफिशियल फोटोग्राफर है. इधर उधर देखने के पहले इनके पास जरूर देखिए, वरना मेन फोटो में आंखों इधर उधर हो जाएगा. टेक इन योर फोन एज वेल अवंतिका प्लीज. एंड आफ्टर द फोटोज आर डन, एक लास्ट मेरा अनाउंसमेंट है. सो मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा स्टेज पे ही रुके रहने के लिए. अवंतिका थोड़ा सा प्लीज साइड. फोटोज के बाद आई हैव एन अनाउंसमेंट टू मेक. सब लोग प्लीज स्टेज पे ही रुकना. आई हैव समथिंग टू एक्नॉलेज एंड से. ऑफ कोर्स दो तरीके के फोटोज करेंगे हम. एक है द रेगुलर वन जो हम अभी कर रहे हैं. फोटोज हो गए. फोटो हो गया रेगुलर वाला. अभी थोड़ा फुल पावर में फ्लेक्स करके ऐसे ऊपर उठा के ट्रॉफी, जो मस्ती वाला होता है, वो जिसको जो पोस्ट करना है फील फ्री. इधर उधर जिधर सब जगह है. ट्रॉफीज आप लोगों का ही है. यस. एंड ये थोड़ा शोर सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. कम ऑन एवरीबॉडी, थोड़ा सा. ये वीडियो फोटो. हाँ एक और बार वो साउंड करे जिन लोग का मिस हुआ. 1 2 and 3 कम ऑन. थैंक यू. रिक्वेस्टिंग एवरीबॉडी प्लीज वहीं पे रहिए. थोड़ा सा म्यूजिक साउंड कम कीजिए प्लीज. लास्ट बिट ऑफ, हाँ सर आप ले लेना सर, आप मिल जाएगा मौका आपको. लास्ट बिट ऑफ एक्नॉलेजमेंट लेफ्ट. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. मैं पीछे आ जाऊं. ओके ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. हाँ थैंक यू. क्विक एक्नॉलेजमेंट फॉर एवरीवन. सब लोग बिलीव करते हैं इन द आर्ट ऑफ ग्रेटिट्यूड. सो मैं ग्रेटिट्यूड के साथ खत्म करना चाहूंगा आज का इवेंट. आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू प्लीज काइंडली थैंक द एफर्ट्स ऑफ रियलिटी प्लस, तृप्ति, सपना, द एंटायर टीम. इनके लिए ताली बजाइए प्लीज. हर साल गुजरात आते हैं वो लोग. आप लोगों के बेहतरीन काम को ऑनर किया जाता है, विच इज व्हाई वी सेलिब्रेट दिस. आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू प्लीज काइंडली क्लैप एंड अप्रिशिएट फॉर ऑल द कंसोल मेंबर्स जो सुबह से लेकर रात तक आप लोगों के लिए यहाँ पे मेहनत कर रहे हैं. ऑल द फोटोग्राफर्स, वीडियोग्राफर्स आउट देयर, इनके लिए भी तालियां प्लीज. ऑल द एंटायर इवेंट टीम मेंबर्स, एवरीबॉडी जो खाना खिला के हम लोग को बेहतरीन खाना परोस रहे, इसके लिए भी ताली बजाए. इसके लिए भी थैंक यू बोलो प्लीज. ये हमारे इवनिंग का सुपरस्टार है. जस्ट वांट ऑल ऑफ यू टू रिपीट विथ मी एवरीबॉडी. जस्ट रिपीट आफ्टर मी, ओके? टुडे वी हैव बीन ऑनर्ड फॉर सम इनक्रेडिबल वर्क that we have done to grow Gujarat's real estate dominance. Gujarat is only a leader and it will only get bigger and better because with Gujarat's growth story is attached India's growth story. भारत माता की जय. जय हिंद. थैंक यू सो मच. माय नेम इज शुभजीत घोष साइनिंग ऑफ. मिलेंगे अगले साल. थैंक यू सो मच. गॉड ब्लेस. टेक केयर. स्टे सेफ एंड थैंक यू. शुक्रिया.